Nuxmac's leader, Crouching Jaguar, recognized Kevin from a previous encounter in the Amazon and ordered that the group of explorers whom he'd snagged in a booby trap be released. Kevin explained the quest to find the supposedly extinct blue fire ant, and Crouching Jaguar agreed to bring them to Chief Tannabok, who would decide if they would have access to the ants. Crouching Jaguar led them to the walled city, which had been hidden behind concealment technology. Upon the reveal of the golden walls, the gate slowly creaked open, and Crouching Jaguar led them through. He escorted them through the wide streets where Nuxmac stopped and suspiciously eyed the strange outsiders. Up ahead, a spectacular golden temple came into view. Crouching Jaguar and the other warriors led Kevin's group up the steps until they reached Chief Tannabok's quarters at the very top. As they entered the grand hall, they saw Chief Tannabok sitting on the throne between the High Shaman and a young woman Kevin hadn't seen before. Crouching Jaguar held up a hand to halt the group so as not to interrupt the chief's conversation.
"We've never had such frequent attacks around our borders," Chief Tannabok mused. "We have to come up with a better strategy to deter them." "Our warriors have held them off so far with shows of strength," the High Shaman replied. "We can't relent. The attackers won't stop if they think they can tire us out."
"Nothing will change as long as the only people who know of us are our enemies," countered the young woman. "It's time for us to come out of the shadows and reveal ourselves to the world. We need to advocate for ourselves and gain allies."
"These are the daydreams of a naive child," the shaman scoffed. "Outsiders can never be trusted."
At that moment, the chief finally took notice of the audience before him.
"Do my eyes deceive me, or is that Kevin Williams?"
he asked joyfully. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Chief Tannabok," Kevin said.
"Here is all the evidence you need of my argument," the shaman said as his eyes narrowed. "You let an outsider into our walls once, and now he has returned with more strangers revealing our secrets." "Kevin has proven himself to be trustworthy," Chief Tannabok said. "If he has returned with associates, I'm sure he has a good reason."
Chief Tannabok beckoned Kevin towards his throne. As Kevin approached, the chief said,
"Kevin, you remember my High Shaman, and may I introduce my daughter, Yaranka, my heir to the throne."
"It's an honor to meet you," Kevin said. "My father has told me about you, Kevin," Yaranka said. "Tell me, as an outsider yourself, what do you believe we should do about those who encroach on our land?" "You both make sound arguments," Kevin responded. "If you've been attacking the intruders thus far, but it hasn't deterred them, there's no reason to believe that they won't continue to persist." Yaranka jut her chin triumphantly toward the High Shaman. "But there's no guarantee that revealing yourselves to the world will yield allies," Kevin continued. "You may only draw more enemies."
"Perhaps you are wiser than I gave you credit for," the shaman said reluctantly. "You're diplomatic, if nothing else," Chief Tannabok said with a smirk. "So what brings you to our city?"
"There's a group of women in Chicago who have been poisoned by an herb that can only be cured by the venom from blue fire ants," Kevin explained. "The rest of the world believes that the ants are extinct, but we promise not to reveal their sanctuary if you'd be willing to let us take some to cure these women."
"Well, that seems reasonable enough to me," Chief Tannabok replied. "Why not?" "Your Highness," the High Shaman quickly interjected. "He cannot be allowed access to the ants without undergoing the ritual. It's Nuxmac's law."
Chief Tannabok sighed.
"This is why I need you by my side," he said to the shaman.
Looking toward Kevin, he said,
"For the life of me, I can't remember everything in that document."
"What's the ritual?" Kevin asked. The shaman smirked. Kevin was led to the Nuxmac Central Arena, where a crowd quickly gathered. It wasn't every day that they were entertained by outsiders. Kevin was led by the shaman to the center of the arena.
"You'll have to outlast the challenge for 6 minutes," the shaman said with a sly smile.
"I can outlast anything for 6 minutes," Kevin thought. Having recently not only leapt over level 8 and to level 9, Kevin's skills were almost beyond comparison in the outside world, and he was certain that anything the Nuxmacs threw at him he would overcome. Thus, to the shaman he replied, Not a problem. What's the challenge? The shaman produced 2 banana leaf gloves that were absolutely swarming with the legendary blue fire ants. Based on what Maria and the anteater had said about their stings, Kevin knew this would be no picnic. But with the Red Star's health on the line, there was no way he was going to give up. The shaman slipped the gloves on Kevin's hands, and immediately the ants began to attack his skin. It was truly unlike any sting Kevin had ever felt. Kevin closed his eyes and breathed deeply. I just need to meditate through this, he thought.
Oh, there's one more element to the challenge,
the shaman added, interrupting Kevin's attempt at achieving Zen. Kevin opened his eyes, and out of a gate at the far side of the arena entered 3 jaguars.
Good luck,
the shaman said mockingly as he backed away. Kevin thought he might pass out from the pain in his hands, but he had to fend off the jaguars. There wasn't enough time for him to commune with them, and he knew that their nature would be to attack a perceived enemy immediately. The cats charged and simultaneously leapt into the air when they got within striking distance of Kevin. Kevin deftly rolled to the ground underneath the jaguars, dodging their attack. The Nooksmax audience wasn't expecting this display of athleticism and immediately began to cheer in support. The shaman couldn't hide his displeasure that the outsider now had the crowd on his side. The minutes slowly crept by on an ancient sundial at the side of the arena. The jaguars tried to take a more strategic approach by encircling Kevin as he continued to fend off the searing pain in his hands. The pain was so great that it distracted Kevin's always estimable mind from being able to concentrate on his other foe, the angry jaguar pack that was ready to eat him alive. The jaguars slowly closed in, but right when they pounced, Kevin flipped over top of them, popping back up to his feet outside of their circle. Kevin continued to lure and dodge the jaguars around the confines of the stadium. Finally, the crowd began a final countdown as the sundial crept toward the 6th minute. They cheered wildly as Kevin crossed the threshold, and a trio of Nooksmax warriors entered the arena to corral the jaguars. Kevin fell to his knees as the shaman approached him.
Congratulations on your victory,
the shaman said emotionlessly. He removed the gloves from Kevin's hands and poured coconut water over them, immediately alleviating the swelling. Kevin sighed with relief as the pain subsided. The shaman led Kevin out of the arena, where he was greeted by Chief Tannenbach. Looking at Kevin's raw, reddened hands, he said,
Well, I'd shake your hand, but I think I'll spare you any further anguish. Shaman, I do believe Kevin has held up his end of the bargain.
Of course, the shaman reluctantly replied.
Follow me.
The shaman led Kevin's group to a greenhouse where he was cultivating massive farms of blue fire ants. Tears immediately formed in Maria's eyes. They're here! I knew they were real! She took out her phone to take a picture, but the shaman threw it to the ground and stomped on it.
Remember our terms. No one can know where to find them, he growled.
To Kevin, he asked,
How many have fallen ill from the poison?
24, Kevin replied.
10 ants will provide sufficient venom, the shaman explained. I cannot release any more from the colony than is necessary.
Understood, Kevin replied. Thank you for your generosity. Behind them, Maria cleared her throat. Kevin didn't want to push their luck, but he had promised to help her in any way he could. And could Maria take a few for her research, just to prove they're real, he asked. The shaman was far less trusting of Maria, but relented. He knew that being in Kevin's company meant she had scientific merit. The shaman would make an exception.
I will only allow you to take a sample, but you must never reveal the Nooksmax to the outside world.
That won't be a problem, Maria assured him. I've been called crazy my whole life. That will only continue if I try to tell people about a secret invisible city. The shaman handed over a sample, and Maria continued to struggle to hold back tears as her life's work finally came to fruition.
Now, I'm sure Chief Tannenbach would be displeased if I didn't offer you shelter for the night, the shaman said.
I appreciate that, but we should get back, Kevin replied. The women who have been poisoned don't have much time. Crouching Jaguar met Kevin's crew outside of the greenhouse and led them toward the city gates. Thank you for bringing us to the chief, Kevin said.
Are you kidding? After that show you put on in the arena, I should be thanking you, Crouching Jaguar replied. I hope we see you again soon, Kevin Williams.
Kevin was about to return the sentiment, but suddenly, the jarring sound of horns blared through the city.
Another attack,
Crouching Jaguar said in alarm. They looked up and were terrified to see paratroopers raining down from the sky. Crouching Jaguar led Kevin and his crew into Paradisal, the walled city of the Nooksmax people. Chief Tannabach was thrilled to see Kevin again, and he was willing to give him the ants, but the High Shaman insisted that Kevin needed to participate in a ritual, per Nooksmax law. Kevin was led to the arena where he had to withstand gloves crawling with the excruciatingly painful blue fire ants while dodging 3 jaguars for 6 minutes. He succeeded, and the shaman led Kevin and his group to the greenhouse where the ants were kept. He allowed Kevin to take 10 back to Chicago and gave a few to Maria for her research. As Kevin's group was about to leave the city, alarms blared and they saw paratroopers raining down from the sky. All around them, warriors rushed through the city to defend against the attack, and Nooksmax tribal members shut themselves in their homes. The High Shaman ran toward Kevin with anger in his eyes. "Did you do this?" he demanded. "Did you lead intruders to our doorstep?" "Of course not," Kevin protested. "What would I have to gain?" Kevin knew of his own innocence, but in truth he did wonder how anyone would be able to find the Nooksmax, not to mention bypass their concealment defenses, without some sort of unique or new knowledge. Could Kevin, Maria, and their teams have been followed? Crouching Jaguar jumped to Kevin's defense.
He has proven his loyalty to us multiple times over,
he chastised the shaman. Turning to Kevin, he said,
I've seen what you are capable of in battle. Please, stay to help us.
Kevin couldn't imagine turning his back on the Nooksmax now, but before he could take action, a soldier hanging out of a helicopter yelled through a megaphone,
"Surrender now, or we will destroy a temple every 5 minutes until you do."
No demands, no announcement of who they represent. What do they want? Crouching Jaguar cried.
It seems they want nothing less than total invasion, Kevin replied. Proving that the soldier wasn't bluffing, the helicopter fired a missile at a stone temple, causing screaming worshippers to stream out of the structure.
These temples have stood for thousands of years. We can't let them keep destroying them,
Crouching Jaguar yelled. Meanwhile, the paratroopers began to land within the city walls. The Nooksmax warriors' electrified spears were formidable weapons, but Kevin knew the tribe in the compound wouldn't stand a chance unless they took out the helicopters first. Do you have any flying vehicles we can use to fight them in the air? Kevin asked Crouching Jaguar.
We don't, he replied regretfully. We've never had any use for them before. Our catapults are the only weapons we have that could possibly take them down.
Then that's where we need to go, Kevin said. Olivia, Marcus, Kyle, come with us. As Kevin's colleagues mobilized, Miguel, still bound by ropes, begged, "Please, let me join you, I can help." Kevin and Crouching Jaguar looked at each other skeptically. "Can we trust him?" Kevin asked Maria. Maria looked Crouching Jaguar in the eye and said, "If he betrays you, I'll surrender my sample of the ants." "That's as good of a guarantee as you could ask for," Kevin replied. Crouching Jaguar nodded to one of the other warriors, who cut Miguel's wrists loose. "Hand me my rifle. Let's take these invaders down," he roared. The warrior handed Miguel his rifle, and Miguel began firing at the helicopters like a madman.
"Okay, I guess we can trust him,"
Crouching Jaguar said. "Take us to the catapults," Kevin instructed. Crouching Jaguar brought Kevin, Olivia, Marcus, and Kyle over to the hill where the catapults were erected. On the way there, the helicopter fired at another temple. "We have to move fast," Kevin yelled. They reached the catapults and helped the warriors load the heavy stones onto them. But every time they fired, the helicopters easily dodged them. This mechanism is way too slow to hit the helicopters, Kevin thought. The only way to slow the attack was to stop the helicopters and the warriors in their tracks. Kevin called on the 10 directions and froze time. With the choppers and all of the fighters frozen in place, Kevin fired the catapults one by one, getting a direct hit on each of the choppers. When Kevin unfroze time, no one understood how all of the helicopters were suddenly in flames and falling from the sky, but they were too relieved to care. All they had to do now was stop the remaining invaders on the ground. The ground fighters seemed unprepared for how fierce the Nooksmax warriors were. Their electrified spears stopped their opponents' hearts immediately upon making contact. By the time Kevin joined them, he was surprised to see how formidable they had proven to be against the more advanced military technology. At least some of the invaders seemed rattled with the way their air support had spontaneously fallen out of the sky. With Kevin's help, the Nooksmax quickly dwindled the invaders' numbers.
"Leave one alive for questioning,"
Crouching Jaguar yelled as they closed in on victory. As the warriors took out the last handful of fighters, Kevin overpowered the last remaining soldier and held his night dagger to the invader's neck. With the fighting finally over, Crouching Jaguar looked toward the two temples that had been reduced to rubble. Even in victory, the damage to Paradisal had been costly.
"How did you find us?"
Crouching Jaguar yelled at the hostage. The soldier laughed.
Did you think there wouldn't be consequences to exiling your criminals? You were sold out by one of your own people. All he wanted in exchange for the location was a cut of the loot.
The high shaman who had approached them as the fighting ceased tried to hide his embarrassment at having accused Kevin earlier.
"Who was it?"
Crouching Jaguar demanded.
You think I'll sell out our best asset? Not a chance, the soldier replied.
"Tell us, or face death,"
Crouching Jaguar demanded as he held up his spear. The soldier swayed woozily, and Kevin realized he had a giant gash in his abdomen and had been losing a lot of blood.
"Death comes for me anyway, so I guess you'll never know," the soldier replied,
before finally succumbing to his injuries. With no other options available for information, Crouching Jaguar hung his head in exhaustion.
"We should inform Chief Tannabok,"
he said, and he led Kevin to the High Temple, which luckily hadn't been one of the chopper's targets. Chief Tannabok wearily sat on his throne.
"What are our losses?"
he asked Crouching Jaguar as he approached.
2 temples and 12 warriors,"
Crouching Jaguar replied.
"No civilian casualties as far as we can tell, but we were told by the final surviving invader that they were led here by one of our exiles."
Chief Tannabok sighed.
"It must have been Chulak," he said.
To Kevin, he explained,
"It is our law to exile criminals who have committed high crimes, and Chulak had been caught trying to smuggle one of our spears to the outside. Exile seemed the only way to eliminate the risk, but it almost brought our destruction. I clearly need to consider the future of Paradisal and whether we can continue to survive if we refuse to change."
"We have to let the world know of our existence," Uranka urged once again. "The invaders bypassed our concealment defense and brought weapons that outmatched ours. They won't be the last, and if we don't act, we'll be wiped off the map without anyone being the wiser."
"But as Kevin said, we can't control the message or the global response if we come forward," the High Shaman replied.
"I do own a media company," Kevin chimed in. "If you decide to reveal yourselves, we can handle the inevitable crush of press for you. Your introduction to the global community will create an initial burst of attention, but you will be in safe hands."
"You've given me much to think about," Chief Tannabok replied. "Again, you have shown respect and reverence for our culture. Thank you for helping to defend us today."
"I hope it won't be necessary again," Kevin replied.
"Please, stay to join us for a feast," Chief Tannabok offered. "Today the Nooksmax faced death and emerged victorious. We must celebrate."
Kevin checked his watch. "I really wish I could, Chief Tannabok, but we really must get going. I have to get these ants to the sick people before their condition worsens. Thank you again for sharing your resources with us."
"Given the circumstances, it's the least we could do," Chief Tannabok replied. "Safe travels, my friend."
Kevin and his crew bid farewell and returned to the main gates of Paradisal. Only 10 hours to the match, Kevin thought. They truly had no time to spare. They made their way back through the jungle thanks to Kevin's infallible sense of direction. Miguel didn't want to admit how lost they'd be if they had to find their way back without him. They finally reached the riverbank where they had left their boat, and Kevin's face fell. Jorge had deserted them. Kevin used the 10 directions to freeze time so that he could help the Nooksmacks fend off a military attack that was aided by one of the Nooksmacks' exiled members. Chief Tannenbach thanks Kevin, who also offers his media help when the Nooksmacks decide to reveal themselves to the outside world. Knowing time is limited, Kevin and his team leave to rush back to Chicago with the Blue Fire ant venom, but they find that Jorge, their boat driver, has abandoned them. Kevin pulled out his cell phone but wasn't surprised to see that he had no service. He racked his brain. How are we going to contact anyone out here, he thought. He considered going back to Paradisal to ask the Nooksmacks for help, but contacting someone on Kevin's behalf would reveal their location, and Kevin also knew that any sort of transport beckoned in that way would take too long. He had a limited amount of time to get the venom to the ailing soccer players in Chicago. Does anyone have any ideas? Kevin asked. I'm going to murder Jorge, Maria muttered. The group exchanged blank stares with each other, and Maria's skittish assistant, Dario, looked like he was about to faint from the stress.
I have a flare gun, Miguel offered. Do you think that would be of any help?
We're too deep in the jungle, Maria replied. No one is going to see it all the way out here. Maybe we don't need someone to see it, Kevin suggested. All I need is for my phone to get cell service for 1 second, and my Radiance team will be alerted to my location. If we launch my phone high enough into the air, it might just be enough to get a signal. I'm going to be honest with you, as someone who's been considered crazy for most of my life. That sounds absolutely ridiculous, Maria replied. If anyone has any other ideas, speak now, Kevin implored. When no one did, he said, we might as well give it a shot. Kevin loaded the phone into Miguel's flare gun and watched as he shot it straight upward. The phone completed a high and narrow arc before dropping straight into the river. Well, I hope that worked, Kevin mused. Back at the Radiance headquarters in Chicago, Troy Evans was debriefing high-level agents in an underground conference room.
The cartels are finding new ways to bring drugs over the border, and recent intelligence suggests they may have contacts at the Pinnacle, he explained to the room. What we need to do... Suddenly alarms blared over the loudspeakers, and every screen in the bunker started flashing code red. Excuse me, everyone, Troy said as he raced out of the room. He sprinted to the dispatch center where Kevin's enemies and various criminal groups were tracked all over the world. What's the alert? Troy asked one of the operators. Kevin has had no GPS signal for most of the day, the operator replied. We just got a hit on his coordinates for only a second in the remote jungles of Peru. Do we have any agents in the region? Troy asked. Only one, the operator replied. Meanwhile, in a shack on the outskirts of Lima, Zane Barlow was working undercover in a Peruvian drug cartel. He had reached the point of his final initiation. The cartel leader pulled the white-hot branding rod out of a fire. Are you ready to pledge undying loyalty to Los Viboras? The leader asked. I am, Zane replied. The leader held the brand against Zane's exposed bicep, which Zane accepted without flinching. Welcome to the Brotherhood. Now we celebrate, the leader shouted. The cartel members cheered and began passing around shots of tequila. Just as Zane was about to throw his back, his phone rang. He saw the number for the Radiance and said to the cartel leader, it's my mom. Oh, then please excuse yourself, the leader replied. We never ignore calls from our mothers. Zane stepped out of earshot and answered the call in a hushed tone. He angrily whispered, Why are you calling me? You know I'm working. On the other end of the line, Troy said, We need you for another mission. It's urgent. I've just been initiated, Zane protested. You can't pull me now. It's Kevin, Troy replied. All right, say no more, Zane replied. He hung up the call and returned to the cartel.
"It turns out my mother isn't too pleased with me for joining a cartel," he said to their stunned faces. As they tried to process what he had just said, Zane punched the cartel leader in the jaw, knocking him backward. The other cartel members tried to mobilize as quickly as their inebriated states would allow, but Zane picked up the branding iron and swung it as a deadly weapon. As he made contact and quick work of the menacing cartel members, the injuries he inflicted ranged from scarring at best and blinding at worst. He hadn't planned to bring his mission to such a quick close, but he also knew that if Kevin needed help, there was no point in delaying the justice he was going to exact on these evil criminals eventually. A few minutes later, he walked out of the shack with howling cartel members in his wake. He looked at his still raw bicep with the cartel's brand seared into it. "They couldn't have called me 10 minutes earlier," he said with annoyance. Back at the riverbank, Olivia pulled Kevin aside. "I don't want to cause a panic, but how long do we give the Radiants to respond before we have to come up with something else?" she asked in a whisper. "We'll give them a little more time," Kevin replied. "I have faith." No sooner had he said it than they heard the sound of helicopter blades in the distance. Finally, over the treetops, they saw the chopper approaching. Zane leaned out and called, "You really made a mess of things this time, Kevin." He lowered a rope ladder, and one by one, they each climbed their way to safety. The helicopter brought them back to Iquitos, where Kevin bid farewell to Maria and her team. "Thank you for helping our search," Kevin said. "Are you kidding? I got the ants and saw an ancient city. You basically made my whole life's work worth it," Maria replied. From behind them, Olivia said, "Kevin, if you're going to get to the game on time, we need to leave now." Thankfully, Olivia had taken it upon herself to arrange a charter flight while they were flying back in the helicopter. Kevin, Olivia, Marcus, and Kyle boarded their flight and made the 8-hour return trip to Chicago. By the time they landed, there were only 30 minutes left until game time. Kevin raced to the team facility where Coach Powell and the team doctor were anxiously waiting by the infirmary. "I've stalled as long as I can, but everyone has obviously noticed that we haven't taken the field for pregame warm-ups," Coach Powell said. "Did you get the ingredients to make a cure?" "I did," Kevin replied, holding up a jar of blue fire ants. "Each of them needs to be stung by these." He walked around the infirmary, placing an ant on the women's arms until each of them were stung. All were clearly surprised by the painful zap, but Kevin knew it was nothing compared to the gloves he'd had to wear in Paradiso. One by one, the women stopped shivering. Team Captain Haley McCann sat up in her bed and exclaimed, "This is the first time in days I haven't been dizzy." The women swarmed Kevin to shake his hand. "Hey, ladies, we have a playoff game to win," Coach Powell called out. The team cheered and rushed off to their locker room to change into their uniforms. "I don't know how to thank you," Coach Powell said to Kevin. "But here's the starting lineup," she said, handing a sheet of paper to Kevin. "Why don't you call your wife and tell her it's time to announce them?" Remembering that his phone now lay at the bottom of a river, Kevin said, "I may need to borrow your phone." With Coach Powell's phone, Kevin texted Lily a picture of the lineup along with the message, "The game is on. You're up." As Kevin made his way to the box seats that had been reserved for them, he heard over the loudspeakers, "And now to announce the starting lineup for your Chicago Red Stars, please welcome the mayor of Chicago, Lily Williams." The crowd erupted in cheers, and Kevin swelled with pride as he watched Lily step onto the field. As Lily announced their names, the women ran onto the field, greeted uproariously by the home crowd. On the opposite sideline, the San Diego Wave looked perturbed that they had been led to believe they'd be getting a forfeit up until 5 minutes before game time. Meanwhile, in the owner's box, team owner Chuck Woodward's eyes narrowed. He took out his cell phone and called Vincent Reeves. Into the phone, he bellowed, "The team just ran onto the field. You said the poison from that herb was incurable. I have $100 million riding on this, and now I have to come up with Plan B." He hung up and stared down at his own team, plotting their destruction. Kevin reached the stadium with only 30 minutes to spare before the Red Stars game. Kevin had the blue fire ants sting all the women, and they made a miraculous recovery just in time for the game. Team owner Chuck Woodward called Vincent Reeves in anger. Vincent's plan to poison the team had failed. Woodward had $100 million riding on his own team losing, and now he had to come up with a new plan. Lily joined Kevin in their box for the start of the game, and they excitedly watched as the Red Stars took on the San Diego Wave. Despite missing 3 days of practice and having just been bedridden just 5 minutes earlier, the Red Stars were fierce and energetic, and it seemed their health scare had forged an even stronger bond between the ailing women. The team had never shown better chemistry on the field. Only 10 minutes into the game, Captain Haley McCanns fired a header into the back of the net. The crowd erupted as the Red Stars went up 1-0. San Diego countered quickly, charging down the field toward the Red Stars' goal. Their forward made a move around one of the Red Stars' defenders, putting her squarely in front of goalkeeper Larissa Reed. Just as the San Diego forward took her shot, Larissa winced and covered her eyes. The shot luckily went wide, but the crowd quickly began muttering among themselves about Larissa's odd reaction. One of her teammates approached her to make sure she was okay. "I think I just caught some harsh glare from the sun for a second. I'll be fine," Larissa assured her. But Larissa continued to have the same strange reaction throughout the game. Off a San Diego corner kick, Larissa fell to the ground, covering her eyes again, and the Red Stars were only saved from seeing their opponents score a goal thanks to one of their defenders heading the ball away. Throughout the first half, every time San Diego took a shot, Larissa winced and shut her eyes. Finally, the Red Stars' luck ran out and San Diego scored with 5 minutes left in the first half. The teams went into the locker room at halftime with the score tied 1-1. "What do you think is going on with the goalkeeper?" Lily asked Kevin. The couple, happy to have some time together and not be working for once, were watching the home team from their box. Lily had hoped to showcase the Red Stars at the upcoming World's Fair that she was overseeing, and it was important that the team be in prime shape for any showcase events. So seeing Larissa react strangely to what should have been routine maneuvers by the opponent was worrying to Lily in many ways. "I don't know," Kevin replied. He was genuinely perplexed. He had thought that administering the blue fire ant venom would be a cure-all, but something was clearly amiss with Larissa, the team goalie. "But maybe I can help." Kevin, having been given full access to the stadium after tending the ailing team, took the elevator down to the locker room, where Coach Regina Powell welcomed him into her office. "What's going on with Larissa?" Kevin asked. "She said she keeps seeing flashes when San Diego's about to shoot," Coach Powell replied. "The team doctor is checking her out right now to see if there's something wrong with her eyes." A few minutes later, Larissa emerged from the training room and Coach Powell called her into her office. "What'd the doctor say?" Coach Powell asked. "He said my eyes are fine," Larissa replied. "It must have been a bad reflection from the sun." "I have state-of-the-art sunglasses that will neutralize any glare. Would it help to wear those?" Kevin offered. "Players can't wear sunglasses on the field," Coach Powell explained. "I'm worried about you, though, Larissa. Do I need to put our backup in for the second half?" "No, I swear I'm fine," Larissa insisted. "We're switching sides, so whatever the sun was reflecting off of won't be in my eyes anymore." "All right, we'll give it a shot." Coach Powell sighed with a bit of worry in her voice. She wanted to show support for her players, and certainly Larissa had always been a star on the field, but this latest development was giving Coach Powell pause. The team took the field for the second half as Kevin returned to his suite. "Is Larissa all right?" Lily asked. "She thinks it was just a glint from the sun and she should be fine now that she's on the other side of the field," Kevin replied. But as soon as the second half began, it was clear that Larissa was experiencing the same difficulties. The Wave charged down the field and Larissa shielded her eyes just as the forward put her shot in the back of the net. The Wave had now taken the lead 2-1. The crowd grumbled and started booing Larissa. Undeterred, she punched her gloves together and retook her place in front of the net. "There's no way that this is from the sun," Kevin thought. Though Kevin had just recently used the 10 directions in Peru and was always concerned about taxing its limit through overuse, he also knew that the Red Stars were going to be an integral part of Lily's upcoming World's Fair. Any unexplained disturbance in their play on the field might be, Kevin thought, some attack not just on the team but on his beloved Lily, so using the 10 directions again so soon would be worth the risk. The next time San Diego went on the attack, Kevin used the 10 directions to stop time just as Larissa was wincing. It was almost imperceptible, but Kevin finally saw the faintest glimmer of red light. He traced the line from Larissa's eyes up to a window leading to one of the luxury suites across the field. Someone is pointing a laser beam at her, Kevin realized. He took Lily's phone from her purse and captured a photo revealing the laser's trajectory. When he unfroze time, the forward shot sailed over the crossbar, but the crowd continued to boo Larissa for once again failing to keep her eyes on the ball. Kevin left his suite and dashed to the other side of the field, to the suite that was the source of the laser pointer. When he reached the suite, he saw a security guard standing outside. Next to the door was a plaque that read, "Owner Suite." Someone in the owner's box is sabotaging their own team? Kevin wondered. "This is Chuck Woodward's suite?" Kevin asked.
Yes,
The security guard replied suspiciously. "I'd like to speak with him. I'm Kevin Williams."
wait here.
The security guard replied, and he disappeared behind the door. A moment later, the security guard emerged and said,
Mr. Woodward can't entertain fans while he's watching the game. You can try arranging a meet and greet with our PR team after the game.
Thinking fast, Kevin said, "Oh, I'm not just a fan. I like what having a women's professional team has done for the city, and I want to make a large donation."
How large?
The security guard asked. "Maybe doubling the team's budget will pique his interest," Kevin replied. The security guard raised his eyebrows and once again disappeared behind the door. This time the door swung open and Kevin was quickly greeted by Chuck Woodward himself. "Kevin Williams, what an honor to have you at one of our games," Chuck said, laying on the charm thick. "Your wife did a hell of a job with the lineup." "She sure did," Kevin agreed as he looked around the empty suite. Chuck was literally the only person in there. "The team's owner is the one sabotaging his players?" Kevin thought. To Chuck he asked, "You watch the games alone?" "I like to have complete focus on the game," Chuck replied. "I prefer to remove all distractions." "Well, in that case, I'll get straight to the point," Kevin replied. Though Chuck eagerly waited for Kevin to announce his donation, his face fell when Kevin instead asked, "Why are you sabotaging your own goalie with a laser pointer?" Chuck looked aghast. "I don't know what you're talking about," he stammered. "That's an absurd accusation." "Unfortunately, I have evidence," Kevin explained. He pulled out Lily's phone and showed the picture he took. "There's proof of a laser beam hitting Larissa's eyes, and the trajectory leads right to this suite. And you're the only one here." As Chuck scrambled for a rebuttal, the crowd erupted in cheers as Larissa made a miraculous diving save. "And it looks like Larissa just made her first save of the game while you've been distracted," Kevin added. Out of options, Chuck called a security guard into the room. "This man is making some insulting accusations," Chuck said haughtily as he entered. "Do me a favor and teach him a lesson." The security guard closed the door behind him and cracked his knuckles. He stalked toward Kevin, but Kevin protested. "He's sabotaging your own team. He's been pointing a laser at the goalkeeper's eyes all game." The security guard laughed. "I'm private security," he said. "The team doesn't pay me, he does." Chuck, happy his guard knew how to please his boss, smirked at Kevin. With his loyalty well defined, the guard charged at Kevin. It was quickly obvious that the guard had no levels, so Kevin quite easily dodged his charge and used the guard's momentum against him to slam his head into the glass window of the suite, knocking him out. Kevin helped himself to the guard's handcuffs and turned to Chuck, who now wore a look of fear. "Lesson learned," Kevin said, looking down at the unconscious guard. "I tried to ask you nicely," he said as he grabbed Chuck's arm and handcuffed him to a brass railing that wrapped around the suite's wet bar. With the owner now held captive, Kevin fished around in his pockets and quickly pulled out a laser pointer. The Red Stars goalie, Larissa Reed, kept getting distracted by something shining in her eyes. Kevin froze time and discovered there was a laser pointer being shined at her from the owner's box. Kevin confronted Chuck Woodward and presented his evidence that he was sabotaging his own team, but Chuck denied that he would do such a thing. Kevin subdued him and searched his pockets, locating the laser pointer. As soon as Kevin pulled the laser pointer out of team owner Chuck Woodward's pocket, the stadium crowd exploded into a cheering frenzy. Without the interference from the laser pointer, goalkeeper Larissa Reed had made another spectacular save. Kevin held the laser pointer in front of Chuck and asked, "Can we skip the part where you claim this was planted on you and instead you can just come clean?"
"But that was planted on me. That isn't mine,"
Chuck protested. Kevin rolled his eyes. "So you're claiming an invisible person was in your owner's box with you and that person was actually the one using the laser pointer, and the invisible person knew they'd be caught and framed you instead. Are you being set up by a ghost, Chuck?" Kevin rather enjoyed laying on the ridiculousness of Chuck Woodward's claims, knowing that there'd be no way Chuck could deny such a silly story. As Chuck racked his brain for a reply, Kevin said, "So far, you seem to be a pretty predictable guy. So let me guess, you placed a bet against the team." Kevin watched as Chuck squirmed uncomfortably. Kevin continued, "Again, if you could just skip the denial part, we could save a lot of time." Chuck avoided eye contact with Kevin, but before he could be forced to answer, more security guards burst into the room. Guessing that it wouldn't be worth trying to reason with them after his failed attempts with the last guard, Kevin opened the window at the front of the suite and jumped into the stands. The surrounding fans screamed in alarm as Kevin landed on their seats, and he continued to draw more attention to himself as he bounded down the stadium steps toward the field. In their box, Lily looked up at the Jumbotron, which had caught Kevin in its sight as he jumped over the barrier to the field. "Oh, goodness," Lily muttered to herself as she hid her head in her hands. Kevin ran onto the field, waving his arms. "Stop the game," he yelled. The ref blew her whistle and marched toward Kevin, trying to send him off the field. Meanwhile, both coaches ran onto the field. "Am I still hallucinating? Or is that the guy who cured us with ants?" one of the Red Stars asked Captain Haley McCann. "You're not hallucinating, at least not at the moment. That's the guy, Kevin Williams," Haley confirmed. Kevin rushed to where the ref and both coaches were converging in midfield. "The Red Stars owner was sabotaging the game. It has to be rescheduled," Kevin insisted.
"Ha!"
the San Diego coach scoffed. "I knew we'd be crushing you handily if there weren't something funny going on." "No, he was sabotaging the Red Stars," Kevin clarified. He showed them the picture of the laser pointer piercing Larissa's eyes from the owner's box. "What? Why would he do that?" Coach Powell asked, utterly astounded. "It seems that he placed a hefty wager on your team losing," Kevin replied. "I wouldn't be surprised if he was also behind the team's poisoning." Coach Powell raised an eyebrow at the San Diego coach. "That's right. You were barely beating a team that was blinded and poisoned by their own owner." "Based on this, I'll have to insist to the league that the game be rescheduled," the ref decided.
"But that's not fair. We're winning," the San Diego coach protested.
"You can file a complaint with the league, but I'm pretty sure they'll support my decision," the ref replied firmly. "Based on the photo evidence, we can't be sure your goals would have been scored without the interference from Chuck Woodward." "That bastard," Coach Powell muttered. "No one messes with my girls and gets away with it. I'm calling the police." "Send them to his box," Kevin suggested. "I handcuffed him up there. I'll go hold them there until the police arrive." "Kevin Williams, if you had a jersey number, we'd need to retire it," Coach Powell said. She then jogged off the field to call the cops. Kevin sprinted back up the stadium steps as the crowd watched in confusion, having not been privy to the conversation on the field. Kevin climbed back through the window into the owner's suite only to find that Chuck had disappeared. The handcuffs were left dangling on the bar railing. One of the security guards must have freed him, Kevin thought bitterly. Kevin sprinted down the flights of stairs on the outer perimeter of the stadium until he reached the parking lot. Just as he arrived at the stadium entrance, he saw a black SUV speed off. At that moment, Coach Powell came outside to greet the cops. "He just sped away in that SUV," Kevin yelled. "Can I have access to a company car?" "Sure. Take mine. It's in the first spot next to the walkway," Coach Powell replied as she tossed Kevin her keys. At the edge of the parking lot, Kevin could see a squadron of police cars approaching with sirens on. He hopped into Coach Powell's Audi and intercepted the cops at the lot entrance. Chuck Woodward just took off that way in a black SUV. Kevin yelled out of his open window, "Follow me." Kevin sped off in the direction of the SUV, which he could see was driving toward the city center of downtown Chicago. Why would he go into the most congested part of the city? Kevin wondered. He's sure to be slowed down. But once Kevin found himself in the heart of downtown Chicago, he started to understand the strategy. The SUV had made quick, zigzagging turns, causing Kevin to lose sight of it in a city full of black SUVs. In his rearview mirror, he saw the cop cars split off in different directions to try to relocate the vehicle. Kevin pounded the steering wheel in frustration, but then he felt Lily's cell phone vibrate in his pocket. It was an unknown number, but Kevin decided to answer. Lily's phone, he said into the receiver.
Mr. Williams, this is Chicago PD Dispatch. We're going to patch you through to the frequency of our officers who are in pursuit of Chuck Woodward.
Okay, Kevin replied. Kevin heard a click and a new voice joined the line.
Kevin, this is Officer Musgrave with Chicago PD. We need to join forces to locate the SUV.
I want to help you, but I lost sight of the SUV on the side streets, Kevin admitted.
We have one of our helicopters scanning the city and our operators are keeping an eye on traffic cams.
Officer Musgrave replied.
We just need to know if you saw the SUV's license plate.
That's easy enough, Kevin replied. It's Red Star.
Thank you for your assistance. Stand by for further instructions,
Officer Musgrave said. After a moment, Officer Musgrave's voice once again came through the speaker.
We've set up a barricade on Congress Parkway and need you to chase him into it. He's heading north on Michigan Avenue. Intercept him at Roosevelt Road so he's forced to turn toward the freeway.
I'm on it, Kevin replied. Kevin flew north along Lake Michigan, hoping he'd reach the intersection in time to cut off Chuck's SUV. He pulled a hard left onto Roosevelt Road and reached the intersection just as the SUV was about to pass through it. Kevin ran the red light, forcing the SUV to swerve left to avoid him, turning onto Roosevelt Road toward the highway blockade. He's heading toward you, Kevin yelled into his phone. He chased the SUV from behind, and soon he could see the police blockade up ahead. He isn't slowing down, Kevin realized. Sure enough, the driver attempted to speed straight through the blockade, but only succeeded in flipping the SUV into the air, concluding in a disastrous crash at the foot of the freeway. Kevin jumped out of his car as the Chicago cops swarmed the wreckage. They quickly retrieved Chuck Woodward and his driver, both bloody and disoriented, but miraculously alive. I'm being framed by a ghost, Chuck muttered woozily as he was handcuffed. Kevin sifted through the wreckage and found Chuck's phone, cracked but still unlocked. He looked through Chuck's emails, which had messages in the outbox sent only minutes earlier desperately trying to cancel transactions. That must be referring to the bet he made, Kevin thought. Next, Kevin checked Chuck's phone log and most curiously noticed the call he made to Vincent Reeves right before the game began. It didn't surprise Kevin that his old enemy Vincent Reeves would be behind such a plot. His evil knew no bounds. Kevin led the Chicago PD on a chase through downtown Chicago where Kevin helped direct Chuck's SUV into a police barricade. The driver tried to barrel through the barricade and flip the car, allowing Chuck to be apprehended by the police. In the wreckage, Kevin found Chuck's phone, which contained evidence of his bet against the Red Stars, and a call at the beginning of the game to Vincent Reeves. Kevin closed Chuck's call log and handed the phone over to Officer Musgrave. This has evidence of the bet he placed against the team, Kevin said.
Thank you for your assistance with this, Officer Musgrave replied while shaking Kevin's hand. It's good to know that both you and your wife, our Mayor Lily, always have Chicago's back.
Kevin walked toward Coach Powell's Audi while Chuck Woodward was being placed in the back of a cop car. Kevin had decided not to say anything to anyone just yet about Chuck's call to Vincent Reeves. Explaining Kevin's long history with Vincent and the extent of his evil plotting would be too much for anyone to comprehend in a brief conversation. Kevin knew that as the second in command of the Herbalist Society, it was very possible that Vincent had been behind the Red Stars' poisoning with the rare Hypalian herb. But for that crime, there was no evidence, and taking a shot at Vincent without an airtight case was risky at best. But Kevin made a mental note of the connection between Vincent and Chuck should it come up later. The next day, Kevin and Lily watched the news as a Williams media anchor covered Chuck Woodward's arrest. The city of Chicago and the entire sports world are in shock today, as Chicago Red Stars owner Chuck Woodward was arrested for placing bets against his own team and trying to sabotage goalkeeper Larissa Reed with a laser pointer. "Who even carries around a laser pointer?" Lily asked. "Science teachers and psychopaths, it seems," Kevin replied. The news anchor continued. "After fleeing the stadium and crashing into a police barricade, Woodward has also been charged with reckless endangerment. With the Red Stars playoff game against the San Diego Wave officially postponed, the question on the minds of all the Red Stars fans now is, who will take over as owner?" Lily abruptly turned to Kevin. "You should do it. After having a traitor amongst them, the team needs someone they can trust. And who better than the man who cured them of poisoning and exposed their last owner's betrayal? You'd be the perfect new owner." "You just want season tickets, don't you?" Kevin asked with a smile. "Well, I admit that would be a nice perk, but it would also be a way to expand our family's empire. And who knows, one or both of our babies might be soccer crazy," Lily replied as she rubbed her belly with anticipation. Kevin thought it over. "If I were at the helm, I could definitely ensure that the women's best interests were protected, plus I really did enjoy the game, other than when it was ruined by a laser pointer." Kevin pulled out his new cell phone and called Coach Powell. "Hey, Regina," he said into the phone. "How's everyone doing today? Is morale high? Everyone's health okay?" "Great, thanks to you," Coach Powell replied. "The game still hasn't been officially rescheduled, but after lounging around in bed the last few days, the team is back on the pitch and training at full speed." Kevin wanted to say that the team being quarantined in the infirmary after being poisoned wasn't exactly lounging around in bed, but he thought better of it. Instead, he said, "I'm glad to hear everyone is back to full strength. I'm calling because with Chuck Woodward out as owner, I thought I'd throw my hat in the ring. What are your thoughts?" "Are you kidding? That's perfect!" Coach Powell practically yelled into the phone. Kevin could then hear Coach Powell put her phone down and yell, "No, not you, Higgins! Those touches are far from perfect. Keep running the drill." Returning to the phone, she said, "Sorry, I'm multitasking. The thing is, I'd bring you on immediately if it were up to me, but the league is handling the transfer. You'll have to speak to them, but if they ask for my input at all, you'll certainly get my full endorsement." "I'll do that now. Thank you, Regina," Kevin said. When Kevin hung up, Lily asked, "What'd she say?" "I have to talk to the commissioner of the National Women's Soccer League, the NWSL for short. I'm already learning the lingo," Kevin replied. "Okay," Lily said. "But just so you know, I've already bought a McCann jersey and a team scarf." "My wife, the sports fan," Kevin said with a laugh. After getting the number from Sandra, Kevin called Kathleen Langham, commissioner of the National Women's Soccer League. "I was hoping I'd get to speak with you," Kathleen said after she got on the line. "I owe you my gratitude for exposing Chuck Woodward's betting scheme. That would have been a huge embarrassment for the league if he had gotten away with it." "He definitely didn't deserve to be in that position of power," Kevin said, "which is why I'm calling. With Chuck out of the picture, I'd like to make a bid to buy the team." "Well, you'd certainly make a great candidate," Kathleen replied. "But unfortunately, we've already accepted an offer from Ross Bollinger." "The casino magnate?" Kevin asked. "He does own several hotels in Vegas, yes," Kathleen replied. "What was his offer? I'm sure I can top it." "Would $500 million do it?" Kevin asked. "That would be a record-breaking offer for the league, but I'm afraid it's a moot point," Kathleen replied. "The contracts have already been signed." Kevin sighed. "That's disappointing to hear, but I guess I have to respect that you're sticking to your business agreements. Thank you for taking my call, Kathleen." "The pleasure is mine, Kevin," Kathleen replied. As she was hanging up, a high-ranking league executive entered her office.
"Who was that?"
the exec asked. "Kevin Williams. He wanted to make a bid to buy the Red Stars, Kathleen replied.
The billionaire media mogul and herbalist? The exec clarified. We should at least consider it, right? If nothing else, he'd make for great PR.
Sure, he'd make a nice photo op, but Bollinger will play ball with us when we need him to. Kathleen walked over to the window and gazed into the distance. We wouldn't be able to control Kevin Williams that way from what I hear. He seems to march to his own drummer, as they say. Meanwhile, Kevin was still undeterred from his mission of buying the team. He called Ross Bollinger's office to discuss, and his assistant said she could schedule a meeting for Kevin with Ross in Las Vegas. Kevin flew to Las Vegas and drove to Ross's largest casino on the Strip, the Alpine. Even by Vegas standards, the Alpine's decor was over the top. Tiny models of Swiss chalets sat atop imposing recreations of snow-tipped mountains. Casino staff roamed the floor in lederhosen, and in lieu of a live band, a professional yodeler provided the ambiance at the main bar. Kevin was led by a concierge to Ross's office. Given the commitment to the Central European aesthetic, Kevin was caught off guard by Ross's jarring Texas twang.
Mighty kind of you to come all the way down here to my little hotel. Here, have a seat,
Ross said, gesturing to a leather armchair with a bear skin draped over it. Thank you for having me, Kevin replied as he took a seat. I wanted to talk to you about your bid for the Chicago Red Stars. I understand that you've already signed the contracts, but if you're open to it, I'd like to buy the team from you.
I'll tell you something, Ross said. When my daughter told me I should pay more attention to ladies' sports, I thought she was crazy. But I looked into it, and it turns out ladies' sports is one of the best investments out there right now. And here you are already wanting to compete with me for the team.
It's definitely a quickly growing market, Kevin agreed.
But here's the thing, Ross continued. I need that investment to pay off badly. Between you and me, my casino is in a precarious financial situation. People keep winning the jackpot off the slots and it's bleeding me dry. I'm no math whiz, but my accountants assure me that the jackpot winnings have been near statistically impossible.
So you're having an issue with cheaters? Kevin asked.
That's what I thought, Ross replied. But I can't catch anyone at it. We've banned the people we're most suspicious of, but people just keep winning. So you see, I need the security of a more stable investment. I can't sell you the team.
What if I can help you with your jackpot problem? Kevin asked. I have experience busting under the radar criminal operations. If your casino's financial issues were resolved, would you reconsider? Ross replied,
Son, if you can fix this for me and make my casino profitable again, you have yourself a deal.
With Red Star's owner, Chuck Woodward, in jail for his plot against his own team, Kevin was encouraged by Lily to buy the franchise. But he learned that a deal had already been made with Vegas casino owner Ross Bollinger. Kevin flew to Vegas to offer Bollinger a huge sum for the team, but learned that Bollinger's casino was under siege by a mysterious cheating scheme. Kevin forged a pact. If he could break open the cheating plot, Bollinger would sell him the Red Stars. Kevin walked down to the casino floor to have a look around. The crowd and the atmosphere seemed in line with what he'd expect to find at any Vegas casino, even one that had a Swiss yodeling theme and was owned ironically by a Texan with a pronounced cowboy drawl. Kevin started walking toward the slots to see if someone would hit the jackpot. If what Ross Bollinger said was true, he wouldn't have to wait long. Suddenly, everyone around him froze. The sounds of laughter and slot machine dings dropped out. Craps dice paused in midair, and the liquid from a drunk man's spilled drink hovered over the dress of the woman next to him. Someone used the 10 directions, Kevin realized, and it wasn't me. Kevin had never encountered anyone else who could use the 10 directions. Someone else here had levels, and advanced levels at that. He moved slowly around the casino floor, wanting to make sure he saw whoever cast the time-freezing spell before that person saw him. The effect of the 10 directions was much more eerie when Kevin didn't know its source or its purpose. Impression of a bizarre wax museum, and they were particularly spooky within the setting of a lively, chaotic casino. Despite the lights and clutter, there was absolute silence, and it was an unnerving feeling even for Kevin, who was used to strange phenomena. Kevin noticed some slight movement around the slot machines and slowly approached. As he got closer, he saw a young man who looked no older than college age kneeling next to a slot machine. As the older woman sitting in front of the machine was frozen while eagerly waiting for the results of her spin, the young man manually rotated the slots so that they aligned with the jackpot. "What are you doing?" Kevin asked once he reached the mysterious man. The man stood up and was surprised to see Kevin moving. You must have levels. Are you part of the revolution?" "Huh? What revolution?" Kevin asked. "I'm going to take that as a no," the man replied, "and that means we have a problem." The man charged at Kevin, catching him off guard for just a second. Kevin let the man tackle him to the ground, and Kevin used that momentum to launch the man behind him into a mural of an alpine sheepherder. The man got to his feet, grabbed a deck of cards from a poker table, and fanned them out, tossing them at Kevin like throwing stars. Kevin snatched a server's drink tray from the worker's outstretched hand and held it up like a shield. The cards ricocheted off the metal, and as they fell to the floor, Kevin looked at the tray in his hand and suddenly couldn't remember why he was holding it. "Where am I?" Kevin asked himself as he looked at his odd surroundings. But then he saw the other man looking equally confused. When they locked eyes, they both remembered what they had been doing. The man's eyes narrowed and he chucked the bottle of vodka he was holding toward Kevin's head. Kevin realized what was happening. "You have to stop this," he yelled as he held up the tray and the bottle smashed against the metal. "We can't stay in the 10 directions. It will unhinge our minds." "You should have thought of that before you interrupted my work," the man yelled in reply. But Kevin peeked from behind his tray to see that the man wasn't yelling at him, but an animatronic goat. Kevin had never needed to fight while stopped within the 10 directions. He tried to unfreeze time, but since he wasn't the one to cast it, the 10 directions was outside of his control. "I have to knock him out," Kevin thought. He slowly walked around him, suddenly unsure of how he could do that. He picked up a handful of poker chips. Will these do the trick? He wondered. Kevin lightly tossed the chips into the air and watched them fall to the ground, not entirely sure of what he thought was supposed to happen. "Did you kill my dog?" the man suddenly yelled from behind him. Kevin turned as the man took a swing at him, missing wildly. Kevin had a brief moment of clarity, remembering, "I have to knock him out." He grabbed the man in a chokehold as he struggled against him. The longer that Kevin continued to hold, the more difficult it was for him to remember what he was doing. "Who is this?" Kevin wondered. "Why am I squeezing so tight? Are we hugging? Am I hugging Lily? Lily." As the image of Kevin's wife formed crystal clear in his mind, he and the other man dropped to the floor. Time unfroze as the chokehold had successfully rendered the other man unconscious. As everyone around them on the casino floor unfroze, they were all in a state of shock at the destruction that had suddenly appeared. Playing cards and shattered glass lay scattered around the floor. Casino security rushed into the center of the ruckus, but they had no idea who or what was responsible. But among the alarm screams and chaotic confusion, the older woman in front of the slot machine shrieked in excitement as her machine landed on a jackpot. Kevin felt a rush of relief as his cognitive abilities came flooding back to him. Kneeling on the floor, Kevin lightly slapped the man's face until he woke up. His eyes could barely focus. "What's your name?" Kevin asked. "Name?" the man replied as if he wasn't even familiar with the word. "Yes. What is your name?" Kevin repeated with emphasis. The man looked up at Kevin with all of the confusion and wonder of a newborn baby experiencing the world for the first time. "What is your name?" the man repeated back. Kevin realized it was no use. He fully snapped his mind by holding the 10 directions for so long, Kevin realized. Kevin was shaken by his own brush with insanity. If that ever happens again, I have to be much more careful about approaching someone else who has used the 10 directions, he thought. He pulled the man's wallet out of his pocket and found his ID. Tai Zhang is only 21 years old. Kevin checked the address and saw that he lived in a nearby suburb. "This man needs an ambulance," Kevin said to security as he walked out of the casino. Despite how Tai had endangered both of their minds, Kevin sincerely hoped that the 21-year-old hadn't permanently destroyed his sanity. Kevin got in his rental car and drove to Tai's address. He only ended up about 15 minutes away from the Strip, but the neighborhood was a world away from the glitz and glamour of the high rollers' version of Vegas. The home was a modest bungalow, simple but well kept. Kevin noted that there was no car in the driveway, so he wasn't confident that anyone would be home. But when he knocked on the door, a glum teenage boy answered. "Hi, is there an adult here I can talk to?" Kevin asked. "My mom is at the casino. She's always at the casino," the boy replied. "It's just me and my younger brother most of the time. I'm the most adult person here." "I see," Kevin replied, starting to understand the boy's tired demeanor. "Does Ty still live here?" "Not really," the boy replied. "I haven't seen him in months. He just packed up one day and said something about joining a revolution. I couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. Someone here has to mow the lawn and put dinner on the table." Kevin's heart broke for this boy forced to take on way too much responsibility. "I won't take up any more of your time," Kevin said. "Thanks for your help." As Kevin started walking down the sidewalk, he thought about the revolution that Ty and his brother had both mentioned. "I have to figure out what this revolution is," Kevin thought. "It's clearly tied to the cheating ring." Then Kevin paused as his heart dropped into his stomach. Or worse, he thought. Could this have something to do with the Pinnacle? He sincerely hoped not. Just before he reached his car, the youngest brother, who couldn't be more than 10 years old, caught up to him. "You're looking for Ty?" the boy asked. "Yeah, do you know where he is?" Kevin replied. "I don't really know how to get there because the entrance is secret. He said I wasn't old enough to know," the boy said. "But Ty left to live in the forgotten tunnels underneath the city." Kevin had his first real clue, and he knew he had to find these forgotten tunnels to find out who else might have high levels and control of the 10 directions before more chaos erupted in the city. Kevin discovered a young man tampering with a slot machine so that it paid out the jackpot winnings. The man attacked Kevin while extending the 10 directions to the point that they both began to lose their minds. The man's mind was fully lost when time unfroze, but Kevin got the attacker's address from his ID and went to his house. There, Kevin learned from the man's younger brothers that he had left home months ago to join a revolution and live in the hidden tunnels beneath Las Vegas. Kevin was driving back toward the Las Vegas Strip when he called Ross Bollinger. The casino owner sounded irritated when he answered.
"Is this important? I've got a mess on the casino floor to deal with, plus another jackpot payout. I'm gonna have to pay off my Rolex soon if I can't get this looting off my games to stop."
Kevin cringed, knowing he was partially responsible for Ross Bollinger's current woes. "Do you know anything about a hidden network of tunnels beneath the city?" Kevin asked. Ross scoffed.
"There isn't much to know. They were built for a subway system that was ultimately abandoned. Now the tunnels are crumbling, soggy, and overrun with bums."
"I'm not sure it's not just homeless people who live down there," Kevin said. "I think the group connected to the jackpot scheme could be using it as their home base. Do you know where the entrance is?"
"I can't say I've gone to visit, but my best guess would be behind the Bellagio Hotel," Ross replied. "That's where they plan to build one of the subway stations."
"I'll go check it out. Thanks, Ross," Kevin said before hanging up. Kevin drove to the Bellagio and searched around the back of the building. Sure enough, he found a set of stairs leading underground that at some point had been boarded up. Over time, someone had moved the opening so that the wooden planks were now only lightly placed against the entrance. Kevin crept down the stairs and discovered a homeless encampment along the abandoned subway platform. His gut told him that these were not the people who formed the revolution that Tai Zhang had joined. The people within the camp eyed Kevin suspiciously. Even though he wore his usual Dockers and Keds, both of which had gotten scuffed and dirty in his battle with Tai at the casino, he still didn't look like he belonged there. "Hi, I'm trying to find the people living here who are staging a revolution," Kevin explained. "Do you know where I can find them?"
"What do you want with them?" a bearded man asked. "You work for one of the casinos?"
"No," Kevin replied. "One of the revolution's members was severely injured at the Alpine. I wanted to make sure they knew." The bearded man eyed Kevin and decided he was trustworthy enough.
"They gather below Caesar's palace," he explained.
"Thank you," Kevin replied.
"But you should know," the man continued. "They're really protective of their turf, and they're not exactly used to an outsider showing up unannounced. If I were you, I'd let them figure out on their own what happened to one of their guys."
"I appreciate the warning," Kevin said. Before he left, he pulled out all the cash in his wallet, a few $1,000s, and handed it to the bearded man. "You all look like you could use some food and new clothes," Kevin said. "I know there are plenty of shelters and soup kitchens in the city. They could help you more than I can right now." The man let out a small laugh.
"You don't look like you've ever been in our situation before, so you probably don't understand that sometimes you'd rather sacrifice some extra food rather than look into the eyes of people who see you with nothing but pity or contempt."
Kevin couldn't argue with that. Instead, he gave the man an appreciative nod and replied, "Thanks for your help," and set off into the dark tunnels. With his keen sense of direction, Kevin knew how to find his way to Caesar's from the Bellagio, even underground. But eventually, the tunnels became so dark and his heightened vision couldn't penetrate the blackness. He turned on the flashlight from his phone, but it didn't offer much extra visibility. He decided that the minimal light wasn't worth revealing himself to the revolutionaries before he needed to. A mental precision pill from his satchel would have helped, but Kevin was low on supplies and knew that this wasn't the right time to be using his herbal potions flagrantly. He would push on and hope that some light would soon spread through the black void in front of him. Eventually, Kevin saw a pair of flashlights up ahead. They caught Kevin in their beams and waited for him to approach. Kevin had prepared himself to be attacked on sight, but instead, the bearers of the flashlights gave him a chance to leave.
"You should do yourself a favor and turn back," one of the guards said.
"Wait," the other interjected. He looked at Kevin curiously. "I can sense your levels. Are you here to join the revolution?" Kevin didn't necessarily want to lie to them, but then he remembered Ty's reaction to learning he wasn't aware of the revolution. Ty hadn't waited for any other explanation before attacking. Ultimately, Kevin decided to tell them, "That's what I'm here for." The guards exchanged a silent glance, and then the second turned back to Kevin and said,
"Follow us."
They led him further into the tunnel, which finally opened into a large chamber where a series of more tunnels converged. The revolutionaries' encampment was a sight to behold. They had constructed barracks and training facilities. Revolutionaries were practicing their levels on training dummies, and some were assembling weapons and explosives. The two guards led Kevin to a man who had a towering, intimidating presence, who was overseeing the trainees. "A new recruit," one of the guards said by way of introduction. The leader looked Kevin over.
"You're drawn to our cause?"
the man asked. "I'm intrigued," Kevin replied, "but I can't say I know all the details."
"That's how we like it," the leader replied. "We usually require new members to be referred by one of our own, but it's not often we come across interested recruits who already have levels. Walk with me."
Kevin followed the leader as he led him around the encampment.
"We seek to upend the status quo with the Second American Revolution," the leader explained. "Our founding fathers gave the stated mission that all men are created equal, yet 250 years later, those who find themselves at the top of the capitalistic food chain are committed to ensuring our society is anything but equal. They continue to hoard more resources than they could ever need or even use, while the majorities suffer with our meager rations. They tell us to be grateful just to work for them while they reap the fruits of our labor."
Kevin felt a pang of inner conflict. Though he had always committed himself to philanthropic efforts and generously compensating his employees, he couldn't deny that he was one of the people at the top of the food chain that the leader spoke of. But even so, he couldn't condone what were clearly underhanded and violent methods of furthering their cause.
"So we're taking our share back," the leader continued, "starting with Las Vegas, which we see as the epicenter of American excess.
Our first stage is using the 10 directions to manipulate the slot machines. Not to enrich ourselves, but to give one victory to everyday people who the moguls sneer at as being nothing more than foolish money pits. Steal from the rich and give to the poor, Kevin summarized. You get it, the leader replied. Eventually, once we do enough to bleed the aristocrats dry, we'll topple their kingdom literally, he said, nodding to the stations where revolutionaries assembled explosives. Many in our army are the children of gambling addicts, the scions of families broken apart by the desperate temptation of a chance to join the rich. We'll destroy the very system that ensnares them. It made sense to Kevin why Ty, the son of a gambling addict, had joined up with this group. How long until you execute your plan? Kevin asked. We've made great progress in draining slot winnings from various casinos, the leader replied, and now 6 of our 12 bombs have been placed. Once they're all placed, we'll trigger a citywide evacuation and then we'll detonate. The pillars of capitalist excess will fall, and we'll move on to the next city, growing our movement as we go. Kevin surmised that it couldn't be that much longer until they would have all their explosives placed. Is there anyone else funding your organization? Kevin asked, thinking that the Pinnacle might be behind all of this. The leader looked offended. Like an angel investor? Of course not, he scoffed. This here's a real grassroots effort. Before Kevin could ask any more questions, another of the revolutionaries approached him. Studying Kevin's face with narrowed eyes, he finally said to the leader, Don't you know who this is? The leader turned to Kevin, struggling to find any recognition. What do you mean? He asked the other revolutionary, while shock slowly registered on his face. This guy isn't trying to topple capitalism, the other man yelled. This is Kevin Williams, the billionaire. Kevin located the revolutionaries' encampment in the abandoned subway tunnels beneath the Las Vegas Strip. The leader explained that they intended to incite a second American Revolution by toppling capitalism, starting with Las Vegas. Kevin was about to ask for more specifics about their timeline when one of the revolutionaries recognized him and outed him as a billionaire. The leader looked to Kevin with betrayal in his eyes. You're one of them, he yelled. We can't let him escape, the other revolutionary yelled. The group started to converge around Kevin as Kevin could sense that their glowing blue emissions meant that most of them had levels, though none, of course, were anywhere close to his level 9 capabilities. Though they all looked eager to tear Kevin to pieces, the leader said, No, this one is mine. The leader charged at Kevin and began displaying impressive martial arts and boxing skills. As the circle of revolutionaries cheered for Kevin's destruction, Kevin countered the leader's moves with his lightning reflexes. Come on, take him out! You can't lose a fight to this pampered princess, one of the spectators shouted. The leader threw jabs at Kevin with increased intensity, but Kevin soon realized that, however long he dragged this out, he was going to have to take on the rest of the revolutionaries afterwards. There was no point in using up more energy than he needed to. Besides, this guy was planning to blow up an entire city. The next time the leader tried to throw a punch, Kevin grabbed his arm and flipped him over, slamming him to the cement floor with a deafening crack. The revolutionaries stood in stunned silence for a moment at the sight of their defeated leader. But then the fire in their eyes burned even brighter. Kill him, one of them yelled. The revolutionaries swarmed Kevin, 200 in total. The leader clearly had the highest levels of all of them, but taking on so many leveled fighters at once wasn't going to be easy. Kevin surmised that he was better off making an escape, and he didn't relish the idea of harming or even killing so many enemies whose motivations might not have been, at their core, wholly wrong. He picked up one of the revolutionaries off the ground and chucked him at part of the group, knocking them over like bowling pins. This created a gap in the enclosed circle, and Kevin quickly evaluated the options available to him within the chamber.
He could try to escape back through the tunnels, but the revolutionaries knew the network better than he did, and he'd have nowhere to hide from their weapons in the narrow, enclosed space. He then noticed a storm drain surging with water. Kevin deduced that this was probably what the revolutionaries were using as their water source. Kevin made his move. He sprinted away from the group, topping training dummies behind him in order to slow them down. It gave him enough time to run to one of their weapon stations, grab a grenade, and pop an underwater breathing pill from his satchel. Seeing in darkness hadn't necessitated using a mental precision pill, but Kevin knew he would need the help of an underwater breathing pill in this deadly situation. As the revolutionaries scrambled to keep up, Kevin sprinted toward the storm drain and tossed the grenade behind him before diving in. "Everyone get down!" one of the revolutionaries yelled. They all dove for cover, but after a moment realized that there was no explosion. They walked over to the grenade and realized Kevin hadn't pulled the pin. He had merely tricked them to buy himself time. "Don't worry about it," one of the revolutionaries said, looking into the storm drain. "That tunnel is filled with water and goes on for miles. He'll never make it." A little while later, however, Kevin emerged from the other end of the storm drain, spilling out beneath the freeway. Kevin pulled his phone out of his satchel and called Ross Bollinger. "This is much bigger than a cheating scheme," Kevin said as soon as Ross answered. "There's a group of modern-day revolutionaries living in the tunnels who are planning to blow up the entire city. I need to speak to the mayor of Las Vegas immediately." If there's any silver lining, Kevin thought to himself, at least they're not working with the Pinnacle. There's really no shortage of evil organizations, is there? Ross gave Kevin the mayor's direct line, and he quickly called her office. Once Kevin told the assistant who he was and that he was also calling on behalf of casino owner Ross Bollinger, the assistant informed Kevin that the mayor was at an off-site meeting, but he could wait at her office for her return. Kevin drove to Las Vegas City Hall just north of the Strip. After 30 minutes, Mayor Darlene Cisneros returned. Kevin introduced himself and asked to meet with her, citing its urgency. Mayor Cisneros checked her watch. "I can take some time, but only briefly. I got sidetracked today with an incident at the Alpine Hotel." "That incident is related to why I'm here," Kevin said. Mayor Cisneros led Kevin into her office and gestured to a sitting area. After taking a seat, Kevin explained, "I'm sure you are aware of the sudden uptick in jackpot payouts in casinos around the city. I've discovered that what was thought to be a cheating scheme is actually connected to a much larger criminal plot." Mayor Cisneros, who had been sneaking a glance at her watch, suddenly gave Kevin her full attention. "There's a group of revolutionaries living in the abandoned subway tunnels that have been planting bombs all around the city. As soon as they've finished, they plan to blow up the entire Las Vegas Strip." The mayor took a moment to digest this news. Calmly, she replied, "You've done the city a great service by informing me of this, Mr. Williams. I'll send the entire Las Vegas Police Department and SWAT teams into the tunnels, and I'll call the FBI to send backup as needed." "With all due respect, Mayor Cisneros, the police, even the FBI, won't be enough," Kevin explained. "These revolutionaries have levels. No amount of non-leveled officers will be able to stop them." "So what do you suggest?" Mayor Cisneros asked. "I work with a highly trained special forces squad called the Radiants," Kevin said. "I can assemble a team to infiltrate the tunnels with night vision goggles. The main advantage we have is that the revolutionaries don't think anyone knows about their plan. Their leader told me about it, but he is surely too embarrassed to reveal to his underlings that he let slip covert operations to someone who turned out to be an enemy." Kevin let these words be digested by Mayor Cisneros, and her expression indicated to him that the mayor understood just how the leader came to his untimely end. "We have the element of surprise on our side," Kevin continued. "If you are willing to kill the electricity in the area, we'll have the advantage over the revolutionaries." The mayor looked concerned. "There's no way for me to cut off electricity in that part of the city without shutting down some of our largest casinos." "That's a better option than the whole city being reduced to rubble," Kevin said. "But what if they detonate the bombs anyway once they see you coming?" she asked. "I don't believe they will," Kevin replied. "They'd bury themselves beneath their own explosions, and I'm not sure that they even have that option. They were planning to detonate the bombs from a distance after forcing the city to evacuate. If we catch them by surprise, they won't even have a chance to get to their detonation site." "You make a compelling argument," Mayor Cisneros admitted. She reluctantly sighed. "Okay, you have my blessing." "Thank you, Mayor," Kevin replied. "I'll be in touch once we're ready to kill the electricity." That night, Kevin met a chartered flight full of Radiance members, including Jericho and Troy Evans, and a dozen others, as well as Kevin's always loyal right arm in such battles, Dalton Steele, at the Henderson Executive Airport.
"So, we get to blow something up?" Dalton asked as he jumped off the plane steps.
"No, Dalton, the opposite," Troy replied.
"All right. Well, still ready to get to it," Dalton said.
Kevin led the team down the old subway entrance behind the Bellagio. Upon seeing the intimidating militia, the people in the homeless encampment scrambled to evacuate. The Radiance team walked to the edge of the old station platform where the darkened train tunnel stretched out in front of them. Kevin turned to the team. "This isn't going to be an easy mission," he explained. "We're dealing with a highly trained group of leveled fighters, and we're on their turf. I've seen firsthand the conviction they have in their cause, so they won't give up easily." The Radiance team nodded as they took in Kevin's intel. "However," Kevin continued, "on our side we have the element of surprise, both with the timing of the attack and with the presence of the most elite fighters they've ever faced." Kevin watched as the team pumped out their chests in response to his praise. "You're all here for a reason," Kevin said. "Are you ready to do what needs to be done and save this city?"
"Yes!"
everyone cheered in response.
"And then we hit the roulette tables," Dalton added.
"Sure," Kevin replied. "Everyone put on your goggles." As the Radiance team pulled on their night vision goggles, Kevin spoke into a walkie-talkie that Mayor Cisneros had given to him. "Mayor Cisneros," Kevin said, "have Caesars and the surrounding hotels been informed of the electrical outage?" "Yes, they're aware," she replied through the speaker. "Then we're ready," Kevin said. "Kill the lights." Kevin alerted Las Vegas Mayor Darlene Cisneros to the revolution's plot to blow up the entire city with a series of bombs. She had to be convinced to let Kevin and his Radiance team, as well as Dalton Steele, take over the battle to thwart the attack, which would involve turning off all the electricity to the famed casinos, which light up the night. After the electricity was cut, Kevin and his team donned night vision goggles and headed into the underground tunnels. Kevin, Troy Evans, Jericho, Dalton Steele, and other Radiance members began their trek into the dark tunnels beneath the city. Eventually, they saw two figures up ahead. Kevin and his team quietly closed their distance, but though they were stealth enough to go undetected if they were dealing with ordinaries, the revolutionaries also had levels. "I hear movement up ahead." Kevin, with his heightened sense of hearing, could hear one of them whisper. Needing no further incentive, Kevin and the team charged. With the Radiance team outnumbering them 12-2, the guards didn't stand a chance, and the team quickly dropped them to the ground. However, after knocking them unconscious, Kevin picked up a walkie-talkie one had dropped. "That was probably an alert to the base that they saw movement, not each other," he said. "The rest of the revolutionaries will probably be expecting us." As the team crept closer to the cavernous chamber where the revolutionaries held their headquarters, the silence was eerily unnatural. They definitely got the memo to hide, Kevin thought. The team entered the chamber on high alert. Everything was still and quiet until suddenly, Kevin heard the distant sound of a low thunder, and the walls around them began to quake. "Did you hear that?" Jericho whispered. Then, all at once, revolutionaries began spilling into the chamber from the surrounding tunnels in all directions. The Radiance team sprang into attack. Though the revolutionaries were skilled fighters, it quickly became clear that they did not have the benefit of night vision. In the dark, the Radiance team easily overpowered their adversaries and even tricked some into expending their energy fighting training dummies. But then, the walls began to shake even more violently than they had when the revolutionaries went on the attack. Kevin and his team became as still as they could get away with to determine the source of the noise. Eventually, from the largest tunnel emerged the leader wearing an enormous mech suit. The leader quickly flexed its mechanical muscles, showing off an array of knives, flamethrowers, and even a missile launcher. I guess Tony Stark wasn't the only one who could build this in a cave in the middle of the desert, Kevin thought wryly. At that moment, his radio cracked to life. "Radiance team, what's your status?" a Las Vegas officer asked over the speaker. Kevin rolled his eyes. Even the local cops should have known better than to spoil the element of surprise and indicate their backup reinforcements, but this was why Kevin insisted his team needed to handle the operation. "A little setback at the moment. We'll update you when we can," Kevin whispered into the walkie-talkie. From inside the mech suit, the leader's voice came through with an eerie, booming quality thanks to manipulation in the speaker.
"Of course, the cops are taking the side of the billionaire casino owners," the leader said with a bitter laugh. "With wealth comes the sense of entitlement that the law must work for you."
"You're quite entitled yourself to think that the masses should automatically take the side of terrorists plotting to blow up their city," Kevin replied.
"Some people just lack vision," the leader answered. "Speaking of which, I'm sure you thought you were quite clever to kill the power. Unfortunately for you, you're not the only ones with night vision."
The leader then aimed one of its mechanical arms towards Kevin, firing bullets straight from the wrist. Kevin dove behind one of the supply tables and used it as a temporary shield. "I have to break through his faceplate," Kevin thought. "That has to be the weakest part of the armor." While the rest of the Radiant squad handled the darkness-hampered, though numerous revolutionaries, Kevin took on the leader. The suit is powerful, but bulky, Kevin thought. Kevin knew he would have the advantage of quickness. The leader lumbered toward the table Kevin had dove behind while Kevin stealthily circled around and snuck up on the leader from behind. With a swift yank, Kevin disabled one of the suit's guns, ripping the appendage off. The leader roared and swiveled around to face Kevin. Kevin punched at the face shield but found it was made with extremely thick fiberglass. He ducked to the ground and quickly grabbed the mech suit's fallen gun and tried smashing that into the shield. Even that only made the tiniest chip. The leader kept trying to aim his various weapons at Kevin, but it was all too easy for Kevin to duck and weave before the leader got the chance to fire. Meanwhile, the Radiance team whittled down the revolutionaries to the final few. As Radiance members disposed of their adversaries, they joined Kevin in attacking the leader. Seeing his fallen comrades and realizing he was quickly getting outnumbered, the leader growled, "I'll start this revolution myself." Using powerful hydraulics in the suit's feet, the leader launched himself upwards so powerfully that he broke through the layers of cement in the ceiling and landed on the strip directly above. Down below in the chamber, Kevin and the Radiance team could hear cars crashing and people screaming at the sight of the metallic monster that had just exploded out of the ground. Using his level 9 strength, Kevin sprung up through the hole that the leader had left in the ceiling. When he reached the strip, he saw that the mech suit was in fact strong enough to lift and toss cars. While many observers fled from the destruction, other tourists had formed a crowd, many with their cell phones out, possibly confusing the terrorist act with immersive performance art. But the leader was intent on sharing his manifesto.
"You gather at the monuments to dictators from the past, hoarders who stole from the populace to enrich themselves. Excalibur, the pharaohs of Luxor, the Ogliarchs of Monte Carlo."
Gesturing wildly to the hotel behind him, he added,
"Caesar, and you flock here to bend the knee to their cheap successors. You are complicit in their treachery."
The leader then unleashed the flamethrower in the direction of the crowd. Finally understanding that this wasn't a performance, the screams resumed as the remaining bystanders scattered. Kevin grabbed the flamethrower from behind and pointed it at the face shield, aiming to melt it, but the leader directed the missile launcher toward Kevin, forcing him to dive for cover. The missile launched straight into the street, blowing more rubble into the air.
"And you're even worse than those desperate plebeians," the leader said scathingly to Kevin. "You possess the strength to usher a revolution and yet use your power to preserve the unjust status quo, to protect those who would harm millions on a whim. The House always wins because people like you let them."
"You just aimed a flamethrower at innocent tourists," Kevin yelled. Unwilling to allow the leader to continue with his self-important monologue, Kevin noticed a manhole cover that had been blown out of the street by the missile. Kevin picked it up and with an expert discus throw, chucked it straight at the mech suit's faceplate. The shield broke with a deafening crack that also disabled the suit's circuitry. Kevin slowly walked over to the leader and tossed the manhole aside. In addition to destroying the face shield, it had also knocked the leader's teeth in. "I hope being the leader of the Second American Revolution comes with dental insurance," Kevin said wryly. As the Las Vegas police swarmed in to arrest the leader, the Radiance team climbed out of the hole in the street. Looking around at the destruction, Jericho said, "Great, we saved the city." "It would have been a lot worse without your help," Kevin said to the team.
"Looks all right to me," Dalton said casually. "Now, to the roulette tables."
Dalton ran off with some of the other Radiance members trailing in his wake. Kevin, however, was content to end the day's events with a cheeseburger and a good night's sleep. The next day, Kevin met with Ross Bollinger at his office in the Alpine Casino.
"Well, I wasn't expecting the center of the strip to be collateral damage, but you held up your end of the bargain by solving my jackpot problem," Ross said. "Plus, with the street repairs happening in front of Caesars and the Bellagio, I'm getting even more foot traffic."
"I'm glad to hear it," Kevin said, though in truth, he really wished he had been able to solve the issue without one of the most famous streets in the United States being blown up.
"So, a deal's a deal," Ross continued. "I'll sell you the Red Stars. 700 million should do it."
"Deal," Kevin replied. He knew that price was about 10 times higher than the going rate for National Women's Soccer League teams, but this was Vegas. The house always wins. A few hours later, while Kevin was flying home to Chicago, Kathleen Langham hung up the phone with a sour look on her face. One of her execs walked into her office.
"Who was that call with?" he asked.
"Ross Bollinger. He sold the Red Stars to Kevin Williams," she replied bitterly. "We can't let him ruin what we have going on here. I will never let some upstart like Kevin Williams control me." With the help from the Radiant Squad, Kevin infiltrated the revolutionaries' headquarters in the tunnels beneath Las Vegas. Kevin defeated the leader and successfully stopped the plot to blow up Las Vegas in exchange for officially ending the Alpine's jackpot issue. Ross Bollinger sold the Chicago Red Stars to Kevin for a record-setting sum. Upon reviewing the news that Kevin had purchased the team, NWSL president Kathleen Langham lamented that Kevin would be more difficult for them to control. Now officially the owner of Chicago's women's soccer team, Kevin went to the Red Star Stadium to formally introduce himself to the players and staff. To this point, the players only knew him as the man who stung them with ants to cure their poisoning symptoms, and also as the guy who ran onto the field to stop their playoff game when the team's previous owner, Chuck Woodward, was sabotaging the goalkeeper with a laser pointer. Kevin first went to Coach Regina Powell's office, and it was clear she was thrilled to have Kevin officially signed on. "I don't know how you make these things happen, but if nothing else, you set a great example for the girls when it comes to tenacity," she said. "After all they've been through, I'm just glad I'll be in a position to protect them so they can just focus on doing their best work on the field," Kevin replied. "They're all heading out there right now for training, so I'll bring you out for introductions before they really get going," Coach Powell said. She led Kevin to the field where the players were at various stages of stretching and warming up. "Bring it in," team captain Haley McCann called when she saw Kevin take the field. She was really the only one Kevin had had a conversation with so far, even if she had been in the throes of poisoning sickness. "Really glad to have you in charge," she said, shaking Kevin's hand. "I'm especially relieved," goalkeeper Larissa Reed chimed in. She had been getting booed by the crowd for her lackluster performance in their last game until Kevin was able to prove she was being sabotaged. Coach Powell then stepped up and said, "I'd like to introduce you to our leading scorer, Nora Langham." Nora stepped up to shake Kevin's hand. "We already owe you such a debt. I'm so glad to have you as our owner." "Langham," Kevin mused as he shook her hand. "You wouldn't happen to be related to league president Kathleen Langham, would you?" "My older sister," Nora said with a laugh. "I'm sure the other teams must not love that conflict of interest," Kevin said. Nora and a few of the other players looked at each other and laughed. "If anything, they love it," she replied. "Kathleen is so concerned with not showing favoritism, she almost overcompensates by being extra hard on us." Kevin was surprised to hear this. "But I have to respect that Kathleen has too much integrity for nepotism," he thought. "Kathleen's reluctance to step in on our behalf wouldn't have been an issue if Chuck Woodward hadn't been our owner," Coach Powell chimed in. "We had so many games with strange occurrences, a last-minute injury, an inexplicable refereeing decision. One time the team's socks were even dusted with itching powder. Now we know why. We barely made the playoffs in spite of ourselves, and escalating his tactics by poisoning the team was just a bridge too far." "This is clearly a team of hard workers if you overcame all of that," Kevin replied. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. "Actually, if you are willing to work this hard, you can level up, literally." "What do you mean?" Haley asked. "I can give you access to training for you to acquire levels," Kevin explained. "It gives you abilities beyond normal human capability, super speed, super strength, even better anticipation and vision of the field." The team members looked at each other in confusion. "Sorry if we're being thick-headed, but I still don't get it," Haley replied. In a quick demonstration, Kevin grabbed one of the balls and from midfield rocketed a shot at the goal that ripped the ball right through the net. The team's eyes widened in disbelief. "Okay, I get it now, and I want it," Haley said. "Hold on," Coach Powell said, stepping in. "Is this on the up and up? We're not interested in shortcuts here, not to mention I doubt the league would stand for it." "There's nothing in the league bylaws against it," Kevin said, having speed-read the entirety of the league's rules in 2.5 minutes the night before. "And it's hardly a shortcut, nothing like taking steroids. Acquiring levels takes more effort than any training you've ever done. It's unlikely anyone could even accomplish reaching level 1 before the end of the season, maybe even the next. And it's a regimen that's available to any other team in the league if they wanted to put in the work." "If there's any team willing to put in the work, it's this team," Haley said emphatically. "How do we start?" "First, it has to truly be in your heart that this is what you want," Kevin said. "Everyone think about it when you go home tonight, and if you decide, confess to the universe your intention. I'll then begin training you." Kevin then thought about Jericho's and Madame Spatzel's journeys. Achieving level 1 usually culminates with a heroic act. "A heroic act? How would we make that happen?" Nora asked. "That element isn't something that you can prepare for," Kevin explained. "The opportunity will present itself, but when it does, your intention must be pure. The heroic act can't be for the purpose of achieving levels. There can't be an ulterior motive besides doing what's right." The team fell silent as they digested this information. Coach Powell chimed in. "Well, this is all a very exciting development, but for now, we'll have to stick with our regular human training. Let's get started with footwork drills." She blew her whistle and the team took the field. Coach Powell leaned over to Kevin. "You're certainly shaking things up around here," she said with a sly smile. "After having an owner who sabotaged you, this team deserves one who will help them achieve their potential," Kevin replied. He walked back into the stadium and left them to their work. That night, Kevin went home and pondered the plan. Achieving levels required a degree of focus, which was a lot to ask of these athletes who also needed to commit themselves to their team in regular training. I wonder if there's a way to level them faster, Kevin thought. Luckily, Kevin had his own personal encyclopedia for all things levels. He went to his closet and opened the safe in which he kept Marinhor's lamp. Pressing the jewel into the lamp, Kevin was prepared this time as the colors in the room swirled around him and he was pulled into Marinhor's world. He found Marinhor lounging on a beach chair along crystal blue waters. A sunset displayed colors more vivid than anything Kevin had ever seen. Marinhor snapped his fingers and a pina colada appeared in his hand.
"I love an all-inclusive resort,"
Marinhor said to Kevin with a wink as Kevin sat on a beach chair next to him.
"I have to say," Marinhor continued, "I have almost never brought anyone into my world before. It's nice to have visitors. What can I do for you?"
"Well, I recently purchased a soccer team," Kevin began.
"In my world, we call it football. It makes more sense," Marinhor replied.
"Yeah, a lot of people in my world think that too," Kevin replied. "Anyway, I want to help the team achieve levels, but with their regular athletic training commitments, I'm afraid it will take them even longer to level up. Is there a way for them to do it faster?" Marinhor's smile faded as he set his drink down.
"So, you want to take shortcuts?"
Marinhor said darkly. "No," Kevin said hesitantly. Given his assurance to Coach Powell, it was a particularly concerning accusation. "It will still require an extreme amount of work and commitment. I just want to know if there are any techniques to hurry the process along that I'm not aware of. Ethical ones, of course."
"Wealth, influence, physical strength. Acquiring any type of power too fast comes with consequences, and it's no different with levels,"
Marinhor said firmly.
"Acquiring levels too quickly will lead to ruin. Ask me how I know."
"Do you mean the Vizier?" Kevin asked as he remembered Marinhor's depiction of his underlings' betrayal of him centuries ago in Egypt. But he already sought control and destruction. Surely someone's intentions matter when it comes to acquiring power.
"Whatever your motivations, it's not worth the risk. I saw what acquiring levels too quickly could have done to the world. I won't divulge that knowledge to you or anyone."
"But another method does exist," Kevin clarified. Without another word, Marinhor cast Kevin out of his world, leaving Kevin for once without the answer he sought during one of his quests. And that was not a situation that Kevin was going to allow to remain for long. Kevin met with the Red Stars, the Chicago women's soccer team he had bought from Ross Bollinger, and told them about levels. He related that they could help their skills, and required perhaps even more practice and determination to gain than soccer expertise. Hoping to get information about how to level up faster, Kevin got out Marinhor's lamp and made a fantastical visit to him. But Marinhor warned Kevin against trying to hurry along with leveling skills and sent him back to Chicago without answers. Kevin arrived back in his bedroom, slightly disturbed by his conversation with Marinhor. It made sense that achieving levels quickly would corrupt someone like the Vizier, who was already power-hungry, but surely that wouldn't apply to people who pursued levels with pure intentions, such as the members of the Red Star soccer team. He walked outside to his balcony to think some more, and was surprised to see the Night King waiting for him.
"You're pursuing levels for your players, and you want to do it quickly,"
the Night King said calmly. Knowing everything and anything gave the Night King a demeanor that was impossible to ruffle. Kevin was suspicious of how the Night King knew this. He didn't think anyone would be privy to the conversations inside of Marinhor's lamp, but the Night King had never led him astray before. "That's right," Kevin replied. "Do you know how?"
"Yes, and it's imperative that you use this method for the team," the Night King replied.
"Imperative?" Kevin asked. "Imperative for what?"
"For the war to come," the Night King replied. "There is much you've yet to understand, Kevin."
Just then, a single word swam into Kevin's mind. Pinnacle. He thought with a shudder. Then the Night King continued. There's a cave in the lower realm where a candidate for levels faces his or her deepest fears. It only works up to level 3, but it was used long ago to level people quickly. It's in the lower realm? Kevin asked. Especially given Marinhor's reluctance, it was concerning to hear where this method took place. Kevin had hoped that now that the upper realm was secure again after helping Evita to take on the role of the new Keeper of the White Tower, that he would not have to be thrown into the chaos of the lower realm again. The cave was once part of the upper realm, the Night King explained, but as evil accumulated in the physical world, and there was more to fear, the cave sank to the lower realm. Visiting it is not for the faint of heart, but its purpose is still noble. How do we get there? Kevin asked. The Night King produced an amulet and handed it to Kevin, who turned it over in his hands. It was a crystal that abruptly changed color in the middle, one side dark and the other light. In ancient times, this was used to banish people to the lower realm, the Night King explained. Now it can be used to visit there willingly. Point the dark side to someone and say, Damnatio, and it will transport them to the lower realm. Point the light side toward them and say, Salus, and it will send them back. Kevin repeated the commands to himself, which he recognized as the Latin words for damnation and salvation. The journey is dangerous, the Night King continued, and your role is essential. You must guide your candidates, not just through their fears, but through their growth. The acquisition of levels, especially this quickly, will magnify the qualities of someone's character. You must ensure that the power doesn't corrupt them. This may be one of the most important mentoring responsibilities you've ever had. I can do that, Kevin assured him. And these women have strength and purity of character. I've seen it. Then you may move forward, the Night King advised. Kevin glanced down at the amulet, the item that would open up the Red Star's understanding of what was possible within themselves and the universe. When he looked up, the Night King had vanished. I really have to remember not to look away when he's done talking, Kevin thought. Kevin re-entered his bedroom where Lily, in the late stages of her pregnancy and needing her rest, was sweetly sleeping. He was relieved that the Night King had shared this information and given his blessing. Still, the Night King's warning that it was a dangerous endeavor gave Kevin pause. This would be the player's first introduction to anything beyond the physical world. He didn't want to bring them unprepared, which meant Kevin needed to be prepared for what they'd encounter. I have to do this journey with someone else first, Kevin thought. The next day, Kevin went to his lab and asked the assistants for volunteers to visit the lower realm to achieve a higher level. Every single assistant raised a hand. I volunteer as tribute, Kyle said, to sniggers and eye rolls from some of the other assistants. Okay, Cadmus Everdeen, Kevin replied, but I have to warn you all, it's a dangerous trip. In the lower realm, you'll have to face your worst fears. No one backed down. All right, we'll see who wants it the most, Kevin decided. You'll compete for it. Kevin brought the 8 assistants to the gym in the lab. Spar with each other for the opportunity to visit the lower realm, Kevin instructed. If you seriously injure anyone, you're disqualified. The last one standing wins. The assistants wasted no time going to battle with each other. Yuki, who typically neglected the gym, was the first to tap out. Many of the others had impressive martial arts skills and seemed particularly pleased with the opportunity to show off in front of Kevin. But the ones who had clearly spent the longest honing their abilities quickly whittled down the others. Eventually, only Kyle and Zara remained. Using an impressive combination of Krav Maga and Jiu-Jitsu, Kyle put Zara into a hold that wouldn't injure her but was incredibly painful. Finally, Zara tapped the floor. Okay, you win. I'm out, she declared. Yes, Kyle exclaimed as he jumped to his feet. "Lower realm, here I come!" "I'm glad to see you're so enthusiastic," Kevin said. "But prepare yourself. Remember, the trial will require you to face your worst fears."
"That might be a problem since I'm fearless," Kyle said with a cocky swagger. "If anything, the lower realm should be afraid of me."
"Oh boy," Kevin thought to himself. He hoped Kyle truly appreciated the gravity of what they were about to do. Kevin walked Kyle to a secluded part of the lab. "Are you ready for this?" Kevin asked.
"Are you kidding?" Kyle replied. "I've never been more ready for anything."
"All right," Kevin said, hoping he wasn't making a big mistake. He pointed the dark side of the crystal toward Kyle. "Damnatio," Kevin said clearly, and he watched Kyle fade away in front of him. Kevin took a deep breath and pointed the crystal toward himself, repeating the command. The world faded around him, and then came back into focus again as the dark, foreboding lower realm. A complete inverse of the utopian upper realm. The lower realm contained twisted bastardizations of all that was beautiful up above. The sun was muted by the haze of apocalyptic volcanic ash. Trees and flowers grew twisted, gnarled, and rotten. Birds with bat wings dominated the sky, and even the inverted forms of the most peaceful rabbits or butterflies lurked with the menacing focus of an angry predator. Zombified, demonic versions of the upper realm population creaked and slithered their way toward Kevin and Kyle. Kevin could see that despite himself, Kyle was a little freaked out. "Just keep your eyes forward," Kevin advised. "Do nothing to provoke anyone."
"I know I said I wasn't scared of encountering anything down here, and I'm not. But still, I'm glad you came along," Kyle said somewhat sheepishly.
"I would never let you do this alone," Kevin replied. They walked through the eerie landscape of the lower realm, its spiking crags and stalagmites resembling the dark side of the moon. Even the air somehow felt both chilly and humid, and closed around them with an oppressive weight, as if even the very molecules in this world couldn't escape the heaviness of dark energy. As Kyle took in his surroundings with restrained revulsion, Kevin said, "That must be it." Up ahead was the entrance to a cave that had a ghostly quality to it. It was covered by a thick fog, and Kevin was struck with the notion that there were voices softly calling from the other side. It had the aura of something that once had an ethereal quality that had since rotted like a fallen angel. Kevin recalled that the Night King told him this cave had originated in the upper realm. They stepped toward the curtain of fog, while hybrid spider snakes watched with ravenous interest. "Are you ready?" Kevin asked. Kyle stoically nodded. They stepped into the fog and for a moment were enveloped by its impenetrable darkness. Then slowly the fog lifted, revealing a lavish mansion that had shadings of and odes to a southern plantation. The sky was sunny and the colors were bright. Nothing about the scene seemed scary at first glance. But this only put Kevin more on guard. This wasn't what Kevin had expected, yet when he turned to Kyle, he wore an unmistakable expression of recognition. "I don't understand," Kyle said quietly. "Do you know this place?" Kevin asked. "Yes," Kyle replied. "This is my Grandma Herman's mansion." Kevin wanted to experience the lower realm cave where levels could be quickly improved before taking the Red Stars soccer players there. He oversaw a contest among his many protégés, and it was Kyle Thompson who won the right to go with him as a test case. Kevin used the amulet given to him by the Night King to parlay himself and Kyle to the cave, where Kyle was surprised to see that what awaited them on the other side was his grandfather Herman's mansion. Could this represent his greatest fear? Kevin and Kyle slowly approached the gleaming white door of the mansion. "I don't know what's supposed to be so scary about my grandfather Herman's house," Kyle said. "Is this the best they got?" Despite his bravado, however, Kevin sensed a nervous edge in Kyle's voice. They entered the home and crossed the lavish foyer. As they walked toward the great hall, Kyle eyed suits of armor and Gothic chandeliers. "This isn't right. Why is it decorated like a medieval castle? Kyle asked. It must be part of the trial, Kevin replied, though he couldn't figure out how the decor would factor in. In the Great Hall, a giant portrait of Herman painted to look like a Renaissance king hung over the mantel. Besides the grand fireplace, a young woman was scrubbing the stone floor, evoking the image of Cinderella. Excuse me, Kyle said as he approached her. The young woman looked up and the color drained from her face. Help! Guards! Intruders in the castle! Guards? Kyle asked inquisitively. His confusion was clarified by two knights entering the room and drawing their swords. Whoa, whoa, Kyle yelled. Side-eyeing Kevin, he asked, is this whole cave thing a simulation, or could we actually die in here? Just a simulation, Kevin replied, though in truth he wasn't really sure. We're not intruders, Kyle informed the knights. I'm Herman's grandson. His Majesty's grandson? One of the knights asked. They immediately retracted their swords and dropped onto one knee. Forgive us, your highness. We did not know you were of noble lineage. Kevin watched as Kyle shifted uncomfortably. I mean, Herman was a successful businessman and a powerful fixture in the community, but noble lineage seems a bit much. Please, allow us to escort you to the king, one of the knights offered. Kevin and Kyle exchanged glances as the knights led them into a throne room. We used to watch football games in this space, Kyle muttered as they took in their surroundings. Aristocratically dressed subjects lined the room, and at the far end, surrounded by guards and sitting atop a golden throne, was Herman Thompson. As they crossed the intimidatingly large room, Kyle saw his family members in corsets and tunics. Though they looked happy to see him, the effect was still unsettling. Show courage, Kevin said. Remember, the cave is testing you. Kyle took a deep breath as they reached King Herman, who opened his arms wide. Kyle, my boy, King Herman said jovially. I have long awaited your return. It's good to see you, grandfather. I mean, your highness? Kyle stammered, trying to figure out how to fit into the setting. King Herman laughed. My respectful boy, even as a king, I am still your grandfather, and you've returned to me not a moment too soon. I confess, when you left to join Kevin's empire, I thought it would be a short stint, a brief apprenticeship. I was worried you wouldn't come back to claim your inheritance and duty after fulfilling your potential under Kevin's mentorship. But now here you are, the heir to my kingdom, and it is time for your coronation. All around him, King Herman's subjects beamed at their new king, eager to kneel before him. But Kyle's mouth went dry, and Kevin finally saw it. The fear. The kingdom in question clearly referred to Herman's vast business and political undertakings, none of which Kyle had never shown any desire in taking over. Grandfather, Kyle began. I'm very honored that you would choose me, but I left with Kevin because that was the better path for me. Your kingdom should go to someone whose heart is in it, and that just isn't me, Kyle confessed. A ripple of gasps shuddered through the room, and the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows appeared to dim. Suddenly, King Herman seemed to emanate the dark energy that pulsed within the inhabitants of the lower realm. You dare defy me? Herman roared. Humiliate me in front of my court. I didn't mean to embarrass you, I swear, Kyle protested. Your kingdom should be left in the right hands. There are others better suited than me. Clearly, you do not trust my judgment, King Herman replied, his anger simmering. And so if I misjudged you as my heir, then you are in fact an intruder in my castle. Guards, seize them! As soon as the command was issued, knights swarmed Kevin and Kyle in the center of the hall. The surrounding court, including Kyle's family members, contorted from their welcoming, aristocratic presence into a demonic audience, cheering for Kyle's destruction like it was a spectator sport. Though Kyle had been a standout fighter among the other lab assistants, his status as a low-level fighter and his only minimal martial arts skills were of limited effectiveness, against hellish knights who wore suits of armor and carried steel weapons. Kevin picked up the corner of the massive rug in the center of the room and gave it a violent jerk, knocking a few of the knights to the ground. But it wouldn't deter them for long. Kevin wrestled another knight's sword out of its grasp and pierced his neck through the small gap between his suit and helmet. The knight fell to the ground, apparently dead, but an instant later, 2 knights stood from the spot on the ground where he had fallen, both bleeding from the neck. The knights will keep multiplying, Kevin realized. The more he took down, the more difficult it would become to defeat the knights while also protecting Kyle. "Kevin, I'm going to admit it now. I'm scared," Kyle yelled. Kevin saw him being cornered by a trio of knights slowly backing Kyle into the satanic distortions of his family members. Kevin looked at King Herman salivating while watching Kyle's impending doom and remembered the reason for his initial fear. He was scared of defying his grandfather, and he had to prove that he could. "Kyle," Kevin yelled, "you're going to have to slay the king. That's how you confront your fear." "No, I can't do it," Kyle said, growing increasingly panicked as the circle around him closed in. "It's the only way," Kevin insisted. "Remember, none of this is real, Kyle. Your real grandfather will still be alive, but to achieve higher levels in a compressed amount of time, you have to prove you won't be controlled by him." Kevin watched as Kyle took a deep breath and assured an expression of steely resolve. Using the sword he had stolen, Kevin fought his way through the sea of knights. He knew he'd face consequences with every deathly blow, but he had to reach Kyle. Kevin broke apart the circle surrounding Kyle, even picking up some of the knights by their armored plates and flipping them over his shoulder. Kyle had been backed into the devilish crowd of subjects who clawed at him with rotting fingers adorned with jewelry made of bones and teeth. "Follow me," Kevin yelled. Pulling Kyle behind him, Kevin once again fought through the field of knights towards the front of the room. If the knights multiplied too many more times, they would suffocate within the room. But Kevin knew the only way out of this trial was to fight their way through. When they reached the steps leading to the throne, Kevin shoved the sword into Kyle's hands. "Now go! You have to do this," Kevin urged. Kevin turned to face the relentless knights, and using his newly achieved skills that came with his level 9 status, he shoved the knights directly in front of him, knocking them into the layers of knights behind and toppling them like dominoes. Behind Kevin, Kyle shakily held the sword to King Herman's neck. "Call off the guards," Kyle demanded with as much force as he could muster. King Herman laughed, revealing terrifyingly sharp and yellowed teeth. "I should have known you didn't have the guts. Look at you, pathetic. This is the fate you've chosen." "Grandfather, please," Kyle begged. "I don't want to kill you." Kyle had to keep reminding himself of Kevin's assertions that what was happening wasn't real, but was a test of his resolve. Just having a sword to the throat of his grandfather, whether this was a delusion or not, had given Kyle worries and fears that he wasn't certain he could overcome. King Herman's eyes turned a demonic red. "You should know. When you refuse to confront your fears, they only grow more powerful." King Herman's skin turned red and scaly. He expanded in front of Kyle, laughing maniacally as he grew. The mantle draped around his shoulders morphed into wings, and the throne toppled beneath him as a massive spiked tail extended behind him. Kyle's jaw dropped. Where his grandfather had sat just a moment earlier now stood a terrifying dragon. In the lower realm cave, where levels can be quickly achieved if fears are faced and bested, King Herman ordered his knights to attack Kyle and Kevin. Kevin fought against the knights, but soon realized the only way to defeat them would be for Kyle to slay the king. Kyle held a sword to King Herman's throat, begging him to call off the guards. But after Kyle's refusal to face his fear and kill his grandfather, the king transformed into a dragon. Kyle quaked at the feet of the dragon, who had just moments before been the human form of his beloved and powerful grandfather, Herman Thompson. "Whoa," Kevin said as he caught sight of the beast. Even Kevin had been impressed by the powers of the visions in the cave, which had taken Herman's form and rendered it as a dragon in a miraculous transformation. But in addition to the dragon, Kevin still had the multiplying army of knights to attend to. "You can do this, Kyle," Kevin yelled as he picked up a knight over his head and threw him into the wall. He had decided that his best course of action was to try to incapacitate the knights without killing them. Kevin had learned that slaying each knight had only resulted in their regeneration in duplicate. If that process continued, Kevin and Kyle would never be able to quell all their attackers. With a giant roar, the dragon shot fire from its mouth toward Kyle, who dove behind the throne. "Grandfather, how could you do this to your own kin?" Kyle yelled. "He's not your grandfather," Kevin yelled over his shoulder as he stabbed a knight through the leg with his own sword, pinning him to the floor. "He's your fear. You have to confront and defeat the manifestation of your fear before it consumes you." "Consumes me," Kyle said quietly to himself. He then stood up from behind the throne, holding his sword limply at his side. "You win, King Herman," Kyle said to the dragon. "Come and get me." "Wait, what?" Kevin asked as he turned away from tossing a knight into a chandelier. He swung around just in time to see the dragon swallow Kyle whole. "Kyle!" Kevin yelled. He abandoned his battle with the knights, determined to find some way to save Kyle. Upon seeing its new target, the dragon perched on its hind legs and opened its mouth to unleash its fiery breath on Kevin. But just before it could roar, the dragon paused, almost looking like something was wrong. Then suddenly, Kyle slashed through the dragon's stomach from the inside with his sword. The dragon toppled to the ground and Kyle emerged, covered in blood and dragon guts, but alive and victorious. As soon as the dragon fell, their surroundings began to swirl and fade. The dragon, knights, and ghoulish court subjects all evaporated as Kevin and Kyle found themselves standing within the cave of the lower realm. Kevin took a moment to catch his breath. "Good job, Kyle," he said, struggling to find more appropriate words to capture the surreal experience they had just endured. "How do you feel?" Kyle was slowly running his hand along the cave wall. "I can see into the depths of every crevice. I can feel where the rock has been most weathered by erosion. Everything is clearer. My senses feel so heightened. Even my blood feels more powerful pumping through my veins. Is this—" He turned to Kevin, unable to finish the question. "It is," Kevin said with a smile. "You've moved from your high stage level 1 to level 3. Kevin could see how deeply this accomplishment affected Kyle. "If I'm being honest," Kyle said, "I always imagined that if I ever gained truly high levels, I'd want to use my powers to play for the Chicago Bears, or be in an Avengers movie without needing a stunt double, but now, I just feel like there are so many important things I should do. Even if it doesn't require strength or speed, I need to do things that matter." Kevin's heart swelled with pride at his protege. "That's the clarity of thought and soul that comes with higher levels," Kevin said. "You're going to shoulder this responsibility well, and you've proven that acquiring levels quickly through the lower realm cave will still maintain someone's authentic morals and won't automatically turn them evil." Was that a concern?" Kyle asked while realizing for the first time that his trek with Kevin wasn't just an adventurous folly, but something that could have put him in real danger. "Don't worry about it," Kevin replied. "Ready to go back?" "I can't say I'll miss this place," Kyle admitted. Kevin took out the crystal amulet and pointed the light side toward Kyle. "Salus," Kevin declared, and he watched Kyle fade away. Kevin repeated the command with the crystal pointed toward himself and soon rejoined Kyle in the secluded corner of the lab as if they had never left. Kyle glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that no time had passed while they were gone. "So nothing has changed here, and yet everything has changed for me," Kyle observed. "You're on a new and exciting path," Kevin said. "Do you want to tell the others about it?" "Yeah, I know they'll want to know," Kyle replied. They walked back over to the gym where the other assistants were either resuming their sparring or still nursing their sore limbs from the sparring that, for them, had just ended. "When are you going to the lower realm?" Hiro asked when she saw Kevin and Kyle return. "We already went," Kevin said. "Time works differently in the upper and lower realms." The other assistants looked at each other with shock and then quickly swarmed Kyle and peppered him with questions about his journey. "What was it like? What was your greatest fear? So, did your levels increase as soon as you faced your fear?" Kyle calmly explained his experience, though he omitted some of the more disturbing details of the encounter in his grandfather's medieval mansion. "So you're a level 3 now," Yuki said excitedly. "What can you do?" "I don't actually know," Kyle realized. He walked over to the weight rack and was able to casually lift a 200-pound barbell with one hand. A waft of blue light emanated from Kyle's body as he attuned himself to his new powers. He could even see the fractured rays sparking from his fingertips. "Whoa," Kyle said in surprise. The rest of the assistants eagerly turned toward Kevin. "I came in second place in the sparring contest, so I should get to go next," Zara asserted. "There should be some other kind of challenge to determine who goes next. It shouldn't be fighting every time," another countered. "I'll provide another opportunity for someone else to go soon, but for now it will have to wait," Kevin explained. "Everyone, just keep your heads down and do your best work, and Kyle, make sure to drink lots of fluids the next few days." With the lower realm experiment officially complete, Kevin walked out of the lab, leaving one leveled-up protege happily experimenting with his newfound skills, and also leaving other jealous and disappointed assistants in his wake. Kevin went home to his kitchen in the mayor's mansion and poured himself a glass of sparkling water. He then sat on the balcony, looking into the distance where the sun was just beginning to set, and thinking about his experience with Kyle. Lily was at her offices in City Hall and working hard on the upcoming World's Fair, leaving Kevin some time to think, while petting Hank the dog and Missy the cat, who were by his side for a rare bit of quality time with their adored owner. The cave in the lower realm definitely isn't for the faint of heart, Kevin thought. Kyle certainly was more fearless than most, but his journey still had been quite harrowing. The cave had proven that even an emotionally based existential fear like not wanting to disappoint his grandfather could be warped into a horror movie. Kevin couldn't even imagine how a fear of serial killers or an alien invasion would manifest. Maybe bringing the players there is just too much to ask, Kevin thought.
"But it must be asked of them, and they must answer the call,"
uttered a voice from behind him. Kevin turned to see the Night King standing at the edge of the balcony. "But why is it so essential?" Kevin asked. "I just thought I'd give them the opportunity to reach their potential as athletes. Why do you make it sound like there's a greater purpose for them?"
"Because there is no leveling without a greater purpose," the Night King replied. "To level up is to answer a higher call, and those women must fulfill what has now been written into their destiny."
Kevin grumbled, never having been a fan of anything that suggested a lack of free will. "So what is their destiny?" Kevin asked. "I don't want to put them in harm's way."
"It's a fate they chose when they declared their intention to pursue levels," the Night King replied. "Your role is to guide them on their journey, not to know their destination."
Kevin felt a deep uneasiness of what he may have put in motion. "But can I at least know?" Kevin's question disappeared into the evening air when he realized the Night King had vanished. He sat alone on his balcony, contemplating his purpose to the team that, after their last owner, he would always look out for them and their best interest. But while he had made plans to prepare them for the cave in the lower realm, he hadn't considered what would come next, and whether the women would benefit from having levels or be destroyed by them. Kevin was worried that maybe the cave would be too much for the Red Stars players to endure despite Kyle's success in facing his greatest fear and escalating his levels. The Night King appeared and insisted that Kevin needed to bring the women to the cave, that it was now their destiny. Kevin was left to wonder what exactly the fate of the Red Stars players would be should they succeed in gaining levels, and all the responsibility that comes with them. While Kevin contemplated the fate of his new team, NWSL President Kathleen Langham looked over the group of league owners who had gathered in her Upper West Side penthouse. Conspicuously, not all 14 of the league's teams were represented. Only the owners who played ball with Kathleen were in attendance. As you all know, the Chicago-San Diego playoff game has been rescheduled for this weekend, Kathleen stated.
Are we still going with San Diego? One of the owners asked. With Kevin Williams overseeing the Red Stars, it might just be easier to back them.
I'm not worried about Kevin Williams, chimed in Roberto Acosta, owner of the Miami Storm.
He's a pretty boy businessman who's used to everyone kissing his feet. That's not going to happen here.
Some of the owners shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Even though they all had questionable morals at best, some of them still felt uneasy taking sides with one of the most notorious crime lords in Miami.
Roberto is right, Kathleen said. There's no need to worry about Kevin Williams. Place your bets on San Diego. Are you sure you aren't making this personal? One of the owners asked. You have us bet against your sister more than any other team.
Kathleen fumed at the question. In truth, it was personal, though she rarely admitted it even to herself. Her younger sister Nora had only started playing soccer in the first place because she wanted to follow in Kathleen's footsteps. Kathleen had played year-round since age 10, making it a singular focus to become a 4-year varsity player in high school and then secure a scholarship to Stanford. But she was no longer a standout in the big leagues, and it was time for the NSWL draft. She wasn't selected and settled for a corporate position with league development instead. And now her sister was living out Kathleen's dream and was even getting scouted for the national team. It made Kathleen sick to even think about it. But to the owner, she plastered a fake smile on her face and said, I love my sister, but my priority is the league. Southern California is the fastest growing market for women's soccer, so it's in our best interest for San Diego to advance. Bet on Chicago all you want. It's your bank account's on the line. Some of the owners exchanged nervous glances, but Roberto sent a satisfied smirk toward Kathleen. He loved it when she ruled with an iron fist. Well, at least the psychopath mobster is on my side, Kathleen thought. The next day, Kevin went to the Red Stars Stadium, still pondering how to introduce the players to the lower realm. The Night King insisted Kevin needed to follow through with the plan, but even though Kyle's trial had been successful, Marin Hoare's warning still loomed large. If Kevin brought any players who had latent selfishness or callousness, their worst qualities could be amplified. Kevin didn't know all the players well enough yet to be comfortable exposing just any of them to the lower realm. He decided he could just trust the 3 that he knew best up to this point, the captain, the lead striker, and the goalkeeper. As practice was winding down, Kevin asked Coach Regina Powell if he could speak with them privately. The coach called out, Haley, Nora, Larissa, hang back. She then retreated with the rest of the team into the locker room. The trio of players jogged over to Kevin on the sideline. Did you guys think about our levels conversation last night? He asked. Honestly, I'm pumped about it, Nora jumped in. I meditated on my intention last night. Used crystals and an aura cleansing candle and everything. You have crystals? Haley asked skeptically. Why wouldn't I use all the tools at my disposal to channel source energy? Nora asked. Anyway, Haley said, turning toward Kevin. I'm excited about the opportunity. I want this team to be the best it can be, and as captain, I should be the one leading the way. And I'd like to develop acute vision that could reject laser pointers, Larissa added. I'm glad to see that you're all on board, Kevin said. It will require the most intense training you've ever endured to prepare you for the trial to achieve your first level. You guys are professional athletes, so I think 3 weeks should do it. Nora and Larissa looked at each other nervously. 3 weeks? Larissa asked. Like we wouldn't be practicing with the team during that time? Maybe this isn't the best idea. Come on, guys, Haley replied. This is for the team. Sure, we'll be apart from them for a few weeks, but this is a long-term investment for all of us. Besides, we'll still be training together, but it will just be the three of us. Kevin was impressed. Haley really was a strong leader. Haley's right, Nora said to Larissa. This is what will set our team apart, and opportunities like this don't come around every day. Larissa was hesitant but nodded. All right, let's do it, she conceded. Great, Kevin replied. I'll go talk to Coach Powell, and then instead of joining the team for the afternoon practice, you'll come with me to your new training facility. Kevin had the conversation with Coach Powell, who wasn't pleased about 3 of her star players missing practice until she remembered it would result in the Red Stars having the edge over the rest of the league. But don't wear them out too much, Coach Powell reminded him. They have the playoff game on Saturday. They'll be ready, Kevin assured her. Kevin then drove Haley, Nora, and Larissa to the Radiance Outpost in the heart of downtown Chicago. When they entered the lobby, the players gawked at their impressive surroundings, which looked like a combination of Quantico and Google. Where are we? Haley asked. Where some of the most elite agents in the world train, Kevin replied. Welcome to the Radiance. Kevin took them downstairs to one of the Radiance's underground training facilities. The players' jaws dropped at the amenities before them. Virtual reality headsets to transport them to different landscapes while using the treadmill or bikes. Weather chambers for fight training in various climates. Sensory deprivation tanks to improve sleep after training. And I thought our facilities at UNC were impressive, Haley said as her eyes widened. This will be different than the training you're used to, Kevin said. What you learn here would get you a red card on the field, and maybe even banned from the league. I'm going to teach you to fight. Kevin was going to let the players' observations and experiences with the Radiance be taken at face value. He didn't see the need to explain how he had formed the organization when he started to come into his own estimable powers of levels, and when he saw that he needed to align his many followers, should the need to rise up against the invading Pinnacle occur. Yes, Nora exclaimed. She, for one, was thrilled with the idea of learning how to be a better fighter. Haley and Larissa looked at her with confusion. She shrugged them off. What? You try growing up with an older sister who has anger management issues. Kevin led them to a room that looked empty. You first, Haley, Kevin said. Haley stepped forward and looked around skeptically. Am I fighting myself? She asked. Not exactly, Kevin replied. He flipped a switch on the wall, and an AI hologram fighter appeared. So what do I... Haley's question was interrupted by the hologram taking a swing at her, triggering a buzzer when it made contact. First lesson, Kevin said. Always be vigilant. Never assume your opponent will play by your rules. So next time... As Kevin spoke, the hologram took another swing. This time, even though Haley had been listening to Kevin, she had kept an eye on the hologram and dodged its jab. Very good, Kevin said with a smile. Haley now faced the hologram head-on. She threw some impressive jabs and kicks, but was outmatched by the hologram's speed. The buzzer went off again as the hologram made contact. Haley squared up again in front of the hologram. At least I've taken some kickboxing classes, she said as she resumed sparring. During your training, you'll learn martial arts techniques from all over the world, Kevin explained as he watched. Your fighting style will become more versatile and creative. You'll become more adept at predicting your opponent's next move. At that moment, Haley ducked under the hologram's swing and threw a punch to the kidney area. A bell went off as she made contact. Yes, she yelled out. Nora and Larissa cheered her on as if she had just scored the winning goal in the World Cup. Nice job, Haley, Kevin said. You learn fast. Nora, you're up. True to form as a striker, Nora charged straight at the hologram. She juked her hips in a way that would have thrown off most defenders, but the hologram was prepared and knocked her off of her path. Learn from your opponent, Kevin advised. Nora was eventually able to anticipate the hologram's counter moves and swept her leg into the back of its knee. triggering a welcome ding from the bell. Larissa went last, and despite her pleasant demeanor, she revealed herself to be an absolute monster in the fighting arena. She charged straight at the hologram, diving at the last second to tackle it at the knees. Even Kevin had to give a round of applause at the unexpected aggressiveness. "I can't let anyone else get a foot on the ball if it's in my territory," Larissa said cheerfully. "Can we go again?" Nora asked eagerly. "Oh, you'll go again," Kevin said, "and again and again and again." The women nodded, feeling up for the challenge. "When you're done here," Kevin said, "you won't just be ready for a playoff game, you'll be ready for levels." Kevin decided to take team captain Haley, star striker Nora, and goalkeeper Larissa to the Radiant's headquarters in downtown Chicago to begin their training. He had each of them spar with an AI hologram and was pleased with how quickly they took direction and improved. He felt confident that once they finished their training, they'd be ready to achieve levels. Haley, Nora, and Larissa trained at the Radiants every day for the rest of the week until it was time for their playoff rematch against the San Diego Wave on Saturday. On the morning of the game, Kevin and Lily headed to the stadium. Lily was buzzing with excitement, wearing her jersey and team scarf as they entered the owner's box. She didn't just feel it was her duty as mayor of Chicago to tout the city's teams. She was a genuine fan of women's soccer and excited to see the Red Stars in the playoffs. "These really are the best seats in the house," she exclaimed. "Make yourself comfortable," Kevin replied. "I'm going down to the locker room to talk to the team." Kevin took the elevator to the ground floor of the stadium where the team's locker room was located. Coach Regina Powell pulled him aside before he entered. "I don't know what kind of training you're doing with Haley, Nora, and Larissa, but they are pumped. I can't wait to see how this translates on the field." "I'm excited too," Kevin replied. "Mind if I give a quick speech to the team?" "They're all yours," Coach Powell replied. Kevin entered the locker room where the players cheered his arrival. "I'm glad to see you're all ready to go," Kevin began. "When you step onto the field today, I want you to remember that this is your time. You've spent all season overcoming obstacles that no other team has had to face." Around the room, players gave solemn or even angry nods as they thought of the betrayal of their previous team owner, Chuck Woodward. "But all that adversity has bonded this team," Kevin continued. "Through adversity comes growth, and you overcame all your challenges together. And this time you get the opportunity to play to your potential. It's just you and the other team. So get out there and show everyone who the Chicago Red Stars really are." The players roared in response to Kevin's speech. "You heard the man," team captain Haley McCann chimed in. "Let's do this." The team fully embraced the rush of adrenaline and left the locker room for the tunnel, sprinting out onto the field to raucous cheers from the home crowd. As the team took the field, NWSL president Kathleen Langham watched from another box with some of the other team owners. Seeing the team's energetic demeanor, one of the owners nervously asked,
"How can you be so sure that they'll lose?"
Without answering, Kathleen held up a small remote control.
"What's that for?"
the owner asked. "You'll see," Kathleen replied with a smirk. The ref blew the whistle to begin the game, and the Red Stars tapped off the ball. Haley sent a through pass to Nora, who was making a run behind the San Diego defenders, but right before it reached Nora's foot, the ball sharply but subtly jerked away. "What the heck?" Nora yelled in frustration as San Diego took over the ball. The pattern continued, and as the movements were quite small, the crowd, who couldn't see the slight deviations of the ball, began to boo the missed passes and poor touches. Eventually, one of the defenders completely whiffed when attempting to clear the ball, allowing the ball to reach the feet of a wide-open San Diego striker right in front of the goal. The striker tapped the ball into the back of the net, and the crowd's boos intensified. San Diego was up 1-0. The defender covered her face with her hands in shame at missing the easy clear. In the commentator's box, one said to the other, "The Red Stars are looking like an entire junior varsity squad was granted the chance to play in a professional league by the Make-A-Wish Foundation." "That's right, Jim," the other commenter replied.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. Women's sports are terrible.
From the owner's box, Lily turned to Kevin. "What's going on down there?" she asked. Though the movements were too subtle for most, Kevin, with his keenly honed vision, could see that something was off. "Someone is manipulating the ball," Kevin replied. "How?" Lily asked. "I don't know," Kevin replied, "but I'm going to talk to Regina." Kevin left the suite and went down to the Red Star sideline. The crowd started muttering among themselves. It was rare for the owner to be on the field during the game. "He's going to fire the whole team," one spectator said to another. When Coach Powell saw Kevin approach, she said, "I don't know what's going on. Everyone was so precise during practice this week. I don't know why they're playing so sloppily." "It's not their fault," Kevin replied. "The ball is being manipulated." "What are you talking about?" Coach Powell asked skeptically. "Look," Kevin replied. One of the Red Stars was throwing in the ball from the sideline, but right before it touched the foot of the player she was throwing to, the ball jerked to the side, appearing that the player had tapped it out of bounds. The ball turned over for a San Diego throw-in. "Oh, okay. Now I see it," Coach Powell said. "Ref!" she yelled toward the field. When the ref didn't respond, Kevin chimed in. "Ref, stop the game!" he yelled. In the commentator's box, the first commentator said, "It looks like the Red Stars owner, Kevin Williams, is once again trying to stop the game." "That's right, Jim," the second commentator replied. "It seems that Kevin Williams will always look for an excuse when his team is losing. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's whiners. And if there's another thing I can't stand, it's billionaires." "Your grandfather was a railroad baron," Jim replied. "And I couldn't stand him," the other answered. Down on the field, the ref continued to ignore Kevin and Regina, prompting Coach Powell to step forward and yell with every ounce of volume she could muster, "Ref!" The ref blew his whistle and walked over to the Red Stars sideline, holding up a red card in front of Coach Powell's face. The entire sideline and the crowd in the stands erupted in a frenzy. "What is that for?" Coach Powell yelled at the ref. "The rules apply to everyone," the ref said haughtily. "And you stepping onto the field is in breach. You're out of here." Coach Powell looked down to see that half of one foot had stepped over the sideline. "Are you kidding me?" she bellowed. "That can't be worthy of being dismissed from the game," Kevin chimed in. "You want one too?" the ref taunted. Knowing that the team couldn't afford to lose both of them, Coach Powell stormed off the field to a chorus of boos from the crowd. At this point, Kevin wasn't sure if they were booing her or the ref. In the commentator's booth, Jim announced, "And Coach Regina Powell has been ejected from the game." "That's right, Jim," the other commentator replied. "I've said it once and I'll say it again. Women are too emotional for leadership positions." Back on the sideline, the ref narrowed his eyes at Kevin. "Now listen," he said. "You let the game continue without interruption or I won't hesitate to card you or any of your players who so much as look at me the wrong way." Kevin knew that this was in no way legal, but he didn't believe that the ref was bluffing. "Understood," Kevin said, trying to keep the sarcasm from his voice. "I knew you were reasonable," the ref said with a smirk. He blew his whistle to resume the game. The rest of the half continued in the same fashion, with the Red Stars unable to keep control of the ball. Though Larissa was holding up in goal better than most of her teammates, San Diego was awarded a suspiciously vague penalty kick toward the end of the half, and the ball jerked away from Larissa's outstretched fingers as she dove for it. The ref blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half, and the players trudged into the locker room, heads hanging low and bickering amongst themselves. "Well, that was a sloppy half for the Red Stars, and San Diego capitalized," Jim said in the commentator's booth. "That's right, Jim," the other commentator replied. "If I have to watch another 45 minutes of this, I might literally throw myself over the balcony." When the Red Stars reached the locker room, a fuming Coach Powell was waiting. "We weren't supposed to be dealing with this anymore," she yelled out of frustration. "Woodward is long gone. How are we still being sabotaged?" "It seems that Woodward wasn't the only one who had it out for this team," Kevin replied. "Someone else has taken over the sabotage, and we have 45 minutes to figure out who." During the rescheduled playoff game between the San Diego Wave and the Chicago Red Stars, Kevin notices that the Red Stars' poor play is because of the soccer ball, which is being slightly manipulated to throw off the players' rhythm and kicks. During halftime, with the team down 2-0, Kevin vows to figure out who the new saboteur is. "What are we supposed to do if the ball itself is working against us?" Coach Powell asked. "We need a new ball," Kevin said, "and it's obvious that the official isn't going to hear us out." He walked over to Larissa, who was hanging her head after letting in 2 goals. "Chin up," Kevin said. "Those goals weren't your fault. The ball is being controlled by someone, but you've still been getting a handle on it more than anyone else on the team. Next time you get the ball in your hands, I want you to punt it clear out of the stadium." "But I'll get carded for that," Larissa replied. "It will only be a yellow card, and it's worth it," Kevin said. Kevin's quick scanning of the entire set of rules of soccer was coming in handy thanks to his photographic memory. Getting rid of that ball is the only way we're even going to have a chance at winning this game. Larissa had come to trust Kevin's judgment completely and replied, "Got it. I'll get rid of the ball." Kevin called the team together, many still looking demoralized after the disastrous first half. "Listen up," Kevin said. "We're down, but this game is still within reach. You're not going to have Coach Powell on the sideline for the second half, but you're all professionals. You know your jobs and you know how to pick each other up. This isn't the first time you've faced adversity, so go out there and show them what you're made of." The response to this pep talk wasn't as enthusiastic as it was to Kevin's pregame speech, but the players began to perk up. The Red Stars took to the field with renewed determination. The ref blew the whistle and San Diego started with the ball aggressively charging down the field. Even though some of their touches got away from them, the ball jerked away from the Red Star defenders. Eventually, the San Diego striker got a clean view of the goal and took her shot. But Larissa made a spectacular save. The crowd roared in response, and with a wink at Kevin, Larissa punted the ball, rocketing it out of the stadium to gasps from the crowd. The ref blew his whistle and, as Kevin had predicted, held up a yellow card to Larissa. "Oops, the ball got away from me," Larissa said innocently. The commentators let out a groan. "I think she just sent that ball into orbit," Jim said. "That's right, Jim," the other replied. "She's clearly hysterical and should be institutionalized." Up in the league president's box, Kathleen exclaimed, "Damn it," drawing embarrassed and concerned looks from the other owners. Roberto Acosta sauntered over to Kathleen. "You do have a backup plan, don't you?" Kathleen grumbled uncomfortably. "They're still down 2 goals. Just keep your cool." "You should be more prepared, Kathleen," Roberto said disapprovingly. "I will be displeased if your overconfidence costs me." Kathleen felt the mounting pressure. Down below, she saw Kevin sprint off the field into the tunnel and knew he was going to track down the ball. "Nice try, Kevin Williams," she said under her breath, as her finger hovered over a red button on the remote control. Kevin reached the parking lot and saw the ball sitting on a patch of grass near a hot dog stand. As Kevin approached, a small explosion ripped through the ball, startling the owner of the stand and causing him to fling a handful of hot dogs into the air. "That's it. I'm only working here during Dave Matthews concerts," the stand owner said as he wheeled his cart away. Kevin examined the ball, which lay tattered and shredded on the pavement. Among the debris, he found fragments of steel. That's odd, Kevin thought, but he instantly knew the metal definitely had something to do with the way the ball was maneuvering during the game. He collected the fragments and, on his way back to the field, stopped in Coach Powell's office, where she was watching the game on TV. "Well, the mystery ball exploded," Kevin said, "but I'm going to reconstruct the fragments back in my lab after the game and figure out what exactly this was. You may also need to reconstruct this referee's limbs after I rip them off his body." Coach Powell replied with a tightened jaw. "I can make that happen too," Kevin replied. "I'm going to get back out there." Kevin exited the tunnel just in time to see Nora rocket a shot into the back of the net. The crowd roared in approval as the team gathered for hugs. They were now down by only 1 goal with 10 minutes left. The substitute players on the bench cheered their teammates on, and the atmosphere in the stadium definitely took a turn. The Red Stars had the momentum now. They pressed San Diego deep into their side of the field, relentlessly attacking the goal. The San Diego goalkeeper made a few heroic saves, and as the minutes ticked down, it seemed that maybe the Red Stars wouldn't be able to make a comeback after all. The clock ticked past the 90-minute mark, and the ref added only 1 minute of stoppage time, which was suspicious since replacing the ball after Larissa's punt alone had taken more time than that. The Red Stars lined up for a corner kick with only seconds left. Even Larissa had abandoned her position in goal to join the attack in this do-or-die situation. The crowd held its breath as Haley sent an arcing cross across the goal. Time seemed to slow until Larissa stepped up and headed the ball into the back of the net. The crowd went wild as the ref seemed reluctant to blow his whistle, signaling the end of regulation. Against all odds, the teams were headed to overtime.
"Wow, what a comeback from the Red Stars," Jim said from the commentator's booth.
The other commentator, meanwhile, looked like he wanted to cry.
"What did I do to deserve another 30 minutes of this?" he wailed. "Is this karma from when I went streaking during a WNBA game?"
In the president's suite, many of the owners were going into full-on panic while Roberto simply looked furious.
"I'm going to have to refinance my house if I lose this bet,"
the owner of the Kansas City team lamented.
"That's nothing," the owner of the Houston team chimed in. "I'm going to have to send my kids to public school."
She shuddered at the horror. Roberto, meanwhile, stepped uncomfortably close to Kathleen.
"And I don't think I need to tell you what a problem it will be if I lose my money," he said threateningly.
"Can we call in a bomb threat or something?" the Houston owner suggested. "I really can't send my kids to public school. There are poor people there."
"Stop panicking," Kathleen shouted. "You're talking like they've already won. We still have an entire overtime period."
She turned back to the field, eyes blaring. The Red Stars kicked off for the 30-minute overtime period, and both teams played with a renewed intensity. The game became faster and more physical, with neither team establishing the upper hand over the other. With neither team scoring as the overtime period crossed the halfway mark, Kathleen tried to say reassuringly, "If they go to penalty kicks, we're fine. The San Diego goalkeeper is the best in the league." But the owners didn't seem particularly comforted by this. The minutes ticked by with the period remaining scoreless. The Red Stars had few chances left to score before the game went into penalty kicks. But suddenly, with only a minute left, Nora broke through the defense. She charged toward the San Diego goalkeeper on a breakaway as the crowd and the other players screamed in encouragement. Nora made an impressive juke, even sharper than the one she had used against the AI hologram at the Radiance, and bolted past the goalie. She passed the ball into the net just as the ref blew the whistle to end the game. The Red Stars screamed in jubilation and charged towards Nora, where they all gathered in a celebratory pileup. In the president's suite, the owners all fell silent as Kathleen tried to fend off a panic attack. "I'll figure something out," Kathleen stammered unconvincingly. "You'll get your money back on the next game. I'll make a foolproof plan, I promise." Some of the owners left the suite without a word. "You already promised this time. I don't give second chances," the Kansas City owner said darkly. "Public school," the Houston owner wailed. They all left until it was just Roberto and Kathleen left.
"You're going to figure something out without getting another cent of my money," Roberto threatened, "and you're going to do it quickly."
He left Kathleen alone to contemplate her failure. She looked back at the field where her sister Nora, the hero, had been lifted on her teammates' shoulders. Kathleen's eyes burned with hatred. Kevin tracked down the soccer ball that moved erratically, and though it had been blown up by Kathleen Langham, he found shards of metal that he planned to examine to expose the plot against the Red Stars. The team managed to win the game much to Kathleen's anger, and also to the anger of fellow owners like mobster Roberto Acosta, who made veiled threats towards Kathleen. After the rousing victory by the Red Stars, Lily joined her beloved husband Kevin on the field just as the players dumped the celebratory pitcher of Gatorade over his head. "You're officially in the sports world now," Lily said as she went in for a kiss of her sticky and salty and sweet-tasting husband. In the commentator booth, the anchors wrapped up their broadcast with Jim saying, "The victorious Red Stars are now joined on the field by Chicago Mayor Lily Williams. First it's women in sports, then in politics. What's next? Women astronauts?" the other commentator whined. "There are already women astronauts," Jim replied. The other commentator threw his headset to the ground and stormed out of the booth. Down on the field, team captain Haley McCann eagerly shook Lily's hand. "Kevin, Mayor Williams, you have to come out to celebrate with us," she exclaimed. "You guys go have your fun," Kevin replied. "I want to get to the lab to examine these fragments that were inside the ball. It can't be an accident that the ball blew up just before I touched it and that metal shards were in it. And if I can trace them, we'll know who is out to sabotage the Red Stars. Again." "Oh, come on, Kevin," Lily chimed in. "You could put off solving the problems of the world for a few hours for once. These ladies worked hard to take that game back. If they want you, the team owner, and I, the mayor of the city, to celebrate with them, I think that's the least we could do." Lily winked at Haley. Haley could tell that Kevin was powerless to turn down his wife and announced, "So it's settled. Victory party at the Windy City right now." The team cheered and streamed into the locker room to change out of their uniforms. Soon after, Kevin, Lily, Coach Powell, and the team reconvened at one of the most legendary sports bars in the city. Kevin and Lily sat at a high-top table with Coach Powell while the players treated themselves to tequila shots. "Seriously, thank goodness you're a part of this team," Coach Powell said to Kevin as she sipped her beer. "I don't think there's anyone else I could have trusted on the field in my absence." "You shouldn't have been put in that position to begin with," Kevin said. "But at least it's behind us now." "What's in front of us isn't going to be any easier," Coach Powell replied. "San Diego was lucky just to make the playoffs, but next we face Portland." "Number 2 in the league," Kevin realized, "right behind Miami." "That's right," Coach Powell confirmed. "And they have 4 national team players. Even if we finally get an even playing field without any sabotage, they'll be tough to beat." "That is something we have to talk about," Kevin said. "Chuck Woodward wasn't in a position to sabotage the team today, so there's someone else out there with the same mission. Do you have any idea who it could be?" "No idea," Coach Powell admitted. "Kathleen Langham assured us that the league was doing an internal investigation when we were dealing with this the first time around, but they weren't even able to pinpoint Chuck Woodward as the saboteur. It was you who had to do that for them. I doubt they're going to be much more helpful in figuring out his accomplice." "Chuck was sabotaging the team for the sake of a betting scheme, so there may be someone else connected to that," Kevin replied. "But for now, I'm going to take these fragments from the ball back to the lab. It's the best clue we have. Godspeed," Coach Powell said, raising her glass to him. Kevin and Lily left the bar and returned home, and Kevin immediately took the metal pieces to the lab. He placed the fragments in a 3D scanner and watched as they were perfectly replicated as holograms. Kevin moved the hologram fragments around until he pieced the puzzle back together. Once he had the completed image, he saw a gyroscopic wheel with a small remote control receiver attached. Kevin realized, so it was remote controlled. Kevin immediately called Kathleen Langham to relay the information. "Congratulations on your win. That was thrilling to watch," she said when she answered the phone. Kevin noted that her tone didn't exactly match her words, but he had more important things to discuss. "Thank you, Kathleen. I wanted to bring something to your attention before the next game. We discovered that the ball that was used during the first half before Larissa punted it away was actually being manipulated via remote control through a device that was planted inside it. Even with Chuck Woodward out of the picture, we're still dealing with sabotage, it seems. That is very interesting, Kathleen said. I'll be sure to open an internal investigation. Could you send me your findings so I can pass them along to my staff here at the NWSL? Yes, of course, Kevin replied. I'll send it all to you right now. Thank you for taking this seriously, Kathleen. Of course, Kevin, she replied. The league's integrity is of the utmost importance. We can't have anyone putting their hand on the scales. I agree completely, Kevin said. Talk to you soon, Kathleen. Kevin hung up, and a moment later, his hologram scan of the planted device reached Kathleen's email. She narrowed her eyes and promptly deleted the message. Kevin Williams was causing even more problems for her than she anticipated. Kevin left the lab and met up with Lily in the kitchen where she was just pouring herself a cup of tea. Did you find anything? She asked. Look at this, Kevin said as he handed her a printout of a scan. Someone was using this device to manipulate the ball via remote control. It had to be someone within the stadium who'd have high enough clearance to access the equipment. So who does that narrow it down to? Lily asked. Unfortunately, that keeps a lot of people in the mix, Kevin said. League staff, stadium staff, even a maintenance worker could have been paid off to swap the balls. Maybe you should call Regina, Lily suggested. She's been in the league much longer than you. Maybe she'd have some insight. That's a good idea, Kevin replied. He called Coach Powell, who was now a little tipsy from the beer she'd consumed at the victory party, but was in better shape than the players who were still out partying. Did you find anything out? Coach Powell asked. Actually, yes, Kevin replied. He explained the device he found and his theory on who could be behind it. Who else would have access to the game equipment? Kevin asked. Coaches and players, but I doubt it's anyone on either team, she said. The players are more protective than anyone over the integrity of women's soccer, and though the San Diego coach is a jerk, he's too dumb to even come up with something like this, let alone execute it. Suddenly, a light bulb went off for Kevin. Could it have been the ref? He'd have access to the equipment, and he definitely seemed to have it out for us during the game. I guess it's possible, Coach Powell said. But at the very least, he wouldn't have been able to control the ball during the game, and he may have had nothing to do with it at all. He wouldn't be the first ref whose greatest sin was being terrible at his job. I think we need to find out either way, Kevin said. I'll ask him to lunch to see what info I can dig up. You're a better person than me, Coach Powell replied. Sharing a meal with a ref sounds like a nightmare. The next day, Kevin convinced the referee to meet him for lunch at a steakhouse downtown. The ref eyed him skeptically as he sat down. I don't have to worry about my food being poisoned, do I? He asked. Kevin laughed amicably. Thank you for meeting me, Jerry. You were definitely hard on us the other day, Kevin admitted. I just wanted to have a friendly chat and see if I could understand why. I was just doing my job, Jerry replied flatly. I was wondering, Kevin began slowly. He leaned forward so that the microphone he was wearing under his shirt would capture every word. Maybe we could come to some sort of understanding about how you could do your job during the Portland game. What are you suggesting? Jerry asked hesitantly. Kevin smiled. He had cast his line, and he just needed to wait for Jerry to take the bait. After Kevin handed over his findings about the remote-controlled game ball to Kathleen Langham, who tossed it in the trash, Kevin discussed with Coach Powell who could have had access to the equipment before the game. The most likely suspect was the ref, who seemed to have it out for the Red Stars during the game. Kevin invited the official Jerry to lunch. While wearing a microphone, Kevin started to lay the groundwork to bribe Jerry to officiate the next playoff game in their favor. And Jerry seemed interested in making the deal. Jerry looked at Kevin with interest, urging him to continue. I've seen what the league pays its officials. It's not enough, Kevin said. I'm thinking you deserve a bonus for all the hard work you've put in this season. How does $1 million sound? Jerry nearly gagged on his steak. I'm surprised, he finally said, trying to keep his composure. I didn't think you were the type. This is how it works, right? Kevin replied nonchalantly. I'm just trying to adapt to the world I'm living in now. Maybe you need $5 million. I certainly wouldn't want to offend you with a lowball offer. Jerry shifted uncomfortably in his seat, though his ears had undeniably perked up at the number. Even among the other dizzyingly wealthy owners, this was an outrageous offer. Okay, $10 million, Kevin said. That should be enough for a yellow card here and there, right? Jerry dabbed his mouth with his napkin, clearly coming to a decision.
You know, Portland is a very physical team. Earning a few yellow cards, maybe even a red, sounds like just the kind of thing they could end up doing.
That's helpful to know, Kevin said conspiratorially. I'm glad we could come to an understanding.
It's just part of the game, Jerry replied.
If I may, who else have you come to an understanding with? Kevin asked, just so I know who I'm dealing with in this league. Jerry smirked.
My policy is discretion. I'm sure you can appreciate that.
Kevin smiled. He now had everything he needed on his recording. He quickly stood up and threw handcuffs around Jerry's wrists, startling the surrounding patrons.
What are you doing?
Jerry yelled. You were right that I'm not the type for bribery, Kevin replied. I'm placing you under citizen's arrest.
Are you serious?
Jerry yelled as he squirmed against the handcuffs.
What's going on here?
The restaurant manager demanded as he marched over to their table. A citizen's arrest wasn't exactly a common occurrence at such a high-end steakhouse, and the entire room was staring. This man is guilty of bribery, Kevin exclaimed.
I'm going to leave that for the actual authorities to decide,
the manager replied.
I'm calling the cops, and I don't think this man is the one who needs to be arrested. To the room, he announced, I'm sorry for the disturbance to your meal. The kitchen and bar will prepare our scallops appetizer and a round of martinis for everyone on the house.
This seemed to appease the stunned crowd, who quickly returned to their conversations while awaiting their scallops and martinis, though they continued to sneak the occasional glances at Kevin and Jerry.
Please follow me to the kitchen to meet the authorities, the manager said to Kevin and Jerry. This dining room isn't a circus.
The Chicago PD eventually arrived and met them at the back of the kitchen.
What seems to be the problem? One of the officers asked. This man has caused a disturbance in our establishment, the manager replied, pointing at Kevin.
I had good reason, Kevin insisted. He gestured toward Jerry. This man is a referee for the National Women's Soccer League and has been accepting bribes to fix games, including Chicago's playoff game yesterday. I have proof. As Kevin reached into his pocket to produce the microphone and small recording device, the cop pulled his gun on Kevin and cocked it. The sound of the gun has a busboy looking up in fright until he sees who the gun is aimed at. The busboy drops his tray of dishes and grabs a pencil and paper from a nearby desk. He thrusts them toward Kevin while ignoring the cop, who has his gun aimed in that same direction.
Mr. Williams, can I have your autograph? The busboy almost begged.
Why do you want the autograph of some con man? The cop bellowed at the busboy.
Con man? Do you know who this is? This is Kevin Williams, the billionaire and the mayor's husband. And now he's the owner of the Red Stars. He's brought pride to our city in about 100 ways, and for some reason you're holding a gun on him.
The busboy reeled off quickly while still holding out the paper and pencil for his autograph. As the cop lowered his gun, Kevin, appreciative, gave the busboy his autograph. And my cell phone number is there too. Call me sometime. I owe you a favor, Kevin said to the grateful worker.
I was just doing my duty. I knew who you were all along, the cop said as he tried to cover up his many errors.
Kevin brushed him off. No worries, but you do need to hear the evidence I've got. The cops played the recording, which concluded with Kevin asking who Jerry had arrangements with, to which Jerry had replied that he was nothing if not discreet when taking his bribes. The officer blinked in surprise.
I'm going to be honest, it's not often we get the accusation, arrest, and silver bullet evidence all in one go. Not to mention, I don't stand for anyone interfering with Chicago sports. Thanks for doing our job for us, Mr. Williams.
Happy to help, Kevin replied. The cop led a shell-shocked Jerry to the patrol car, and the restaurant manager stammered in embarrassment as they left.
I apologize for the misunderstanding, Mr. Williams, he said. I hope you'll accept us fully comping your meal to make amends.
No, I'll pay the full bill, Kevin replied, but the total charge will be going on the tip line. He flashed a smile and left the restaurant. When he got home, Lily was watching the news where the referee's arrest had already made the broadcast. The anchor announced, NWSL official Jerry Gorin, who has been arrested on charges of accepting bribes to rig multiple NWSL games, including yesterday's Chicago Red Stars playoff game, has already agreed to a plea deal. Wow, he folded fast, Lily observed. He didn't seem to be the most strong-willed guy, Kevin replied.
As part of the deal, Gorin will name all the members of the league who conspired with him in his rigging operation, the anchor continued.
Lily looked over at Kevin. This was quickly going to grow into a much bigger story. This will trigger a huge scandal in the league, Kevin acknowledged. I don't know who exactly is going to be implicated, coaches, owners, league executives, but this is probably going to be a watershed moment. Just stay on guard, Lily warned him. They're not going to be happy about your involvement with exposing all this. Kevin nodded. He knew that his wife Lily was always right about the moral failings and schemes of the many enemies Kevin made while carrying out his work of expanding his empire and finding justice for the oppressed. Meanwhile, in Manhattan, NWSL President Kathleen Langham was fielding panic phone calls from her penthouse. First we start losing money on our bets, now our whole operation is going to be exposed? Exclaimed the Kansas City owner. How did you let this get out of hand so fast, Kathleen? You can't honestly blame all of this on me, Kathleen retorted. Take some responsibility. You knew the risks. It's called gambling for a reason. And I know you didn't believe that bribing the refs made you a saint. You gave us assurances that this was foolproof, the owner responded, not willing to back down. Now I assure you, we're not the only ones going down for this. This will come back around to you too, so you better figure out a way to keep Gorin quiet. The owner hung up without another word. Kathleen tossed her phone onto the couch. She in fact had a very good idea of how this had all gotten out of hand so fast, and there was only one reason: Kevin Williams. He disrupted their plans on the field during 2 separate games. He ousted Chuck Woodward, and Kathleen was sure that it wasn't a coincidence that one of their most reliable refs was suddenly exposed and planning to rat everyone out right after officiating a game against Kevin's team. Kathleen cursed herself. I knew he'd cause problems for us. I should have done more to keep him out of the league, she lamented to herself. Suddenly, her phone buzzed from the couch and a feeling of dread fell over her. Sure enough, Miami Storm owner Roberto Acosta was on the caller ID. The other owners Kathleen could handle, but Roberto, one of the most notorious crime lords in southern Florida, was a different kind of threat. She shakily answered the call.
This is a big problem, Kathleen,
Roberto said darkly. We're going to figure it out, Kathleen replied, trying to sound confident.
You've been saying that a lot lately, Roberto replied. I'm losing faith that you can be counted on to actually figure it out. And now you've let this get out of control. So I think I'm going to have to handle it my way.
What does that entail? Kathleen asked, though she feared the answer.
Don't you worry your pretty little head,
Roberto replied. With a soft click, the call dropped. Kathleen's mouth went dry. She looked around at her lavish penthouse, suddenly feeling like the walls were closing in on her. The next morning, Kevin walked downstairs to make a cup of tea while Lily was watching the news again. Kevin, come take a look at this, Lily said with deep concern. On the screen, the news anchor gave an update on Jerry Gorin's arrest. This morning, the NWSL bribery scandal took a dark turn, the anchor said. After disgraced league official Jerry Gorin was released on bail last night, This morning, he was found dead in his home. An investigation is underway, but authorities have initially ruled his death as suicide. Kevin and Lily looked at each other, their faces white. Grimly, Kevin said, "There's no way that was a suicide." Jerry, the cheating soccer ref, was released on bail and forged a plea deal that would have him naming his co-conspirators in the league. Miami Storm owner Roberto Acosta called league president Kathleen Langham to tell her that he would now have to handle things his way. The next morning, Kevin and Lily learned from the news that Jerry had been found dead in his home from an apparent suicide. Kevin called the Chicago PD, with whom he now had collaborated on multiple occasions. When he spoke with Officer Musgrave, he said, "There's no way this was a suicide. The ones who take plea deals aren't the ones who kill themselves. They're the ones who were framed for suicide." "I'll be honest, I agree with you that it's suspicious," Officer Musgrave replied. "But we don't have any evidence to indicate homicide, so there isn't much we can do." "You're not going to just close the case, are you?" Kevin asked with concern. "Of course not," Officer Musgrave replied. "And since Jerry's accomplices could have been anywhere in the country, this crosses state lines. The FBI will get involved as well." "Okay, that's reassuring to hear," Kevin replied. "Thank you, Officer Musgrave." Next, Kevin called NWSL President Kathleen Langham. "Is this urgent, Kevin?" Kathleen asked with annoyance. "As I'm sure you can guess, it's been a harrowing day here." "That's exactly why I'm calling," Kevin replied, trying to keep the frustration out of his voice. "You said you had been investigating the Red Star sabotage issues, but you came up with nothing. Chuck Woodward was exposed for betting on the games, but you didn't have any information about it. Then I learned that there was a league-wide bribery operation happening right under your nose. And now a man is dead. So either you're wildly incompetent or you have some things to confess to. Which is it?" Kathleen was stunned at the direct accusation. "I'll remind you, Mr. Williams, you've been a part of this league for all of what? A week? Have you considered the possibility that maybe you haven't yet figured out everything that happens behind the scenes? Or is your ego so unchecked that you're convinced you can do literally everyone's jobs better than they can?" "This isn't about me," Kevin countered. "This is about how you're running your organization. Any CEO or president would be fired in response to this kind of corruption within their company, and you seem disturbingly unconcerned about the whole thing." "Oh, now you're a mind reader," Kathleen said sarcastically. "You have no idea how stressful this has been for me. Our team has been working day and night to try to figure out what's been going on with this league and who's responsible. And the last thing I need is the added stress of the newest owner mansplaining to me how this league should be run. I'm going back to work. Goodbye, Kevin Williams." Kathleen angrily hung up, and one of her vice presidents, Nate Harlow, entered.
"Kevin Williams again?"
he asked. "Close the door," Kathleen replied. Nate did as told and sat across from Kathleen. "We clearly won't have our usual tactics at our disposal," she said. "We're going to have to come up with a new strategy to knock out the Red Stars." Nate looked uneasy.
"Are you sure? With all this heat on us, shouldn't we maybe lay low for a while? I mean, is it really that big of a deal if the Red Stars win? The other owners aren't going to place bets at this point anyway."
"The longer Kevin Williams' team stays in the playoffs with him attending games, the more chances he has to disrupt everything we've built here," Kathleen replied with rising anger. "We have to get him out of the way."
"But anything we do during the game, he's just going to disarm it," Nate replied. "Nothing gets past him, it seems. He figured out Chuck Woodward's laser pointer scheme and then pretty quickly realized the soccer ball in the last playoff game was being remote controlled, so it moved erratically."
"That's why our plan has to go into action before the game," Kathleen replied.
"What did you have in mind?"
Nate asked. He was now resigned to the fact that common sense was not going to work to dissuade Kathleen from getting Kevin Williams out of the way. "I take no pleasure in this thought," Kathleen said, though her tone suggested otherwise. "But we're going to need to remove some players from the game. Make Chicago face Portland with their backups." Nate shifted uncomfortably at this prospect. He liked making some extra money on the side due to the league's extracurricular activities, but he respected the players.
You mean like suspending them? Planting drugs? He asked almost hopefully.
"No, that would require an investigation that would take too long," Kathleen replied. "And I'm sure Kevin Williams would figure out a way to prove the players were innocent. No, we have to assure that their best players are kept off the field even if we have to use force." The color drained from Nate's face.
Are you talking about going into Tanya Harding mode on the whole starting lineup? He asked in alarm.
"Not the whole lineup. That would require us to cancel the game," she replied. "Just a few key players whose shoes can't be filled by the backups. The captain, the goalkeeper, and the star striker." Nate was truly growing frightened of how dark this was getting.
You're talking about injuring Nora, harming your own sister? He asked incredulously. When she's having the best season of her career and has been called up to national team training camp. Your own sister.
Nate was sputtering more with shock than anger at this point. He was beginning to regret that his own greed had gotten him mixed up with someone as amoral and conniving as Kathleen. "If I can't sideline Kevin Williams, this whole league could go down in flames," Kathleen said emphatically. "I can't step aside and let that happen for my own sentimental reasons." Nate could tell that Nora's well-being wasn't of an importance to Kathleen. In fact, it was the opposite. Kathleen saw Nora as nothing more than collateral damage. Kathleen was proving herself to be downright ruthless. Nate briefly debated turning in his resignation on the spot, but then remembering Jerry Gorin's fate, he simply said, "I have to get to a meeting with the sponsorship partners. I'll leave you to it." Kathleen replied, barely looking up at him. She was already tapping on her phone as Nate backed out of the room and slowly closed the door behind him. Kathleen called Roberto Acosta, who didn't seem particularly excited to speak with her. "I hope you're not calling just to tell me again that you're figuring something out," he said. "No, I have a plan," Kathleen said coldly. "Your means of taking care of our Jerry Gorham problem was inspiring. I'm wondering if you could connect me to some muscle in the Chicago area." On the other end of the line, Acosta smirked. "Now you're speaking my language," he said. "In Chicago, there's no one better or more efficient than the Secluded Valley Assassins." Kathleen narrowed her eyes. "Send me a contact for them." Meanwhile, Kevin was at the Radiance gym training with his 3 levels candidates, who also happened to be, unbeknownst to Kevin and the players, Kathleen's targets. The 3 were now making contact with the AI holograms much more quickly, and each had developed an impressive repertoire of various martial arts skills. After delivering a roundhouse kick to the hologram's head, Nora casually turned around and said, "What do you think, Kevin? We've been kicking butt in here. Think it might be leveling time?" Haley and Larissa nodded in agreement. Kevin was hesitant. "I don't want to take anything away from what you've accomplished here so far," he said. "You are truly incredible athletes and have made faster progress than just about anyone I've ever seen." The women exchanged glances of approval. "But the trial you'll face in the lower realm will be far more difficult and dangerous than facing a hologram," Kevin explained. "It's far better to over-prepare than to arrive there and wish we had taken our time. Another week or 2 should do it." The players grumbled impatiently but began packing up their things for the night. They all went up to the lobby together, where Kevin asked, "Did you park in the garage?" "No, I found a spot right up front," Haley replied. "We'll see you tomorrow, Kevin." Kevin said goodnight and took another elevator down to the garage while the players exited through the front doors. Haley's car was only a half block away, but as they headed down the sidewalk, 3 Secluded Valley assassins emerged from a dark alleyway. The women grabbed each other's arms in alarm as they noticed the crowbars in the assassins' hands. "Don't worry," one of the assassins said, stepping toward them.
We have strict instructions not to kill you. We're just here to break your ankles.
Kathleen Langham, under pressure from the cheating team owners and also from Kevin, who is now certain she's behind much of the sabotage against the Red Stars, called mobster and team owner Roberto Acosta, who advised her that the best muscle she could hire in Chicago was the Secluded Valley Assassins. When Haley, Nora, and Larissa left the Radiance training gym that night, they were ambushed by a trio of assassins who declared that they were there to break their ankles. Kevin exited the parking garage and turned down the street that ran past the Radiance building. Something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye, and he saw his Red Stars players fighting a trio of Secluded Valley assassins in an alley. Kevin jumped out of his car and sprinted to the scene. He stopped short of the alley, suddenly overcome with pride at how well the women were fending off the assassins. Haley was connecting jabs with her opponent's ribs as well as his pressure points. He kept fighting back, but clearly hadn't been expecting his target to be so powerful. Nora, meanwhile, kicked the crowbar out of her assassin's hands, putting them on a more even playing field. But behind them, Kevin saw Larissa slowly being cornered by the third assassin. She had evaded him so far, but didn't look nearly as confident in her abilities as the other two. Kevin pushed past the other battles, throwing supplementary kidney punches into the assassins as he passed. But just before he reached Larissa, she slipped, giving the assassin just the opening he needed to slam the crowbar into her ankle with a deafening crack. Larissa wailed in pain, and Kevin became so overcome with anger that he picked up the assassin off the ground and threw him head first into a dumpster. Kevin shut the lid and locked it for good measure. At that moment, a Radiance team swarmed the alley from their neighboring building. The two remaining assassins were helpless in the face of the reinforcements and were quickly subdued. Before the assassins passed out, Kevin ran up to one and grabbed him by the collar. "Who sent you?" he asked. "Are you with the Pinnacle?" The assassin laughed in Kevin's face.
Wouldn't you like to know?
He chuckled. Frustrated, Kevin dropped the assassin's collar, ruffled through his satchel, and gave Larissa a recovery pill. "This will help," Kevin insisted. Tears streamed down her face as she swallowed the pill, and Kevin knew it had less to do with the pain than the knowledge of what this injury would mean for the rest of her season, not to mention for her levels training. Larissa's breathing began to slow as the recovery pill took effect. "Thank you, Kevin," she managed to say. "That pill will help with the pain and will expedite the healing process, but a shattered ankle isn't going to mend itself overnight," Kevin explained. Nora and Haley walked over and each held one of Larissa's hands. "Maybe not overnight, but it will heal before the game on Saturday?" she asked desperately. "Not an injury this severe. I'm sorry, Larissa," Kevin said earnestly. Now Larissa couldn't hold the tears back. "I'm sorry," she cried to Haley and Nora. "I couldn't hold them off like you did. If we lose this weekend, it will be all my fault." "Don't dare you say that," Haley insisted. "Yeah, I'm going to blame the guy who demolished your ankle rather than you for having ankles," Nora added. It wasn't much, but her teammates' support gave Larissa some comfort. "Thank you, guys," she said, drying her tears. "Let's get you into the car," Haley said. "I'll drive you to the team infirmary." Kevin gently lifted Larissa and placed her in the back seat of Haley's car. Haley closed the door and turned to Kevin. "Look, I hear what you're saying about better safe than sorry when it comes to preparing for the lower realm, but at this point, we're going to be sorry if we don't take action. Whoever is out for our team is continuing to escalate their attacks. We were worried before about levels being an unfair advantage, but now it might be the only option we have to keep the playing field even, or to even protect ourselves." "We're ready for it," Nora chimed in. Kevin contemplated this. He had to admit that they had a point. The women were only able to hold their own in the fight because of their Radiance training, and it was likely that they would need to become increasingly strong in order to defend themselves against the mounting threats. "I hear you," Kevin said honestly. "I still don't want to make any rash decisions. Let me think about it overnight." "That's all we can ask for," Haley replied. She turned to Nora and said, "Let's get Larissa over to the team doctor." Kevin watched them drive off, feeling guilty for all the danger he had sent their way, but undeniably proud of how they had risen to the challenge. In her Manhattan office, Kathleen Langham paced the room like she was waiting for something. Her cell phone rang and she answered it on the first ring. "Is it done?" she asked. On the other end of the line was her secluded Valley Assassin's contact.
"We took one of them out," the contact assassin reported. "The other two fought back and were eventually defended by Kevin Williams and a team of his Radiant soldiers."
Kathleen restrained herself from throwing her phone against the wall. "Which one did you get?" she asked impatiently. "Was it the tiny brunette?"
"No, tall blonde," the assassin replied. "Wait, isn't the tiny brunette your sister?"
"Yeah, what of it?" Kathleen replied angrily.
"I mean, that's just cold, and I literally kill people for a living," the assassin replied.
"In that case, maybe you should just spare me the morality lecture," Kathleen countered. "But more important, what I'm hearing is that you accomplished only 33% of the job."
"I'm sorry we failed to bludgeon your sister," the assassin replied sarcastically.
"I think you'll be more sorry when you receive 33% of our agreed payment. Goodbye." Kathleen hung up and fumed in her empty office. She walked over to the window overlooking Midtown Manhattan and tried to clear her mind. "I can't be delicate and retiring about this anymore," she thought. "Kevin Williams has been the source of my problems ever since he arrived. I need to take him down directly." Meanwhile, Kevin had just arrived back at the mayor's mansion after the ordeal in the alley outside the Radiance headquarters. As soon as she saw his face, Lily asked, "What happened?" "The players were attacked by secluded Valley assassins as they left the Radiance today," he said while slumping into the couch. "Haley and Nora fought them off. They were amazing, but Larissa took a crowbar to the ankle. She'll be out for the next playoff game this weekend at minimum." "Kevin, I'm so sorry," Lily said as she joined him on the couch. "And you still don't know who's behind this?" "I have my suspicions," Kevin admitted. "It doesn't make sense that the league wouldn't have made any progress in getting to the bottom of these attacks unless they were complicit, but I have no evidence." "So what are you going to do?" Lily asked. "Haley and Nora want me to take them to the lower realm now," Kevin replied. "They say that at this point, leveling up is the only way they'll really be able to protect themselves going forward. Not to mention winning games when they keep having people trying to hobble them both on and off the field." "They have a point," Lily admitted. "But I'm afraid it's just too soon," Kevin said. "Before the attack today, I had told them that they needed another week or two of training. They were really impressive during the fight, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I took them to the lower realm and realized once we got there that I had rushed them." Lily placed her hand on Kevin's knee. "Kevin," she said lovingly, "you've done amazing work with these women in just a week. You'll be by their side every step of the way in the lower realm, and I know how you take care of people. They'll be safe with you by their side." Kevin nodded. Lily's perspective always resonated with him. "Besides," Lily continued, "they want to go. They feel that they're ready and that their achieving levels is what's best for themselves and their team. Shouldn't their opinion matter? If these are women you believe are capable of levels, you need to be willing to trust their judgment." Kevin looked at Lily and smiled. "This is why I never get in arguments with you." Lily smiled right back. "Nothing to argue about when I'm always right." Though Kevin still didn't feel 100% sure if this was the right decision, the insistence from 3 headstrong women had persuaded him. He took out his cell and sent a text to Haley and Nora. "Get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, we go to the lower realm." The 3 Red Stars players did their best to fight off the secluded Valley assassins until Kevin reached them, but goalkeeper Larissa got her ankle broken. Upon realizing that Kevin was protecting the players, Kathleen decided she'd be better off taking him down instead. That night, Kevin realized he couldn't afford to wait any longer and texted Haley and Nora that he would take them to the lower realm the next day. Kevin went to the stadium the morning after the battle with the secluded Valley Assassins, still feeling apprehensive about his decision. In addition to his agreement to take Haley and Nora to the lower realm, he had also had to contend with the fact that Larissa's ankle wouldn't recover in time for the playoff game against the Portland Hornets. Since the attack had happened outside of the Radiance, Kevin couldn't help but feel responsible. The Red Stars' backup goalkeeper, Zoe Breyer, would now be stepping in to take Larissa's place. Kevin reached coach Regina Powell on the sideline as the forwards were taking practice shots at Zoe. Off to the side of the net, Larissa balanced on crutches, gamely cheered Zoe on, and gave her pointers. "How is Zoe doing?" Kevin asked. Coach Powell replied unenthusiastically. "She's pretty solid, but she's got big cleats to fill. Larissa's one of the best in the league, and 2 of Portland's forwards are on the national team. I'm a little worried about how she's going to hold up against them." At that moment, Nora hit a rocket of a shot that sailed past Zoe's outstretched fingers into the corner of the net. "We'll just have to keep her confidence up," Kevin replied. "What do you think our odds are overall?" "Portland has the better record, but we've never really had the chance to play at our potential," Coach Powell replied with a shrug. "I think we'll give them a run for their money as long as we can go 1 game without being sabotaged." Kevin thought about the secluded Valley Assassins ambushing Haley, Nora, and Larissa outside of the Radiance training gym, and he had to acknowledge that the team wasn't in the clear. "Given the nature of Larissa's injury, this game has unfortunately already been sabotaged," Kevin replied. "Hopefully that will be the last of it and we won't have to deal with anything during the game." He watched as Haley ran wind sprints against the other midfielders. She led the pack seemingly without breaking a sweat, her Radiance training clearly coming into play. "Come on, guys, keep pushing," she yelled to her teammates. "Portland is skilled, but we can beat them with speed and conditioning." Kevin couldn't help but be impressed with how well Haley compartmentalized the harrowing experience outside of the Radiance the day before. Once she stepped on the field, soccer was her singular focus. "Speaking of Larissa's injury," Coach Powell said, "I asked Haley to explain to me how the attack went down. It sounds like it could have been a lot worse if you hadn't stepped in, but this is getting out of hand. Please, playoff win aside, help me keep these women safe. I think of them as my daughters, not just as my players." Kevin felt guilty knowing how much Regina really did care for her players and that by bringing Haley and Nora to the lower realm, he'd unavoidably be putting them in harm's way. "Their safety is my top priority," Kevin said earnestly. "I know," Coach Powell replied. "I just can't help but worry about them. These women didn't sign up to fight off assassins or their own team owner. They just want to play soccer." After practice, Kevin met Haley and Nora outside of the locker room. "Ready to go?" he asked. The 2 exchanged glances. It was clear that they were nervous, but Haley turned to Kevin and said, "This is what we've been training for. We're ready." Nora nodded in agreement. When they got to the Radiance, they flipped a coin, deciding Haley would go first. Haley took a deep breath as Kevin turned to Nora. "Hardly any time is going to pass for you while we're down there," he said. "We'll be back before you know it." Nora nodded, secretly grateful that she wasn't going first. "Here we go," Kevin said. He pointed the Night King's crystal amulet toward Haley and said, "Damnatio." "Whoa!" Nora exclaimed as she saw Haley fade away in front of her. Sometimes Kevin forgot how jarring this world could be for others. Trekking back and forth between Chicago and the Upper Realm, where he found the new gatekeeper and all over the globe to track down villains and assassins and evil schemers, had become all in a day's work to him. For others, it was, well, extraordinary. He had to remember that. "See you soon," Kevin said with a smile. He repeated the mantra for himself and watched as the world swirled around him, growing increasingly dark and gray and taking on the effect of being sucked into a vortex of cobwebs. When he arrived in the lower realm, he found Haley waiting, shell-shocked by her hellish surroundings. Ominous dark crags towered over them, casting shadows that stretched like claws in the dim light of the red sun. That macabre scene was obscured by a sheet of volcanic ash. "I don't know what I was expecting, but oh my gosh, wow," Haley said in alarm. "It's definitely not a vacation destination," Kevin said in agreement. "I see why you insisted on the weeks of training," Haley replied. "Do you feel ready?" Kevin asked. "It isn't too late to turn back." "I'm ready," Haley said as her voice slowly gained confidence. "After all of our training, I've never been stronger than I am right now." Glancing with disgust at some of the lower realm residents, she added, "I'm pretty sure I could take on a whole gang of those satanic elves." The goblin-like figures, ranging in size from toddler to giant, wheezed and growled at the new arrivals. "The population down here definitely isn't friendly," Kevin replied, "but you won't need to fight them. Let's go this way." Kevin began leading Haley toward the cave. Along the way, they passed horses with dinosaur heads, lion-sized rats, and a weeping willow with octopus tentacles. "Yikes," Haley said, carefully avoiding the lower realm's wildlife. When they passed what looked like a golden poodle puppy, Haley said with encouragement, "Oh, this one's cute." But then the puppy snarled, revealing rows of fangs like a shark, a forked snake's tongue, and a scorpion tail. "Never mind," Haley concluded. "So let's prepare for what you'll deal with in the cave," Kevin said. "What are your biggest fears?" "The usual, I guess," Haley replied casually. "Snakes, clowns, I guess I'll now add that demon puppy to the list." Recalling his experience with Kyle, Kevin replied, "What you'll face in the cave is likely to be more abstract, more personal. The last apprentice I brought down here had to face his fear of rejecting his grandfather and choosing his own path in life. Does anything like that come to mind for you?" "Well, my grandpa brags about my soccer career to anyone who will listen, so I doubt it's anything like that," Haley replied. "Really, I don't have any problems with anyone in my family. All my relationships are solid." "Just be ready for anything," Kevin cautioned. Kyle also didn't realize what his biggest fear was until it was in front of him. They reached the cave covered by its wall of mist. "This is it," Kevin announced. "Last chance to turn back." But Haley assertively stepped up to the edge of the cave. "Here goes," she said, and together they walked into the fog. When the mist dissipated, Kevin was surprised to find himself in a hospital room with Haley laying in bed under a blanket. "Did you have a bad experience in a hospital before?" Kevin asked. "Any difficult medical adversity as a child?" "No," Haley said in confusion. "I don't know why I'm here." She turned down the blanket and leaned over to get off the bed when suddenly her eyes widened. "Kevin, I can't move my legs. Why can't I move my legs?" "Stay calm," Kevin urged her as Haley began to hyperventilate. A doctor entered the room and said, "Oh, Miss McCann. I'm glad to see her awake." "What is going on here?" Haley demanded. "Is this a sick joke?" "Mrs. McCann," the doctor said solemnly, "I'm sorry to tell you that you were in a very serious car accident and you weren't wearing your seatbelt. You've been paralyzed from the waist down." No, Haley protested. She took deep breaths, trying to calm herself. "Okay, I've seen this before," she said to herself. "People come back from this all the time, especially athletes." To the doctor, she asked, "How much physical therapy will it take? How long until I can play soccer again?" "I'm afraid you don't understand," the doctor replied. "Your spinal cord was severed, so there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Miss McCann, but you won't be able to walk again." Kevin's heart broke at the sound of Haley's anguished sob. After Haley got over the shock of seeing the lower realm, Kevin brought her to the cave where she could quickly gain levels if she faced her greatest fear. Haley had stated that her biggest fears were snakes and clowns, but once they entered the cave, she found herself in a hospital bed. The doctor explained that she had been paralyzed after a car accident and would never walk again. In between sobs, Haley said to the doctor in a panic, "No, you've made a mistake. Soccer is my life, my livelihood. I can't be paralyzed. I can't have played my last match. That would be like a living death for me.
I'm sorry, Miss McCann, the doctor replied. But the tests are quite conclusive. I'll give you some time.
He walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. Kevin, get me out of here, Haley said as she tried to stop herself from hyperventilating. I don't need levels. This isn't worth it. I want out now. Kevin felt Haley's panic, and with his great sense of empathy, he scrambled to pull the amulet out of his satchel and pointed the light end of the crystal toward Haley. Salus, he said forcefully. But nothing happened. He tried again to no avail. I don't think we can leave the lower realm until you complete your trial, he said regretfully. No, you have to get me out of here, Haley wailed. You trained me to fight whatever I would face here. I can't even walk. You didn't just train to fight in a physical sense, Kevin said. You trained your mental strength as well. Remember, this isn't real. Don't let the cave overwhelm you. Your biggest fear is being paralyzed and having to live without soccer. You have to make peace with that idea to overcome your fear. Okay, Haley said, her voice still panicked and rushed. I accept this. I accept that I can't walk or play soccer again. I face my fear. Are we good now? Haley looked up at the ceiling as if waiting for a reply from the heavens, but nothing happened. I'm sorry, Haley, but even I didn't buy that, Kevin said. The cave knows better. Your acceptance has to be real. I've been playing soccer my whole life, Haley said, tears streaming down her face. It was my first love. How am I supposed to just instantly get over the idea of it being snatched away from me? You don't need to get over it in a matter of seconds, Kevin said. It's okay to take in your true feelings for a little while. There's no courage without fear. Haley sniffed as she took in his words. Athletes' careers end for all sorts of reasons, Kevin replied, and many still go on to do amazing new things with their lives. They become authors, activists, and broadcasters. You have so much passion, Haley. What else could you channel that into? There's nothing that replaces the thrill of sports. Nothing, Haley replied. Kevin just noticed a pamphlet on the bedside table next to Haley. Did that just appear there? Kevin wondered. He picked it up and saw infographics of paraplegic people engaging in an array of athletics, including surfing, hang gliding, and even a modified version of soccer. Kevin flipped to the back of the pamphlet and saw an ad for an extreme paratriathlon. Face your fears, the ad said in bold writing. Look at this, Kevin said while showing the pamphlet to Haley. This has to be a sign from the cave. You can still live your passion and play sports. It might look different than what you thought, but seeing that your athletic career doesn't have to be over without soccer is how you face your fear. You have to compete. Haley looked over the pamphlet and slowly wiped her tears. I always wanted to do a triathlon, but they always seem to interfere with the soccer season and training, she grumbled. Then not only do you get to face your fear, but you get the opportunity to experience something you always wanted to do, Kevin said excitedly. This is the first step. You're doing great, Haley. Haley nodded as Kevin dialed the number on the ad. As soon as he finished punching in the numbers, the room around them faded away. In a matter of seconds, Kevin found himself sitting in bleachers at the bottom of a ski slope. But Haley was nowhere to be found. As Kevin scanned the bleachers and the surrounding snow in a panic, an announcer's voice boomed over the loudspeakers. Welcome everyone to the Lower Realm Fear Cave Paraplegic Triathlon, sponsored by Mountain Dew, the official drink of the Lower Realm. The crowd of spectators politely applauded as if this were a typical sporting event. The announcer continued to say, as a reminder for our first-time spectators, the triathlon consists of 3 events: skiing, cycling, and swimming. For those of you wondering how paraplegic athletes can compete in these events, we condemn your ableism. We here in the lower realm believe anyone can achieve her dreams. The crowd once again responded with polite applause while Kevin looked around in confusion. This definitely wasn't the lower realm that he was used to. Maybe the rest of Haley's trial really won't be that bad, he thought. The lower realm had always been a place of horrific events and ordeals. This was almost like a comic flip of that world. The triathlon had a sweet spirit. It gave Kevin hope that Haley was not going to have to endure too great of a test of her fear.
"Let's have a look at our brave contestants," the announcer continued.
Up on the big screen, the camera panned across each of the competitors, who all waved or fist-pumped with confidence. Each held ski poles and sat on a mechanism with a single ski. "So brave," someone in the crowd muttered each time a new athlete appeared. Until the camera reached Haley, who looked absolutely petrified up on the mountain. She waved over an attendant. "Yeah, hi," Haley said, her voice shaking. "I don't even know how to ski with working legs. There's no way I can do this."
"Haha, that's hilarious," the attendant replied. "Someone would have to be insane to do this if they had never skied before. I love it when people respond to adversity with humor."
He walked away, leaving Haley to peer over the steep slope in front of her. "Face my fear," she said to herself quietly. The gun sounded and the competitors immediately pushed off from their starting positions, leaving Haley alone at the top.
"Looks like one of our contestants is shy," the announcer said. "Let's give her some encouragement."
The crowd cheered and some of the spectators yelled, "You're an inspiration!" and "I know I won't remember your name, but I'll remember how you made me feel."
"Remember, everyone," the announcer continued, "if you're feeling sluggish, reach for a Mountain Dew. There are no rules against getting jolts from caffeine."
"Come on, Haley," Kevin said quietly to himself. "Okay, I can do this," Haley said to herself. She blocked out the surrounding noise, took a deep breath, and pushed off. As the wind rushed in her face and she picked up speed, Haley went from terrified to exhilarated, surprised at how naturally she adjusted to the sport. "I can do this," she said to herself more confidently. As a natural athlete, Haley quickly started catching up to the skiers in the back of the pack. She deftly maneuvered her ski around the competitors in her path. "Yes, Haley!" Kevin cheered from the stands. Over the loudspeaker, the announcer boomed.
"Our racers are now approaching the most difficult section of the skiing portion, the Mountain Dew Heartstopper Jump. Mountain Dew, if your heart feels like it's going to explode, that just means it's working."
The crowd gasped as the leading skiers approached a massive unavoidable jump that launched over a giant gorge. Kevin's jaw dropped. "That's so unnecessarily dangerous," Kevin thought. "Why would they even allow this?" Then Kevin reminded himself that this wasn't real. The test of the lower realm cave was nothing more than a dreamscape, if a terrifying one even to those who were just watching. Next to him, one spectator said to another, "These paraplegic athletes are even more impressive than able-bodied athletes. Aren't I a good person for recognizing that?"
"I also recognize that, and am therefore a good person as well," the other spectator replied.
The first skiers cleared the jump, eliciting massive cheers from the crowd. One, however, didn't get enough power off of the jump and tumbled into the gorge. "Ooh!" the spectators yelled in unison.
"Well, there goes one of our competitors," the announcer said. "But it's worth it for our entertainment, right?"
The crowd politely applauded. "I'm going to tell everyone I was here and how traumatic that was for me to watch," one spectator yelled, "so they'll know how much I care." Seeing the skier miss the jump up ahead of her, Haley began to panic. She had never felt this much fear in her life. But then, Kevin's words came to her. "There's no courage without fear," she said to herself. Haley allowed herself a moment to embrace how afraid she was. As she did, she felt a rush of pride at the knowledge that she was about to overcome it. At the last moment, she narrowed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and launched herself off of the jump and over the deep, ice and rock-filled gorge. Haley was ready to forego gaining levels so that she could flee the cave in the lower realm and regain the use of her legs, but Kevin urged her to face her fear by entering a paratriathlon. The first part of the contest had Haley hurtling down a mountain on skis despite the fact that she'd never skied before in her life. Gaining confidence, Haley headed toward a leap over an icy gorge that had already taken down one competitor. As Haley sailed over the gorge, she saw the fallen racer down at the bottom. He yelled up to her, "I think I broke my leg, but I can't tell." In the stands below, Kevin held his breath as he watched Haley in midair. "Come on, Haley," he thought to himself. After what felt like an eternity, Haley landed safely on the other side and couldn't stop herself from a celebratory fist pump. "Yes!" Kevin cheered from the stands. With her confidence growing by the minute, Haley dipped and swerved down the rest of the slope, passing even more racers. By the time she reached the bottom, she was squarely in the middle of the pack. She skidded to a stop, and Kevin raced to help her out of the skis and into her bicycle, a low-seated vehicle operated by arm pedals. "Did you see that?" Haley asked in delight as Kevin strapped her in. "I can't believe I did that. And at least for the next parts, I know how to ride a bike and swim. The worst is behind me." "Just don't get complacent," Kevin cautioned. "The other sections are probably going to have dangerous obstacles just like the jump. Be ready for anything." "Oh, I am so ready," Haley said confidently. "I think I could even win this." Kevin was still nervous but wanted to encourage this transformation in Haley's attitude. "Then let's not keep you here any longer," Kevin replied. "Go get him." Haley took off using her arm pedals like a madwoman. Her radiance training had definitely improved her upper body strength. Kevin left the ski slope and headed to the stands next to the lake, where the cycling portion would end and the swimming portion would begin. Another large screen broadcast the cyclers' progress. "Welcome to the cycling portion of our event," the announcer said. Kevin watched on the screen as cyclists navigated a winding mountain path through the woods. Massive boulders tumbled down the mountain, causing some of the competitors to topple and fall. "This is looking more like a video game than an athletic competition," Kevin thought, and though he knew that Haley had successfully leapt over an icy gorge on skis, he still worried about her safety in the second part of the competition. She would have to keep her mind focused and overcome any self-doubt in order to remain unharmed. One racer popped a wheelie over an alligator that laid across the pathway. Where did that even come from? Kevin thought. Finally, Haley came onto the screen wearing an expression of sheer determination. Her arms were pumping so fast the pedals were nearly a blur. "That's the one who was afraid to start the ski slope," one spectator said to another. "I'm so proud of her." "I'm literally crying," said the other, who didn't know the meaning of the word literally. Haley passed some of the more timid riders as her fearlessness propelled her through the falling rocks. At a sharp curve that required lightning-fast reflexes to maneuver through, the pathway veered off into the woods, where the riders would have to traverse the natural terrain without any trail. The thick trees allowed for very little margin of error to get the bulky bicycles between their trunks and onto the next portion of the trek. More riders saw their race ended by raised tree roots and low-hanging branches. One rider collided with a family of goats, knocking them over like bowling pins. Haley once again proved her athleticism, finding narrow pathways of soil to navigate her bike. She smoothly scooped up a turtle wandering the forest floor and threw it at a rider in front of her, knocking him off course. Wow, it really is a video game, Kevin thought. On the course, Haley could see a patch of light through the trees up ahead. Almost there, she thought. She willed herself to pedal faster. As the trees parted, she actually saw that she was approaching train tracks, and a steam engine was quickly barreling toward her. They couldn't schedule the train around this race, Kevin thought. He then rolled his eyes at himself, remembering that this was a simulation and that the train would have no other reason for being there other to create another obstacle as part of Haley's test. More curiously, a bandit carrying a paper bag and a vigilante were currently running across the top of the train like a scene out of a movie. The vigilante fired his pistol at the bandit, who dodged the bullets with acrobatic moves. So not only does Haley have to dodge a train, she has to dodge bullets? Kevin realized. "Now this is exciting," the announcer said. "You thought you were just here for a race, but it turns out you also get to see a chase." Quickly approaching the tracks, it would be the safer bet for Haley to wait for the train to pass. But seeing only a few remaining racers ahead of her, Haley was determined to catch up. She popped a wheelie and sailed over the tracks with inches to spare before the train zoomed past. Kevin emitted a sigh of relief upon seeing Haley pass the largest obstacle yet. Next to him, a spectator said, "Wow, she's amazing! Have I mentioned how inspired I am by her?"
"So inspired," another spectator agreed. "Our cyclists are now approaching the final obstacle of this portion of the race," the announcer said.
Sure enough, Kevin watched as Haley approached a ramp that would launch the racers into the final leg of the race, swimming. Kevin assumed that, given the added difficulty of only having use of their arms, the racers would be swimming through a calm lake. He then cursed himself for being so naive. Instead, the athletes were launching themselves into a frozen pond where not only would they have to release themselves from their bikes on their own, but they would have limited gaps in the ice to come up for breath before the finish line. At this point, there were only a handful of racers still ahead of Haley. While a few tried to unbuckle themselves after landing in the water, Haley passed them by releasing herself from the bike while sailing through the air. She used her core strength to rotate herself forward and made a perfect swan dive into the water. Kevin couldn't help but be impressed that she managed to do that without levels, let alone without the use of her lower body.
"Only a few racers have made it to this final section of the competition," the announcer said over the loudspeaker. "I can't imagine why this swimming portion of the event is brought to you by Existential Crises, the official mental state of the lower realm."
"I love existential crises," one spectator shared. Kevin once again held his breath as Haley disappeared below the ice, determined to not take another breath until she could. Under the ice, the cold pierced like knives into every inch of Haley's skin. "I'm actually grateful I can't feel half my body," Haley thought while acknowledging how odd that sounded. Up ahead, she saw a beam of sunlight streaming through the ice. "The first breathing hole," Haley thought. She poked her head above the ice, taking a huge gulp of air. Beside her, she saw that some contestants had pulled themselves onto the ice, giving up on the race. She dove back below the water. On the loudspeaker, the announcer said, "It looks like some of our competitors have given up right before the finish line. If you abandon your goals and wonder what that says about you as a person, ask your healthcare provider what existential crises could do for you." "I just don't feel inspired by them anymore," one spectator said in disappointment.
"I know," another replied. "It's almost like we simultaneously idolize and infantilize them as a means of distancing ourselves and avoiding the idea that we could find ourselves in similar circumstances, but they're ultimately just human like the rest of us."
"Whoa," the first spectator replied. Back under the water, the swim was becoming increasingly difficult for Haley. Rough currents threatened to knock her off course, though it occurred to her that it didn't make sense for lake water to have currents without being exposed to the wind. But logic aside, Haley watched as she was pushed farther away from the breathing hole. She was quickly running out of oxygen and her vision began to blur. In the stands, Kevin started to panic. "She's been under too long," he realized. He had promised Coach Powell to keep her players safe, and it was quickly becoming possible that he had failed. Haley completed the skiing portion of the lower realms para-triathlon, but still had the cycling and swimming portions to go. She passed many of the racers during the cycling section and daringly began the swimming section, which was held under a frozen lake, with only a few holes in the water to come up for air. Before the second air hole, the rough currents began pushing Haley away, and she felt her oxygen running out. From the stands, Kevin feared that she had been underwater too long. Kevin removed his jacket and began to rush off the bleachers, determined to jump into the lake to rescue Haley. He was stopped at the water's edge by race staff. "I need to help her. She could be drowning. I'm responsible for her," Kevin yelled. "Sorry, sir, but we don't tolerate ableism here," the staff member replied. "Paraplegic people don't need your help to succeed." "This isn't about my being fully able-bodied," Kevin replied in exasperation. Anyone trapped under ice for that long would need help. But underneath the water, Haley willed herself forward, swimming against the current until the breathing hole returned into view. Kevin pushed past the attendant and was just about to dive into the water when Haley miraculously poked her head above the surface. The crowd went wild as Kevin nearly collapsed in relief. Above water, Haley could see she only had one stretch of ice remaining before the final sprint to the finish line in open water, and there was only one racer ahead of her. "I can really do this," Haley realized. Haley took another deep breath and dove back down below the water. Though her arms were starting to fatigue, Haley used all of her mental and physical strength to propel herself through the ice water. Finally, she emerged from under the sheet of ice and could once again breathe freely. Kevin cheered exuberantly from the water's edge. "You're almost there, Haley," he yelled.
"Our racers have entered the final portion of the competition," the announcer said. "The existential crisis abyss. Ever feel like you're all alone in open water while attempting to overcome your fears and flaws? Try an existential crisis."
Haley was faster than the one remaining swimmer ahead of her and quickly closed in. Just as she was about to overtake him, he turned and looked her way. Haley almost stopped dead in the water as she said in disbelief, "Coach Barkley?" Haley had never told anyone about the Red Stars, but she had once had a coach who almost caused her to quit soccer. He criticized her mental toughness, convinced she didn't have the heart of an athlete. And now that coach, Coach Barkley, was right here in front of her again, mocking her physical abilities and her mental determination. Her past had come back to haunt her, even if Coach Barkley's taunts were manifestations of his own flawed personality and not Haley's own failings. That coach was now the only thing standing in the way of her winning the triathlon.
"I'm surprised you haven't given up yet,"
Coach Barkley said haughtily as he continued to propel himself forward with his arms. "You always did crumble at the slightest adversity. I sensed your weakness the first time I laid eyes on you." His assessment was a punch to the gut, and Haley almost faltered in the water. Over the loudspeaker, the announcer said, "Haunted by the ghosts of your past? It might just be an existential crisis. Existential crises. Be your own monster." Though Coach Barkley's words stung as much as the ice water, Haley remembered what Kevin had said. She hadn't just trained physically. She had become stronger mentally. "You're wrong about me," Haley said. "You were always wrong about me." Proving her point, Haley gave every last ounce of energy to push herself past her old coach, leaving him in her wake as she dug her hands deeper into the lake to throw icy water in his face. It was both the freezing water being splashed over him and also seeing the girl he had mocked and dismissed for many years swim easily past him that made Coach Barkley sputter and gag. The crowd went wild as she took the lead for the first time in the race, and Kevin nearly lost his voice cheering from the shoreline. Coach Barkley wasn't willing to give up easily, and he grabbed her foot from behind to slow her down. Haley couldn't feel his grab due to her paralysis, but once she realized she was facing resistance in the water and feeling drag, she looked behind and saw his underhanded move. "You couldn't hold me back then, and you won't now," Haley yelled. Towing him along, she once again accelerated in the water until she crossed the finish line in first place. Haley was hoisted out of the water onto a dock by event staff and then helped into a wheelchair. A man with a microphone sped over to her to get her first reactions aired for the cheering audience. Victorious and triumphant, Haley was still gasping from the energy she expended to get through the 3 stages of the race and to overcome her nemesis, Coach Barkley. "I was afraid to even start the race," Haley admitted into the microphone as the audience waited to hear the insights of the winner of this hard-fought contest. "But now I feel like I can do anything. I can't wait to see what's next." As the words left her lips, Haley had officially accepted and embraced a life without soccer. Kevin watched in awe as the world dissolved around them and they ended up back in the cave. Haley looked down at her legs, almost surprised to be standing again. Kevin threw his arms around her. "Haley, that was incredible. I'm so proud of you, and I hope you're proud of yourself." When they parted, Haley saw that her body was glowing. "What's happening?" she asked in alarm. Kevin smiled. "You did it, Haley. You achieved your first level." As Haley adjusted to the overwhelming change, Kevin asked, "Ready to get out of here?" "Definitely," Haley replied. Kevin pointed the amulet at Haley and said, "Salus." After he watched her fade away, he did the same for himself and arrived next to both Haley and Nora in the Radiance headquarters. "Oh, wow," Nora said upon their return. "I was going to grab a cup of coffee, but you weren't kidding that it would take no time." "Felt like an eternity in there," Haley admitted. "So what happened?" Nora asked eagerly. "How do you feel?" "Well, the trial itself might be a little hard to explain," Haley admitted, unsure of how she'd recount the experience of the paraplegic triathlon without sounding insane. "But the levels, I feel like I'm my best self. My mind is clear, I feel more energetic than I've ever felt. My senses are sharper." "Well, I'm definitely sold," Nora interjected. "Kevin, strap me in for this roller coaster." Kevin was a little worried that Nora wasn't prepared for how harrowing the journey would be, but he knew she couldn't succeed without his support. "Damnatio," he said, pointing the amulet toward her. "See you soon," he said to Haley and repeated the command for himself. When he joined Nora in the lower realm, she was looking around with her eyebrows raised. "You never said the lower realm was so charming," she said cheekily. "Most people don't have such good humor upon seeing the lower realm for the first time," Kevin replied. "Well, I'm from Tampa," Nora replied. "This isn't so bad." Kevin led Nora to the cave, and she continued to remain unfazed throughout the trip. When they reached the sheet of fog, Kevin asked, "You ready?" Nora's face was determined. "I want those levels. Let's do this." They passed through the mist and found themselves in a quaint nursery. "Where is this?" Kevin asked. Nora looked around in confusion. "This is my daughter's bedroom," she said in concern. Kevin's heart sank. He had no idea Nora was a new mom. Thinking of Lily and the twins that they were expecting shortly, Kevin wasn't sure he would have allowed Nora to do this if he had known. Nora briskly walked over to the crib and saw that it was empty. "She has to be somewhere else in the house," she said, trying to keep her voice even, but Kevin could feel the simmering panic. Nora went from room to room, becoming increasingly frantic as she failed to locate her daughter. "Is this a sick joke?" Nora yelled. Kevin noticed an answering machine in the living room and called Nora over to it. A small red light blinked with a message alert. "What? I don't own an answering machine. It's not 1997, Nora said bitterly. Nonetheless, she pressed play. A shrill woman's voice came through the speaker. "Nora, it's Agatha," the message began. "Who's that?" Kevin asked. "My mother-in-law," Nora replied through clenched teeth. Kevin sympathized with her response. He was all too familiar with difficult mothers-in-law. "Your apathetic approach to motherhood has come to an end," Agatha continued. "I refuse to continue to watch my granddaughter play second fiddle to that silly game you call a career. She won't be subjected to your selfishness any longer. Don't even bother coming after her. She's my child now." The message ended, and Nora let out a scream of rage. Haley finished the paraplegic triathlon in first place and completed her trial to achieve levels. Nora was eager to take her turn in the cave after seeing Haley's transformation. When Nora and Kevin arrived in the cave, they were transported to Nora's daughter's nursery. Kevin hadn't known that Nora was a new mother and began to regret bringing her to the lower realm. They couldn't find the baby anywhere in the house and eventually found an answering machine with a message waiting. It was from Nora's mother-in-law, Agatha, who said she had kidnapped Nora's daughter to raise as her own. Nora picked up the answering machine and threw it against the wall, shattering it. She could barely contain her rage. "Has your mother-in-law always been like this?" Kevin asked. "She never liked me," Nora replied while pacing the room. "To be honest, I never stood a chance. She's one of those traditional types who thinks women shouldn't even be playing sports. She thinks doing something boyish for a living means I can't possibly be a good mother. She assumes she could raise Liana better than I can." "I can sympathize with having a mother-in-law who never even gives you a chance," Kevin said. He could have let his own past experiences with Dorothy, Lily's mother, cloud his mind, but he knew that they were in the lower realm to increase Nora's skills, not to help Kevin to handle the one aspect of his own life that sometimes gave him worry and pause. "Have you ever confronted her about it?" Kevin asked. Nora shifted uncomfortably. "It's just not worth it," she said. "My husband Derek doesn't think she's doing anything wrong, so it's just been easier to keep the peace." "This has to be your trial," Kevin said. "It's definitely worth confronting her now. You have to face your fear of challenging Agatha and asserting your role as Leanna's mother." Nora looked at her feet. "What if Agatha criticizing me isn't my only fear?" "What do you mean?" Kevin asked. Nora looked up and was clearly trying to hold back tears. "I'm afraid. What if she's right about me as a mother?" Kevin's heart broke for Nora. None of the fears he had seen play out in the lower realm so far had resonated with him as much as this one. "I'm about to become a parent too," Kevin shared, "and I worry all the time if I'm going to be a good enough father. My work has me traveling a lot and it's often dangerous, but I think that fear is normal. Everyone worries about whether they're a good enough parent. It's what proves that you are good enough, because you worry about that very issue. Do you care fully and completely?" Nora slowly nodded, feeling a little comforted by Kevin's words. "Your biggest fear in the whole world is losing your daughter," Kevin continued. "If you literally chase her down through hell and back to get to her, you'll never be able to doubt again whether you're a good mom." Resolutely, Nora looked Kevin straight in the eye. "Let's go get my girl." They rushed out of Nora's house to her car in the driveway, but were stopped by a white van pulling up to her house. A slew of guards popped out. "Who are you?" Kevin asked cautiously. "Child Protective Services," one replied. "Oh, thank God," Nora said. "My mother-in-law kidnapped my baby. She probably took her to her farmhouse outside the city. Please help me." Shockingly, the guards laughed in her face. "You misunderstand," one replied. "We're not here to help you. Your mother-in-law is the one who called us. We're here to make sure you never see that baby again." Before Nora could even digest their crushing words, the guards charged at her and Kevin. As manifestations of the lower realm, the CPS guards didn't possess typical levels. They engaged in the usual martial arts fighting, but their weapons were words. "You're an incompetent mother," one yelled at Nora, breathing fire as he did so. "Liana's better off without you," another snarled, spitting poison with his words. Nora's radiance training, along with her adrenaline-fueled mama bear rage, made her a formidable opponent against the guards. She knocked one out with a single uppercut to the jaw, and the exceptional body control she possessed from soccer allowed her to dodge the fire and poison from the guards. They struggled to predict her movements. Kevin assisted her with the fight, but couldn't help but notice that the guards' words were hurting Nora more than their violent blows. "Only a selfish mother puts her career first," one spat. Kevin grabbed another guard and used him as a human shield, allowing the first guard's poison to launch straight into his eyes. The guard wailed in pain as Kevin tossed him to the ground. Kevin and Nora eventually defeated all of the guards, some as the result of self-inflicted wounds. Once the fight was over, Nora seemed more emotionally exhausted than physically depleted. "Why would they say those things to me?" she choked out. "This cave projects your own fear," Kevin replied. "If I had to guess, I think they're saying the things that you've said to yourself." Nora remained silent, implying that it was the truth. "Is it so bad to be ambitious?" she asked quietly. "I sacrificed so much over the course of my life for soccer, and now I'm expected to sacrifice that for my daughter? I know parents are supposed to sacrifice for their kids, but do I really have to sacrifice everything? Can I be more than just Liana's mom?" "I think that's something every parent deals with, a professional athlete or not," Kevin said. "How do you hold on to your own identity outside of being a parent? It's okay that there's more to you than being a mom, Nora. Actually, it's a great thing." Nora nodded, feeling some encouragement. "Okay." She looked around at the pile of wounded guards. "Clearly, this isn't going to be as easy as walking into Agatha's house and walking out with Liana. What do we do?" "Let's take the CPS van and head into Agatha's direction," Kevin suggested. As long as these guys are knocked out or blinded by their fire and poison, no one would assume we're the ones driving. Nora agreed to the plan and Kevin hopped behind the wheel of the white van. They drove west out of Chicago into the countryside. Along the way, they heard the unmistakable sound of helicopter blades overhead. "What are the chances that a helicopter is after someone else, like an escaped inmate?" Nora asked. "It's unlikely," Kevin replied. As soon as he said it, they heard an announcement booming down from the helicopter.
"Pull over the vehicle," the voice boomed. "You are under arrest for grand theft auto, attempted kidnapping, and being a bad mother. Surrender."
"We can't surrender. I have to get to Liana," Nora pleaded. "We're not going to surrender," Kevin assured her. But whoever was in the helicopter was intent on making the decision more difficult as it fired a rocket at the van. The rocket hit the asphalt just in front of the van, forcing Kevin to use his level 9 reflexes to swerve around it. "Let's not do that again," Kevin said. He yanked the wheel hard to the right and veered into a massive cornfield. The helicopter adjusted its trajectory and continued to trail them. "They can still see the van," Nora said. "That's the point," Kevin replied. He put the van in cruise control and hopped in the back, opening one of the sliding doors. "Jump out," Kevin instructed. Nora nervously followed him into the back seat and tumbled out of the van. Once he saw that she had rolled to safety, Kevin followed behind her. The van continued on, mowing down the corn stalks in its wake as the helicopter continued to follow it and threaten another attack. When the empty van continued to speed ahead, the helicopter fired another rocket, this time making a direct hit. Kevin and Nora watched the van explode from a distance. Up in the helicopter, the pilot said into a radio, "That's a confirmed hit." The helicopter made a U-turn and headed back toward the city. "We'll have to continue on foot," Kevin said, "but at least no one will expect us now." "It's not much farther," Nora said. "Maybe another half mile." They trekked through the rows of corn and eventually could see the top of the farmhouse roof peeking out over the stalks. They paused where the cornfield ended at the edge of Agatha's property and took in the sight before them. "What the hell is this?" Nora asked incredulously. It wasn't the quaint farmhouse she knew, but rather a fortress. Surrounding the picturesque home, constructed with wide planked wood and white shutters, was a concrete wall topped with barbed wire. On each corner of the wall, armed guards scanned the property from watchtowers. "Like you said, this isn't going to be as easy as strolling through the front door," Kevin said. "To overcome your fears of losing your daughter and being a complacent mother, you're going to have to fight like hell." Nora began her own quest to gain her first level by going to the lower realm with Kevin, where she had to face manifestations of her doubts about being an errant mother to her newborn daughter. That took the form of her mother-in-law, Agatha, kidnapping the child and in the guise of Child Protective Services agents who berated Nora for her maternal shortcomings. Now Nora is attempting to rescue her daughter from Agatha's guarded fortress of a home. "I always thought Agatha acted like an evil queen, but this is a bit much," Nora said, observing the stone fortress. "How are we going to get to the house without the guards noticing?" Kevin scanned the wall, looking for a weakened point of entry. The wall was completely solid around the perimeter of the house and only had a single long metal gate across the driveway. That was their only option for entry, but guards on either side had their eyes on the gate at all times. The guards also had clear visibility for at least 20 yards on all sides of the wall. They wouldn't be able to sneak up on them. "We might have to wait until nightfall," Kevin said. But just then, Kevin and Nora saw a semi-truck about to turn onto the driveway from the main road. "Or we just need to hitch a ride," Kevin added. As the truck passed their cornfield hiding place, Kevin and Nora grabbed hold of the handles on the back of the truck. The truck made its way up the long driveway and obscured from the guard tower's view. Kevin lifted the trailer door so that he and Nora could sneak inside and escape notice. Kevin lowered the door behind them and they were quickly alarmed by their surroundings. The entire trailer was filled to the brim with toys, baby dolls, stuffed animals, puzzles. Inside the cold metal box, the toys seemed to have a soulless and sad quality. Is this all Agatha thinks it takes to raise a child, buying things? Nora said in frustration. No wonder Derek is so spoiled. They felt the truck roll to a stop at the gate and heard the driver up front say, "Toy delivery."
"We'll have to check the back. Standard procedure," the guard replied.
With only seconds to act, Kevin whispered to Nora, "Find a place to hide. On my signal, jump out and attack. Quick chops to the pressure points, just like we practiced at the Radiance." Nora nodded and ducked inside a pop-up playhouse. Kevin positioned himself behind a life-size teddy bear. The trailer door opened and the guards crept inside. Scanning the inventory, one of the guards said, "A Furby? I always wanted one of these. A baby wouldn't miss this, right?"
"Have some dignity, John,"
the other guard snorted with disgust. The guards continued their patrol of the truck. Just before the guards passed their hiding places, Kevin nodded to Nora. They jumped out into the open and chopped on the guards' necks right at their arteries, instantly knocking them out. Upon hearing the thump of the bodies hitting the floor, the driver in the front called out, "Everything all right back there?"
"Damn John knocked over a dollhouse," Kevin yelled back. "You're good to go."
The engine revved and Kevin once again closed the trailer door. As the truck continued to rumble forward past the concrete wall, Kevin whispered to Nora, "Grab whatever you can find that would be useful. This is our Trojan horse, getting us inside the fortress. Be ready to fight as soon as the door opens. We'll only have a moment to catch them off guard before they mobilize." Nora looked around the creepily stocked trailer that had become her and Kevin's sneaky entry into Agatha's house. "More like Trojan horse," she said dryly. Kevin stared at her. "Sorry," she said. "Sometimes I use puns as a coping mechanism." As the truck rolled to a stop, Kevin and Nora positioned themselves on either side of the trailer door. As soon as the door opened, they sprang out, quickly putting down the two unloading guards in a surprise attack. "Try to find cover," Kevin urged, but it was too late. A guard in the nearest tower spotted the commotion and sounded an alarm.
"Intruders have breached the perimeter. Unfit mother on the premises."
"Can you cut it out with this unfit mother nonsense already?" Nora yelled. From inside the house, a swarm of armed guards responded to the alarm and flooded outside through the front door.
"Hurry! She's gonna scare the baby," one of them yelled. "She's so irresponsible,"
another one chimed in. "You're the ones with guns. You think that's responsible behavior when you're around a kid?" Nora retorted. The guards slowly surrounded Nora and Kevin.
"We'll give you one chance," the leader said. "It's Liana's nap time, so we'd like to not cause a commotion. Surrender now and leave the property. Your only other option is death. And the way that would come about would surely wake up your baby."
"I think we have one other option," Kevin replied. "Now, Nora." On cue, Nora unleashed an arsenal of confetti poppers she had taken from inside the truck. While the guards were momentarily blinded by the streamers and glitter, Kevin emptied a bag of marbles and scattered them around the circle. The guards slipped on the sea of marbles, falling painfully on their backs. Kevin produced two stuffed animals from his shirt and used them to smother two of the guards until they fell unconscious. Nora grabbed a Barbie from her pocket and, using its anatomically impossibly pointed feet, stabbed one of the guards in the neck. She then threw an array of Legos around the ground so that when Kevin unleashed more marbles, the guards fell on top of the most torturously painful children's toy ever conceived.
"This is it! This is how death will claim me!" one of them yelled in anguish.
For the guards who had managed to retain their footing, Kevin took a stack of storybooks out of his satchel and tossed them like throwing stars, perfectly nailing the guards in the eyes with the corners of the books. Kevin looked up to see that the leader of the guards, who had recovered his footing, though he was now covered in Lego imprints, was pointing his gun straight at him.
"My turn to play show and tell," the leader said wryly. "Want to see how my favorite toy works?"
Right before he fired, Nora chucked a basketball at the barrel, causing the gun to be knocked off target and sending a bullet between the eyes of a Cabbage Patch doll. "See, it is valuable for girls to play sports," Nora said ironically. During the moment that the final guard was distracted by the basketball, Kevin jumped behind him and wrapped a ribbon twirler around his neck, tightening it until the guard passed out. By the time the fight was over, the front yard looked like an explosion had gone off inside a Toys R Us. "Playtime's over," Nora said, spitting on one of the unconscious guards. "Wow, you really do like using bitter humor to make a point," Kevin observed. With no more obstacles in their path, Kevin and Nora approached the front door and kicked it in. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. "She has to be here somewhere," Nora said. "There'd be no point in having all the security if she wasn't." "Just be careful," Kevin whispered. "There's no way to know for sure if those guards were the end of it." They crept through the rooms adorned with floral crochet pillows and old-fashioned picture frames, all creepily containing pictures of Agatha with Liana. In some of the pictures, Agatha's face had clearly been taped over Nora's own. Nora couldn't help herself. She grabbed one of the framed photos of supposed mother-daughter bliss and punched out the glass as she skulked past. As they approached the back of the house, they faintly heard music coming from an old television. An episode of Sesame Street was beginning, but Big Bird and Elmo had a gnarled and demonic appearance, and the theme song was punctured by an out-of-tune organ that gave the usually cheerful jingle a warped and macabre effect. They turned the corner into the kitchen, and the smell of spaghetti wafted through the air. Across the room, they saw Agatha calmly stirring a pot on the stove and creepily singing along with the Sesame Street song. "Sunny days, sweeping the clouds away." Agatha turned around and appeared to be completely unbothered upon seeing Nora. "Oh, hello," she said nonchalantly. "You're just in time for dinner." Kevin knew that nothing in the lower realm could be as sweet and simple as a warm dinner with a grandmother, and he hoped that Nora wouldn't be fooled by Agatha's act, which was surely concealing an evil, perhaps deadly scheme. A swarm of guards fought Kevin and Nora outside the home of Agatha, Nora's mother-in-law, who had kidnapped Nora's baby daughter. Kevin and Nora defeated them using the toys from inside a truck they used to sneak onto the compound, and then they kicked in the front door. Inside the house, they found Agatha making spaghetti in the kitchen, and she calmly told them that they were just in time for dinner. Agatha wiped her hands on her apron, but Nora was in no mood for a family dinner. "Where is Liana?" she demanded, barely concealing the anger she had in her heart for her conniving mother-in-law. "Keep your voice down," Agatha harshly whispered. "Liana is sleeping. Must you always be so selfish?" "I'm selfish?" Nora said incredulously. "You stole my baby out of her own crib. You're hiding her from her own mother. Do you really think you know what's best for her? Because you buy her a bunch of toys and make her spaghetti? She's allergic to tomatoes. Someone who isn't selfish would know that." "Allergies are all in the mind," Agatha said mockingly. "And don't make such a fuss about me hiding her from her mother. Her mother is always hiding from her." "I'm not hiding from her," Nora replied as her blood boiled. "I have away games during the season. It's part of my job." "The job you should care about most is motherhood," Agatha replied. "So you're welcome to see Liana, as long as you prove you're willing to make that job your highest priority. You quit soccer and move in here permanently with Derek, and then maybe we can come to an understanding. If not, well..." "You do not get to control my life," Nora insisted as she let the volume of her voice grow. "Let me see her now." As Nora's fiery last words pierced the quiet halls, a baby's cry erupted in the distance. "Oh, now you've done it," Agatha said with annoyance. "You woke the baby." Kevin and Nora sprinted out of the kitchen as they followed the sound of the cries. Agatha didn't even bother chasing them. "You may have gotten past the guards, but you'll never defeat Liana's most loyal guardian," Agatha called after them. "I'll do anything to protect my granddaughter." Nora and Kevin hurried up the creaky flight of stairs to the second floor. The cries led them to a small bedroom that held so many toys that it was a wonder how the new truckload of playthings would be able to be squeezed into the room. Nora rushed across the nursery toward the crib, but before she could reach it, a life-sized Raggedy Ann doll came to life and jumped in front of Nora holding a sword. "Whoa!" Nora yelled and immediately jumped backward. Kevin had to sympathize with Nora's reaction. He had seen a lot during his travels, but this demonic doll was among the most terrifying. The doll then became animated as if someone had activated a pull string in the doll's back. It asked in a creepy robotic voice, "Won't you come and play with me?" The doll swung the sword at Nora, who once again distanced herself. She picked up a giant stuffed unicorn and held it in front of her just as the doll swung again, puncturing the unicorn's body. "You're my best friend," the doll said with soulless cheer. "Nora, here," Kevin called out. He tossed Nora a xylophone, which she used to bash the doll in the side of the head, knocking it off balance. The doll slowly straightened up, and Kevin racked his brain for how they could defeat it. They couldn't just knock it unconscious like the human guards. He looked around and saw a slinky sitting on top of a toy chest. He swung it like a lasso, looping it around the doll's legs and causing it to fall to the floor. "Ashes, ashes, we all fall down," the doll said monotonously while its unmoving smile stayed plastered on its face. "Nora, rip the arms off," Kevin yelled. "No arms, no sword." Nora was all too happy to oblige, and after pinning the doll on the ground, she grabbed one of the arms and gave a violent yank. The sound of ripping stitches made Kevin shudder. Nora then ripped off the other arm and fell back on her heels, relieved that the doll could no longer wield its weapon. "Will you give me a hug?" the doll asked. "Oh, I can't listen to this anymore," Nora said in exasperation. She reached down and ripped off the doll's head, spilling its stuffing all over the floor. Nora stood up and with tears in her eyes walked over to Liana's bed where she had continued to cry. Nora picked her up and Liana's tears subsided once she was back in her mother's arms. "It's okay, Liana," Nora said softly. "Mama's here." "What are you doing?" Agatha yelled from the doorway. Looking down at the massacred doll, she said, "First you wake Liana from her nap, then you destroy her toys? What kind of mother are you?" "I'm the kind of mother who will never give up on my daughter," Nora said forcefully. "I will always fight for her." "Oh, you will you?" Agatha said. "Lie to yourself all you want, Nora, but I know who you really are. You will always put yourself first. You'll never understand the sacrifice that being a parent truly requires." Nora held Liana close, eyeing Agatha with contempt. "I walked through fire for my daughter today. I fought off an army. You have no idea what kind of mother I am." "You'll never love her as much as I do," Agatha continued. "And if I can't have her, no one will." In the most shocking moment of Nora's surreal trial, Agatha scooped up Raggedy Ann's sword from the floor. With a maniacal look in her eye, she charged toward Nora, pointing the sword directly at Liana. Maternal instincts kicked in. Nora turned her back and hunched over, shielding Liana from the would-be murder weapon. As the sword made contact with Nora's skin instead, the world around them faded. Kevin and Nora found themselves back in the cave, and Nora looked down at her hands, almost shocked to find them empty. "It all felt so real," Nora said in a daze. "It had to feel real in order for you to truly overcome your fear," Kevin explained. "And you did it, Nora. You overcame your fear of not being good enough as a mother. You refused to give up until you found Liana and were even willing to sacrifice your life for her." "I also learned I need to stop being afraid of standing up to Agatha," Nora said, and Kevin saw her jaw tighten. "The lower realm will freeze over before I ever allow her to question my authority as a parent again." Nora's simmering anger was a little disconcerting to Kevin, but after reiterating her conquered fears, she began to glow. "I feel weird," Nora said, looking down at her hands. "I feel strong. I've never felt so powerful." "You successfully completed your trial," Kevin said. "You're officially a level 1. Nora gave a satisfied smile. "I love how this feels. Everything we went through in there, it was all worth it." "Ready to go back?" Kevin asked. "I'm ready for anything," Nora replied. Kevin pointed the amulet at Nora and said, "Salus." After she faded away, he followed her back to the other side. "How'd it go?" Haley asked once they arrived back at the Radiance. "I had to fight a demon doll and was almost murdered by my mother-in-law, but I'm officially leveled," Nora said proudly. "Congratulations to you both," Kevin said earnestly. "That journey was not for the faint of heart. Now you should both go home and get some rest. The game against Portland is only 2 days away." Haley, whose biggest fear was never playing soccer again, and Nora, whose biggest fear was that she would always prioritize soccer above everything else, even motherhood to her baby daughter, looked at each other and laughed. "Oh yeah," Haley said. "We have a game this weekend." Meanwhile, Red Star's backup goalkeeper Zoe Barkley returned home from her very ordinary soccer practice, where she was still expected to take over in the playoff game for injured starting goalkeeper Larissa Reed. As she trudged up the steps, she found a package waiting at her front door with no return address. Puzzled, she brought the package inside and sliced it open. She was shocked to discover a briefcase full of cash. Zoe wondered if someone had made a mistake until she saw the note tucked underneath the briefcase. Her hand shook as she read the typed message. "You have a very simple job. Make sure the Red Stars lose on Saturday and receive another briefcase just like this one. This is our only offer to play nice. Should you fail, the consequences will be severe for you and your loved ones." Zoe dropped the letter onto the floor. Nora completed her trial in the Fear Cave in the lower realm by overcoming her fear of standing up to her mother-in-law, as well as her fear that she was an inattentive mother. She and Haley both successfully achieved levels, and the Red Stars' playoff game against Portland was only 2 days away. Meanwhile, Zoe Barkley, who was going to start the game in place of the injured goalkeeper Larissa Reed, received a mysterious briefcase full of cash along with a note that said she needed to throw the game against Portland, or else there would be consequences for her and her family. With only a day until the Red Stars left for Portland, Kevin started packing immediately upon his return from the lower realm. Lily walked into their bedroom while Kevin was shoving hoodies and an extra pair of Keds into a suitcase. Lily continued to glow even in the last stages of her pregnancy. Impending motherhood had never made her look more beautiful or feel more powerful. "So I was thinking," she began, "what if we stayed in Portland for a few extra days after the game? There's this secluded resort deep in the Malheur National Forest that I've been dying to visit." "Well, first of all," Kevin replied, "I'm aghast that there's a place you've been wanting to visit and I'm only hearing about it now. Of course, let's go." "Make sure you bring enough hoodies," Lily said with a wink. When Lily first met Kevin, she had been bothered that he didn't care about fashion, but over time that became one of the things that she loved about him the most. He was his own man who did not care what other people thought about superficial things like clothes. After filling his single suitcase, Kevin called Coach Regina Powell. "Ready for your first away game?" she asked Kevin as soon as she picked up the call. "You'll have to learn the layout of Portland Stadium in case you need to rush onto the field again." "It's always a possibility," Kevin replied. "I'm definitely ready for the trip to Portland, and I have a surprise for the team. Have everyone meet at the private terminal at the airport tomorrow." The next morning, the Red Stars' jaws dropped one by one as they stepped onto the tarmac. Instead of their usual chartered commercial flight, Kevin had purchased their own team private jet. He had even had the Red Stars logo emblazoned on the side in gold leaf with scarlet highlights. "This is insane," Haley said in awe as she climbed the staircase. Equally enamored, Nora replied, "Yeah, who are we, male athletes?" Shortly after the plane took off, Kevin noticed Zoe sitting alone at the back of the plane. She was staring out the window, seemingly immune to the excitement around her. Kevin walked to the back and sat in the seat across from her. "You okay?" Kevin asked. Zoe was startled. She hadn't even noticed him sit down. Yeah, she stammered in reply. "I'm just worried. I'm afraid of letting the team down." "Why do you sound so sure that you'll let the team down?" Kevin asked. Zoe seemed to snap back to the present and was rushed in her response. I just haven't had to take over for Larissa yet this season, she replied. And facing 2 national team strikers, I'm just expecting the worst. You're just getting in your head, Kevin replied. Sure, Larissa has more experience, but you've only been in the league for 2 years. It's natural to be nervous. But never forget, no matter where you're listed on the roster, you're a professional athlete. You're one of the best in the world at what you do. I can't say I've ever thought of it that way, Zoe replied. You won a national championship when you played at USC, right? Kevin asked. You know how to show up in big games. Don't defeat yourself before you even step on the field. Okay, I won't. Thanks, Kevin. Zoe replied, though she didn't seem particularly reassured. Kevin decided to give her the space she seemed to crave. He sat back down next to Lily, who asked, Is she all right? I've only ever known these women to have a winner's attitude, Kevin replied. I've never seen any of them so down on themselves. Maybe she just needs some time to get over her nerves, Lily replied. I believe in her and I believe in you. You know how to motivate anyone to be their best self. Kevin sincerely hoped she was right. 4 hours later, they touched down in Portland, and Lily went to the hotel while the team took a bus to Portland State University, whose facilities they'd be using for their final practice. It was the first time Haley and Nora put to use their new levels on the field, and the team was in awe. Nora's speed could rival Olympic sprinters, and Haley's ball distribution had become so accurate she could hit the corner of the goalpost from midfield. I don't care what Portland's record is, one of the defenders noted. There's no way they're going to have an answer for this. The team had never looked more confident, but Kevin noticed that Zoe still seemed sure of her demise. She looked like she was even turning a shade of green. Do you think she'll snap out of it before the game? Kevin asked Coach Powell. With Haley and Nora playing like indestructible androids, hopefully the ball won't even cross midfield, Coach Powell replied. After practice, the team returned to the bus, which brought them to their hotel downtown. When Kevin went to the front desk to check them in, the concierge said, It's a pleasure to host your team, Mr. Williams. We tried to give your wife the key to the presidential suite when she checked in, but she insisted that you take a standard room and the suite be assigned to some of the players. She was correct, Kevin replied with a smile. Kevin was new to being a team owner, and Lily was even newer to being the wife of a team owner, but he could see they were both on the same page. The luxuries and splurges were for their hardworking players, not for themselves. After the players collected their room keys, having played rock, paper, scissors to see who would stay in the suite, Coach Powell announced, Team dinner in the hotel restaurant is at 6:30. Curfew is 9 p.m., and I want everyone in the lobby ready to go at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The players retreated to their rooms to get ready for dinner, and Kevin found Lily in their room. I can't believe you gave away the presidential suite, he said with feigned anger. Oh, I'm so sorry, honey, Lily said as she wrapped her arms around him. Will you forgive me? Kevin looked at his watch. Looks like I have about 2 hours to spend forgiving you, Lily giggled as they tumbled onto the bed. After the team dinner, where Haley gave a rousing pep talk that indicated her levels had even improved her leadership abilities, Kevin and Lily returned to the room. Kevin dialed Kathleen Langham's cell number, and she answered to say, Kevin Williams, to what do I owe the pleasure? Though she didn't sound remotely pleased. I feel like I've barely gotten to know you since joining the league in the middle of the playoffs, Kevin replied. I wanted to invite you to watch the game from the suite with Lily and me tomorrow. Kathleen paused while she pondered the offer. Sure, she finally replied. I prefer to have close relationships with all the team owners. Thank you for the invitation. Of course. We'll see you tomorrow, Kevin replied. After he hung up, Lily asked, Why the sudden interest in the league commissioner? I have a proposition for her, Kevin replied, and I need her undivided attention. The next morning, the team met for breakfast in the hotel restaurant where they chatted and buzzed with excitement. The only one in a different mood was Zoe, who had barely even touched her eggs and turkey sausage. Her disposition is really starting to worry me, Kevin whispered to Coach Powell. In truth, he was just as concerned for Zoe on a personal level as he was for the game. Well, we need her to step up, Coach Powell replied. We don't have another goalkeeper on the roster. The team gathered on the bus, and once they reached the stadium, Lily parted ways to head to their hotel room while Kevin joined the team in the locker room. Gather round, Coach Powell called. The team formed a circle around Kevin in the middle of the locker room. It's been an honor to watch you all work together and compete these past few weeks, Kevin began. The way you've supported each other through your adversity has been one of the most inspiring displays of teamwork I've ever seen. Now, today, the team we face is considered the overwhelming favorite, but you've been overcoming your challenges in secret, so no one really knows what you're made of. This is a team full of secret weapons. The players gave nods of approval, feeling fully energized by Kevin's take. Not to mention, Kevin continued, that thanks to their additional work over the past few weeks, Haley and Nora are about to unleash a display of force unlike anything this league has ever seen. The players cheered and slapped Haley and Nora on the back. So get out there and shock the world, Kevin concluded. The team cheered and fist-bumped each other as they returned to their lockers to finish lacing up their cleats. Seeing that Zoe hadn't joined in the pep talk before he left the room, Kevin whispered, "You got this. I believe in you." After Kevin left and Zoe saw she was out of the view of her teammates, Zoe pulled out the envelope that had been slipped under her hotel room door. The typed message said, "Remember, either you be our secret weapon or we'll use ours." Behind the message was a photograph of a sniper rifle pointed directly at her younger brother's college dorm room. Zoe's eyes filled with tears and her shoulders quaked as she grappled with the decision she would have to make during the game that was now just moments from starting.